Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 26th, 2024. We are here at the JATC South Building, and we have 6 board members present. Nikki George is going to be here shortly. She is listening in online, though. And first of all, I just want to start out by wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving this week and let everyone know how grateful I am for this board and this district and all of our administration, our teachers, our staff. So many great people that we get to work with. So thank you, and hope everyone has a good week. We are going to start out with our first agenda item, which are interviews for my replacement on the board. And it feels like we were just barely here doing this, because we were last night. We had 14 applicants, really strong applicant pool. We had a lot of great applicants. It was tough to decide. So we interviewed all 14 last night. We narrowed it down to 3, and we have our 3 finalists here tonight for a second round of interviews. And we will be selecting one of them tonight. So we have Lisa Leonard, Suzanne Wood, and Susan Huff. So thank you for being here again with us. We are going to do a random drawing to see what order we're going to interview in. And Caleb and Scott are going to do the drawing for us.
I don't trust them.
I-24.
Bingo! Susan Huff is 2.
One.
Lisa Leonard.
And 3.
By a process of elimination.
In there.
Okay, so we're going to ask Susan and Suzanne to leave the room. What's that game show? They'll be sequestered in a soundproof booth.
Put on your
Just kidding, we don't have any of those here.
Is that $10,000 pyramid?
Is that what it was? Yeah.
That's going way back.
No, it's still on.
Oh,
Pyramid's
is
still
it?
on. Bigger and better.
Our daytime TV expert.
It's a $100,000 pyramid now.
Oh,
All right, let's go ahead and get started then. We'll have you just say your name, introduce yourself, and then tell us why we should select you for the Board of Education, and then if there's anything else you want us to know that you didn't get to cover last night, we'll give you 2 minutes for that. No timer tonight, though, so we're not.
No, I noticed.
We're not actually timing.
Good.
And then we will open it up to any board members that have a question, follow-up question. So go ahead.
So my name, I don't know if you can hear. Okay.
Yes, in the microphone.
My name is Lisa Leonard. I feel like I am uniquely qualified to be the one that is chosen by the board for 3 reasons. I am an educator. I have been an educator for 25 years. I not only have taught on the elementary level, but I taught pre-service teachers at 2 higher ed. I was at UVU and at SLIC, and I ran a program for a teacher scholarship at SLIC. I know teacher retention is a huge issue. I know best practices. I know high impact. I know those things because I taught them to the students that were becoming teachers. I know a lot of the issues that you guys will be facing soon. I don't know that I want to spend my time so you can ask me about them, but I do know that there could be increasing taxes coming. I know there's a bill about school fees. I know there's a bill about implementing school safety issues and questions about where the money's going to come from. So I do know what you guys will be facing in the future. I would love to help find solutions for that. I know we need to use our money fiscally. We don't have our ESSER funds anymore. We don't have all that extra COVID money that is now gone. So issues is the second reason. But backing up, when I taught in college, which kind of goes with my next point, but when I taught in college, I think one of the things I learned, which is a little bit different, was how important quick feedback is. And I learned that with my teachers that I was teaching, that if they send you an email and they want to know something, they want to know it right then. And I think, and I always had a 24-hour policy, you will hear from me within 24 hours, and I feel like I can do that with the constituents. I know sometimes there are very hot button issues that you'll get tons of emails on, but I've had practice answering and doing things like that, and really listening to the needs of what's going on, which leads me to my third reason why I'm uniquely qualified. I have been that parent in the growth and the boundaries. I want to say 2006, when Eastlake was opening up, my little section of neighborhood was getting talked about every single time, tossed around here and there. And three moms kind of took up the cause of the area. Last night I said I've been in the district for 25 years, but I want to clarify, I've been in Tracy's district for 25 years. I've been in my house for 25 years. I have served the people in District 3 already. The three of us went out into the neighborhood. We listened to what the parents wanted. Which plan do you want? We presented 3 times in 6 years on boundary changes for our little area. And I'm happy to report we won all 3 times. We got our way. I retired, and then the Moab came, the mother of all boundary changes. And again, our little area was very affected. And I hope Anthony doesn't remember this, but I was in his face a lot during that time.
I remember.
So I again took up the cause and presented to the board, and we got emails going to all of our board members. I've been involved with the board. I've taught it in college. I told you that as well. I'm still friends with Susan. That's how well I got to know her back in the day. I still email her with questions and advice. I've emailed Tracy with questions and advice. I'm very connected to the area that I will be serving. People trust me. People come to me. People ask my opinion on things still. And there are some years where I have to say, gosh, I wasn't as involved. I'm not sure. Let me look that up for you. So I may not be as eloquent speaking about the things that you guys want to hear, but I am very passionate. I am very hardworking, and I really feel like I can do the job because I will work with you, and I will work with the people that I represent. And through being on, and I talked about sports last night, so I don't really want to talk about it again, but managing those sports teams, you've got to listen to the people that you are dealing with, and you've got to make decisions depending on you and the people that you are serving.
Thank you. Board members, does anyone have a question?
I do.
Okay, welcome.
I can get my microphone here and let Nikki settle down.
Yeah, that's just fine. Give me a chance to breathe.
Let's not ask the question about your time and your commitment to this position, which is very important to me. Just as a follow-up, I want to talk a little bit about time. Several of the responses last night were that I realize you have. That
That's
is not all. We
Right.
all sit on several committees, some of them bigger than others. We, most of us like to attend things at the schools that are during the day. And so, so I would like you to tell me about your organization and time management and how you feel you would devote time to this position.
I'm actually so glad you asked that because I was going to add that into my little spiel and I didn't. So I am a new empty nester. So I have time. My whole life was raising three very, very active boys. I have had to have my time organized since about 2002 when the second one came. I have one living with me now. He will be gone in January, but I want something like this. Is my life. This is what I live. I am a school teacher. I do this during the day. I would love to support the community, and I said that last night, that one of our big, I think, obligations is to show our support and to let people know who we are and who their representative is and how to get a hold of us. So I am ready to give my time to a new cause. It is actually perfect timing in my life for something like this. For the last 5 years, I've been gone every Wednesday night doing a church calling. So now I'll just be gone every other Tuesday night. No big difference. So I would be excited to give my time to a worthy cause like this.
Thank you. Other questions? Bryce?
Okay,
Oh, no.
we can either build a new elementary school or pull your neighborhood out of this beloved school they've been going to for all these years and move them to a neighboring school where there's room. Now,
Hypothetical, right?
hypothetically.
This is hypothetically, right?
Now those same moms come to you and say, we have an in. She's going to get us to stay. She's going to do what she did last time in the boundary changes.
Guess what, Bryce?
What do you do? Lisa, what do you do?
That is also very funny that you'd ask me that question, because my beloved school that I taught at closed last year. And we fought the board tooth and nail. We fought the superintendent tooth and nail.
Different
It is
superintendent, different board.
different superintendent, yes. I was not in your face. That's why you don't remember me. You don't remember me. So,
What school?
Western Hills and Granite. And it is a very, very tight-knit Kearns community.
Yep.
And the Silver Hills Elementary that they went to is not so tight and put together. And fiscally, that is what the district had to do. Building-wise, that is what the district had to do. Our building was very old. It's devastating. I've lived it. I can go to those same moms and say, it's going to be okay. I've been through this. I was a teacher there. We are all scattered now. We are no longer a community. I'm with a different principal. I'm at a totally different school. I did not follow any of the teachers to Silver Hills because my job, I'm an instructional coach, so you have to have one at every school. So I've done it, and I can tell them that they will be okay. They will be mad, and that's where the thick skin comes in, and it's relentless mad, and it will last a while. But it's the fiscally responsible thing to do. We are not building a new elementary school when we have areas that are in decline as well as growth.
Hey, thank you. Any other questions?
So I appreciate your sharing your experiences, and I know that you've learned to juggle a lot through your many roles and responsibilities. Something that is unique to work on the board is that you carry your constituents in your pocket, and you are always on call. So how will you find the balance of being accessible to your constituents and keep that all-important mental health and work-life balance?
I feel, and I know this might sound weird, but I feel like I was on call for the 6 years I taught college. And that's how I treated my students. Unless it was 2 a.m. and they were freaking out about an assignment that was due 2 hours ago, they emailed me day and night. And I have to say, I've been okay. I'm okay. I've made it through 3 boys playing 2 sports all at once. So I was taking 3 boys 6 places during, that was probably one of the hardest times of my life because none of them drove yet. I've balanced that way. I've balanced teaching and being a mom. A lot of it was part-time teaching and being a mom, but I have found, I don't know if it's a gift, I don't have an issue with finding the balance. I will answer emails while my favorite show's on TV. That's what calms me down. I'll have Law and Order in the background and answer all my emails. That's what I do. I'll have my podcast on and answer the emails. It works for me.
Thank you. Any other questions?
It pains me to think that Western Hills is an old school.
Do you know Western Hills?
I lived right by it.
Oh,
Yeah,
then you know people I know because they still live there.
I recognize you, in fact, I think, from there. But yeah, we lived there a lot of years. I want to ask,
You're old. Just accept it.
It was old.
they just closed my elementary
I
to
know.
Twin Peaks. Which
Oh,
was
okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, Granite's like closing
Brand
schools
new,
right and left.
brand
so.
new when I was
Two of the schools I attended have been torn down, Daryl. We're old. Let's
In the
accept it.
crowd.
so hard. All right, so, but let me just ask kind of a non-traditional question because I usually do. I would just love to know, what would you share about your personal life, your hobbies, we always ask about qualifications and we stack them all up and that's how we talk about, but what are you outside of your hobbies and your profession? You know, what are you in your hobbies? What are you outside your profession, outside your community?
Okay, this better not get me kicked off the board, but I am a huge University of Utah football fan, so I've had a very
next.
trying year. It has not been fun, but it's not my fault. My grandpa was the sociology dean for 40 years there. I grew up going to that stadium, and so I'm a huge sports fan, which is good because I was a true soccer mom in the minivan, driving from Logan to St. George just for tournaments, but I drove my boys around the valley to soccer tournaments and soccer games for over 10 years. I did that. It's hard when people ask about you.
Like hard questions.
I'm one of the true crime podcast people. I've got lots of options if you need them. I love listening to them. I love having something on in the background whenever I'm doing something. I used to go to like every movie that came out, and COVID kind of killed that a little bit, but now movies are kind of making a comeback. So I have no problem, which my younger self would just look at me in awe, but I have no problem going to a movie by myself and just sitting there and enjoying the movie. So stuff like that. I love to read. So that's something else. And I love Zumba, which is a little aside. So love Zumba.
Awesome, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we're good.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you. Really appreciate it. Make sure I get this stuff. Welcome back. You. We'll go ahead and have you just say your name, introduce yourself, tell us why we should select you to be on the board, and any other information you feel like we need to know that you didn't get to share last night.
Okay, my name is Susan Huff, and I'm glad to be back here today. So what I'd like you to know about me is that I'm a skilled writer and editor. I've published book chapters and written articles about education topics. I'm also a really good problem solver and a great listener. I have experience on both sides of the fence as far as education, because I've been an administrator and a teacher, and I've also been worked with schools across the country, so I'm really familiar with a lot of issues that schools and districts are dealing with. But I've also, most importantly, for the school board, I have experience with parents and with students. So 3 years ago, I volunteered with Catholic Community Services to be a refugee mentor. So I've worked with refugee families for the last 3 years, and helping them navigate education is really a challenging situation, helping them to get acclimated to the school system and helping them learn how our education system works. I also have 18 grandchildren, and I'm very involved with my grandchildren. Several of my grandchildren are in gifted programs, and I have 2 grandchildren that have special ed IEPs and 2 with 504 accommodation plans. So I understand the whole spectrum of student issues. And just to maybe give you a little bit of feel for, I'm really committed to doing whatever it takes to ensure that students learn and getting their job done. So I've actually attended both Riverton High and Bingham High School with my grandkids. So I have a grandson who has a chronic disease, and he had several hospitalizations and surgery, and he developed a lot of anxiety, school anxiety, and he would go to Riverton High School and sit in the parking lot and not be able to go to class. Both of his parents work, and so we problem solved with his counselor and teachers, and with their permission, I attended Riverton High School every day, and I walked him to class. None of the kids knew why I was there. As a volunteer, we didn't talk in the hall. I just met him at the door, walked him to class, went to the library and read, went to the next class, walked him to class until he could overcome his anxiety. And then later that same year, my granddaughter at Bingham High was cutting class. And so there's a lot of motivation to go to class when you know your grandma is going to be walking into class if you don't get there. So I'm really committed to doing whatever it takes to ensure that students learn and advocating for parents and students and their families. So that's what I'd like you to know about me. What else do you want to know about me?
Thank you. Who has questions?
I do.
Okay, we'll start with Lisa and then Bryce.
So what is something from Nebo School District that you thought was really great or unique, or I'm interested in that,
Okay.
something that you thought worked really well in Nebo?
So one of the things I'm really passionate about reading, because I think reading is the key to helping kids to be successful in life and in school. And I think we did a really good job of training teachers and supporting teachers to be great reading teachers and helping them with interventions. And the other thing that I'm very passionate about is professional learning communities model. That's one of the things I did consulting work with, and implementing that in our school. I think that was the biggest thing that helped transform our school. When I was first assigned as principal, I didn't know when I applied for the job that it was the lowest performing school in Nebo School District. And so our charge was to turn around that school and to increase student learning. And so I saw the power of collaborative teams and looking at data, using data-based decision-making, and really supporting and training teachers to do the job that we're expecting them to do. And I think we did a really good job of that.
Similar question.
Okay.
Tell me how you strike the balance between Nebo did it better. I've seen it done better, and the longstanding tradition of Jordan School District. How do you strike that? How do you plan on striking that balance?
I think there are so many things that we have in common. I don't really view one more superior over another. I was in the first school that joined the BYU Public School Partnership, Larson Elementary, clear back in the day. And I think we were the very first partnership school. And I've been involved in Principals Academy, which includes all 5 partnership districts. I did my dissertation research in all 5 districts. In fact, some of my research subjects I picked from Jordan School District because they were such outstanding principals, and I spent a lot of time in their schools interviewing them and researching principal leadership. So I don't view one, we're united in so many ways that I think the thing that unites us is the public school partnership umbrella, that I don't really see any difference as far as one being better than another. That was a great question, though. Thanks for asking me.
They're going to think that I'm just stuck and not creative with my questioning, but oh well. I have a follow-up to my question that I asked last night about time. Do you have the time to give to this position? And a lot of the responses last night were that, well, I'm aware that you have 2 board meetings a month. That is only a small part of what we do. We all serve on committees, several committees. Some take more time than others. We go to our schools and participate there. I just would like to know about your time management and organization that would allow you to devote a good amount of time to this position.
So I have, because I'm retired from employment, I have complete charge of my schedule. I choose to be involved in lots of things, but I'm a volunteer with Icelandic Roots nonprofit genealogy group. I work with refugee families, but I do better when I'm busy, and I keep a calendar, I keep a schedule. I teach a parenting class in my neighborhood, so I just had some parents ask me if I would teach a parenting class. So that's once a month commitment, but I have complete control over my schedule, which is a benefit. And even when I was working full-time, I still did a lot of volunteer work and was still involved and reared 5 children. I love to be busy. And I was actually talking to one of my daughters last night, and she was telling me a story about when Daryl went with her to count cars in the intersection at their neighborhood school when they were advocating for a crosswalk guard. I know what the time commitment is when you respond to patrons, and I see school board members in schools at graduations. I'm excited about that. I love being in schools, and I love meeting with parents, and so my time, I'm not concerned at all about being able to put in the time that is necessary. We call ourselves empty nesters, but we renamed ourselves free birds. So you can join our club if your youngest child is 18 or older. So that has its advantages, because I have time to commit to whatever I feel passionate about. And if I am selected as a school board member, I am definitely committing that I will put in the time necessary to do a good job, a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I gathered that from you're telling us that you spent days in the high schools with your grandson and granddaughter. So thank you, I appreciate
welcome.
that.
My youngest daughter's 18, so I'm joining the club.
Oh, you can be a free bird now, not an empty nester.
Yes. So I'm really interested in your publications. Which publication are you most proud of, and why?
You know, the things I'm most proud of, I've written articles based on what the school needs. So if you have a need for a specific article that you want to share with your faculty about collaborative teams, and I go meet with the school and find out what their needs are, I can tailor an article to share with your faculty. I've written about, I'm published with Solution Tree on principal mentoring and working with collaborative teams and book chapters. I've never really made the commitment to write a whole book, because that's a lot of work. But I have written book chapters about, primarily, I think my favorite is database decision making. That's my favorite chapter, about how do schools use data to drive their instructional decisions and provide interventions for kids, targeted interventions for kids.
Maybe the future book is what it's like to be on a school board.
Maybe.
We all could chime in on that one. Thank you.
Nope, go ahead.
First of all, your resume is very impressive, and you clearly have so much experience as an educator. My question is, the role of a school board is quite different. We don't get to do a lot of the implementation. We get to do a lot of the higher level vision work, and then we leave the implementation to the experts that we've hired in our district. My concern is being able to separate those lines out and being able to be really, how do I phrase this? Able to see through the lens of a parent and a stakeholder and a constituent and not an educator. Do you feel like you can separate those out enough to understand that perspective in this role?
Absolutely. And I think my experience with my refugee families has kind of helped me to see that. So helping them to enroll in school, and one of the boys in the family that I work with, one of my Iraqi families, he has Tourette's syndrome, and it became worse when they immigrated. But to be able to go as just strictly a mentor and help with that family and meet with the school and advocate for his needs without crossing the line. I mean, they don't know I was a teacher or a principal. I think that was, I found that really easy to do. And the same thing, even advocating for my grandchildren, taking the role of a parent and an advocate has been something that's been easy for me to do. So I don't think that's going to be would be a problem for me. But I understand why your concern.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming back tonight. Thank you, Susan. Bad joke, Bryce.
Oh, I had a really good one though. What do you say to the guy who invented zero? Thanks for nothing.
Welcome back
Thank you.
for being here. So we will have you go ahead and say your name, introduce yourself, and then we'll give you 2 minutes to tell us why we should select you as a board member and what information that you think we need to know that you didn't get a chance to tell us last night.
Sure. Is it okay if I read a statement
Sure.
for my 2 minutes? Okay. That'll help me, I think, get it all in. I am Suzanne Wood, and I live in South Jordan. Is there more of an introduction you wanted, or is
Great.
that good? Okay. Okay. I wanted to start by saying thank you for having me back. It is truly a privilege to be called back. Secondly, what I know about the two other candidates gives me great peace of mind as a parent in the district, because I think the board can't lose. It's a win-win-win for you. So I'm grateful for that and optimistic as a parent. When I was about 2 years old, my parents bought their first home just north of the city of Detroit. And with this first home purchase with 8 children, they took special care looking for a house they could afford with interest rates at about 18%. And that was in a school district that they felt could give their children the best education. And they did just that. And I and my siblings all benefited greatly from their dedication to our education and their sacrifice to make it happen. I have more than 20 years of postgraduate experience. I have worked in education, healthcare, and mental health fields. I have worked in nonprofit and for-profit organizations. I have been in the homes of students with special needs. I have been in the offices of CEOs and CFOs in large, complex organizations. I have sat across from those who are heartbroken and sharing intimate details of their lives with me looking for help. I have spoken in front of crowds of hundreds of people. My father left a white-collar job to start a blue-collar business with my mother when I was in first grade. I was raised in an intact family and married into a step family. I have lived in Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Washington State, and overseas, and I have chosen to settle in Utah. What I mean to say by all this is that I hope that the breadth of my lived experience can be put to good use in the service of my neighbors. By no means are these experiences required to be an exceptional board member. I do believe that the board is best positioned to understand what and who is most needed right now in the Jordan School District. And if you determine that a fresh outside perspective would best serve this community, I wish to rise up and meet that opportunity.
Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Never to know.
Hypothetically,
Hypothetically.
we have just had a rash of suicides at a local high school, 7 in a school year. You serve on the board. We're looking around wondering what to do. What is your counsel to this board in moving forward in that situation?
Well, first I would want to speak to those at the schools, the staff members, the social workers, those who are close at hand, who can speak to what their perspective is. They are the experts on the ground. And so that's what I would do. It's real. It's tough. There's not an easy solution. So it would take a community to solve it.
Thank you. Next.
I can do it.
Yours? Okay.
Sure. It'll just be the same one.
It's new to me.
Last evening, I asked the question about the time commitment for this position. I think you said that you had just gone away from full-time employment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
My question is, tell us about your time management now and your organization skills that would allow you to devote time to this position. Because several people last night said, well, I know you have 2 board meetings a month. That is not all, believe me. We all sit on several committees. We also have schools that we represent and attend events and different things at those schools. And of course are involved with our constituents. So it's not just a 2-meeting position. Tell us about what you would devote to this position should you be selected.
So I have an abundance of flexibility. I do have a preschooler in Mondays and Wednesdays. I do have childcare support that is flexible and available to me. So that would be the greatest barrier if I did not have the childcare support. I have found what works best for me is if I set goals, mostly weekly, but I also do set some daily goals on what I want to accomplish, so I can be more productive during my day because I have so much free time. And I say free time, I run my house, which isn't totally
That's not free.
easy to do. That does take some time. But I'm a self-starter. Organization, getting things done, specifically with deadlines. I work well with deadlines. Is not a problem for me.
Thank you.
Hi, Suzanne. Last night I asked about challenges that we have in the Jordan School District, and this is not hypothetical, this is real. One of the things I think I'm most disappointed as a board member is not cracking the problem of special education. I believe state laws need to be changed. I think a deep dive needs to be changed. Some of those things, they're not our district. They need to go at a deep level. It's probably the most disappointing goal that I had as a school board member I haven't achieved. And I want to achieve that in the next 4 years. Can you be really specific on what you see from your experience that, we could start, tearing off the Band-Aids that we put on this problem for years and years, and tell me, what do you think needs to happen, and how do we get it accomplished? That's a tough question, but.
Well, thank you for it. Just the same, I would love to partner with you on taking on that challenge. My experience in this district with special needs is still growing. I did have an interesting experience with my introduction to special education in the Jordan School District. Soft skills mostly. Introducing parents to it, I think, would go a long way. When you recognize that a parent is new, the language is new, the processes are new. This is their first foray as having a preschooler into the school district, and I think if that can be a smooth transition, it can bode well for the future to build that coalition, that collaboration early on. I still have a lot to learn about the school district and special needs. I won't pretend to know more than I do. I have previously worked at a private school that worked with dozens of school districts, and their primary population was children with autism and other behavioral, emotional, and developmental challenges. It was K through 12. And I also worked at a high school with teenagers who had some emotional and behavioral challenges to be in the public school. So I see both sides of this, the benefits of having specialized programs or schools for kids who need it. But I also feel for parents who want their kids with their neighbors. I don't know the answer to that, but I would be determined to help solve that with you.
Thank you.
You mentioned in your application you had a dream in elementary school to be an astronaut. But later on, you thought that you might someday want to be on a board of education. Why?
Yeah. Well, in between, I wanted to be president of the United States.
You should have gone for that one.
Vote for you.
We would have voted for you.
Well, here was my thought process at the time, and I would say it is still that thought process. Because schools reach so many youth, parents are connected with their schools. It is a great way to connect to more and more in a very natural setting, as opposed to what I did for a time, which was I sat in an office and gave therapy, to give support in a student's context, in their place. Just seemed like a great opportunity. So that was my draw into the school system. And for the school board, it was that, but in addition, it became, how do I give back? Where can I make a difference? How can I do some good? And that's what was in my heart.
Okay.
So, as I decided to run for the school board, I thought that I understood what it meant to represent my neighbors and constituents. I very quickly learned that it is impossible because we have such different perspectives from one neighbor to the next. How do you balance those personal relationships of the people that you represent when you have conflicting desires, and how do you make a decision between their desires?
Well, I found it helpful in making any decisions, large or small, but especially the large ones that are more difficult or have more implications. What is the end goal? What have I committed myself to? What's the vision here? And as you look at the options, which fits best? So it's not necessarily who brought their opinion to me, but to gather all the opinions, say what is for the greater good, the greatest number of students or families, what will help us be true to this vision. And I think then when you inevitably disappoint people around you, you can stand by an integrity in the reasons why you decided what you did.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate you coming back and being with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome to stay. I guess the other ones can come back in if they would like to. Okay.
Okay, because it's like, I know that, yeah.
My.
It took me a minute. Okay.
There you go. You got it, girl.
I will admit it is uncomfortable to deliberate in front of applicants. Most people that apply for a job aren't there when they close the door to deliberate, but it is the law. We are following state law, and it's the law because this is normally an elected position. You normally, if you're running for office, the whole community gets the opportunity to deliberate and discuss your qualifications, and so therefore this is an open process.
That we don't like.
How do you want to proceed, President?
Do we, we are gonna make the formal motion out in our business meeting. So can we use motions in here? Or do we just raise of hand who you want? What's the best way to do this? Attorney?
I'd like
Do we-
to. I'd like to say something and then tell who I vote for. And then maybe we just do that one at a time. And then we'll just count the votes as we go around.
Can we just say our vote?
You don't have to explain, yeah. I would just like to say something, but I'd like to end with, here's who I vote for. So I'll go first. This has been a really hard decision, and by the razor thinnest margin, I've had to say, how do I make this decision? And like I said yesterday, this is a unique situation where a board is choosing instead of the electorate, instead of the parents, the taxpayers choosing. Normally, taxpayers choose their representative, and the question is, who should I choose to represent me? Whose values share my values? Who's going to speak for me? That's a very different situation than I'm looking at, because I'm saying, knowing who's leaving the board and the decisions that are coming, who's the best fit to complete the board and give us the best perspective? That's how I've always approached this. And so this is a very unique opportunity to say a very long-time educator, and we're losing one. And a fresh, brilliant outside perspective, which is very welcome. And a long-term resident who has fought for the community. And I could make a case for any one of those three, and I love that I can see a need for each one. And so I finally decided, Tracy Miller has been a tremendous asset to this board. And I have been the recipient of her brilliant wisdom. And so I came to the conclusion is who is most like Tracy and should fill Tracy's position. And so my vote is Lisa, because Lisa, I feel, is very similar in she's replacing what we're losing. And I very much appreciate the longtime administrator and the fresh outside voice. But what tipped the scale is I want to replace what we're losing, so my vote is Lisa.
I'm sorry I missed. Sorry I missed all the excitement last night, but I'm glad, and I'm very trusting of the board members who were here, who selected the three finalists. And based on some of the information I've read and from what I've heard tonight, my vote would be for Miss Wood And my reasoning there is that I think the skill set and the life experience she brings is unique. It's a perspective that we don't already have on the board. I think some of the perspectives and the life experience of the other two candidates, those types of life experiences and skill sets are already well represented here. So that's kind of the reasoning for my vote.
And I want to say that it was said last night and it was mentioned today that I don't think we can make a mistake with whoever is our board member. And my vote goes for Susan Huff.
I will reiterate what's already been said. You are all stellar. And I love Lisa's enthusiasm. It's just contagious. And Suzanne, I really like your experience. It's vast and it's diverse, and I love that. But my vote will go with the Freebird.
So I have served one term on the school board, and I remember anticipating the changeover of new board members coming in and thinking, how will our board be whole? I cannot imagine not having a Matt Young and a Jen Atwood on the board. They're so essential. And then we got a Brian Barnett and we got a Lisa Dean, and suddenly our dynamic was different, but it was good. And so now here I sit once again going, how do we lose a Marilyn Richardson, a Tracy Miller? We'll just be so empty. But I want you to know that the opportunity to consider each one of you in the group of our board and the things that you'll bring has been eye-opening and brought that renewed sense of hope that there's a lot to look forward to. And I love the way that the votes have gone so far, because you can see how much each of you could bring. I have really appreciated your thoughtfulness in your answers and your vulnerability. It is a very scary thing to open yourself up publicly, and I just want to say thank you for doing that. Tonight, I am going to put my vote with Suzanne Wood.
This is tough. I know another elected official who was voted into the legislature that resigned immediately before his body interviewed it and voted, and now I'm wishing I would have done that.
Can't get out of it that easily.
So that he didn't have to vote for his replacement. Because yeah, this is really tough. Great respect and admiration for the three of you. Thank you for being willing to participate in this process. My vote is going with Suzanne Wood. Daryl, we might have to go for a second round.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. And I just want you all to know that as hard as it is for you, it's hard for us also. And I encourage whoever's not selected. I mentioned last night, I applied for a seat when a school board position opened back in 2003, was not put in. And I ran against him in the next election and lost and learned over decades, and then I tried it again. So I hope that, like, tonight's not the last time we see you. We need good people to run for this seat, and this seat is only available for 2 years. But Tracy is really going to be missed. she does have a unique ability to listen to all sides and to bring and unite us as a board. And perhaps all of you can do it, but as I stated earlier, the one issue that I have not solved yet is the special needs. And I don't want to leave this board without solving that. So Suzanne, we need you, and you have my vote.
Okay. We have 4. So I think we're good.
So then in
We'll
the,
be motioning out there.
so somebody would just say, I move that.
We take a statement, so there's a confidence here, and so I would say, President Miller, I move that we declare our intention to select Suzanne Wood as the replacement board member in our public meeting following this one.
I'll second. Oh.
Do the motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson, to declare our intent to select Suzanne Wood as a board member in our business meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
A year and 1 month you can declare for candidacy. So.
This is harder than boundary changes.
I'd rather do a boundary change. Can we shake their hands?
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you.
I know.
I was reaching for a cough drop at the same moment.
sick. I just was choking.
What a pleasure it was to meet you. Thank you for your interest. Thanks for your service. It's going to continue on. Thank you. Congratulations for stepping up.
I don't know what the problem is, so we're gonna have to pull on that. Tracy and
Sorry. Not in the good way. I know. Thank you for coming. Because there is one work in the clear research you put into this.
love you. You're awesome.
Thank you so much. But I know.
Can she take it? I guess we don't know.
Yeah, she can sit on the sidelines.
Yeah.
And if you want to sit on this side,
Hey, let Paul and I
Welcome.
will scoot down, and she can just kind of be in the middle of us.
if you can stay, I should say that. But
Do you want her at the table? We haven't actually
oh, it's true.
motioned her in business meeting yet.
I don't have a problem because I've
You guys are
attended
okay with
to
her at the
it,
table?
but-
We can have her.
It's a formality at this point, right?
Okay.
Well, come sit by Tracy.
if she can stay. Maybe she has a
I know. Do you? Are you able?
Just need to coordinate the handoff with my son, but I'm good till 6.
Okay.
6 and 6:30, I thought.
Okay. Right there is great.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's the agenda if you want.
Okay, our next agenda item is survey results for the potential boundary changes at Aspen Elementary. One heavy decision to the next. So welcome, Travis and Hamblin and Scott Feston to the table. Dr. Anderson, do you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you. As we pull up the presentation, we're here tonight to share with you the survey results from the boundary change survey that we've administered over the last couple of weeks for the 5 schools that would be potentially impacted. The purpose of the survey was to, the purpose of our exercise with this was to alleviate enrollment growth at Aspen Elementary. And so we're here tonight to share those He's got it. It's coming up. There we go. So we're here tonight to share with you the survey results. And then we'll go over the next steps in the timeline. That includes today's public hearing. That's required by law. And we'll are required to hear comments and hear it whenever there's a boundary change. And then there will also be an opportunity for additional public comment the next board meeting, which is December 10th. And at that point, we anticipate possible board action. All right, and we'll have plenty of time for board discussion tonight, and happy to answer any questions you have. If at any point in the presentation you want to ask questions, please just ask away. The presentation you're about to see should be on board docs as well. The survey that we sent out was emailed to over 3,700 households a couple of weeks ago. We closed it this Monday, November 25th. We had a response rate unlike we've had in any survey recently. 32% response rate is high, over 1,100 responses, almost 1,200. And we asked the survey respondents to independently rate each of the options. And so it wasn't a ranking, it was a rating of what they thought about each option. And there were 3. Then, of course, there was an open-ended section where they could provide feedback and any comments they had. We offered opportunities to meet with Mr. Feston virtually in person, and several of those took place. Email questions as well through our boundary email that came through on this. So that's the process.
Question?
Yes.
3,700 patrons. You mentioned households. Is it like if the mother and the father, were they both emailed, or was it just one per household?
Yeah, to clarify, so if whoever we have on Skyward, it could be family 1, family 2 receive those surveys.
Per household, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's possible that parents live in different households, so that should have been a better word choice on my end. We emailed it to patrons, parents. Yeah. You can see here the current boundaries. We included the blue lines. If you can differentiate between the smaller purple lines and the thicker blue lines. Blue lines are the middle school boundaries, since that was a topic that got brought up in the course of the comments, and board members had some questions about that. This is where they are presently constituted. And moving on, this is the enrollment forecast as they stand right now. This is how the enrollment at each of these 5 schools would progress, and is forecasted to progress, I should say, over the next 5 years. You can see there at the top, the reason we're meeting and discussing this is Aspen Elementary's enrollment. In 5 years, they're forecast to be over 1,600 students. That being said, I'm going to let Mr. Feston walk through and give a brief overview of the options we've put out there to the public for review, and again, feel free to ask any questions along the way.
Okay, thank you. The board members have seen these maps a couple of times. These are the 3 options that were sent out with the survey, with the accompanying enrollment forecast for this boundary configuration. Reminder, you'll notice Harriman Elementary has an asterisk next to it. That school, these numbers include the approximately 175 DLI students that come to the school from out of the boundary. The rest of the numbers on here for the other schools are the enrollment area, the boundary students that for that school, so that you can compare these boundary options. So option A split Aspen Elementary along 118th South, with the exception of the Sunstone neighborhood in the southeast corner of 118th and Mountain View corridor. That would go to the Bastion Elementary School. The Bastion Panhandle, I guess for lack of a better term, would be split between Harriman Elementary and Oakleaf Elementary. South of Harriman Highway, that would be split between Butterfield Canyon and Harriman Elementary as well. Option B would again divide Aspen along 118th South. Sunstone would remain in the Aspen boundary, but the Aspen area south of 118th South would be split between Bastion and Oakleaf Elementaries. Again, the Bastion Panhandle would be divided, and the area west of 6400 West would move over to Oakleaf Elementary. Again, as the Olympia Hills development progresses, those roads will connect over to the Oakleaf Elementary area. So that neighborhood eventually will be more connected to that area. Around Butterfield Canyon along 6400 West, that would be the dividing line between Harriman and Butterfield Canyon and Oakleaf. And then the Juniper Estates area just north of Butterfield Canyon would move into the Butterfield Canyon boundary. Option C, again, is kind of a mix of those. The Sunstone neighborhood under this option would move to Bastion. The area west of Mustang Trail in front of Harriman High School, that would move over to Oakleaf, as would the area to the south. Down south of Harriman Highway, that would move into Butterfield Canyon and split that at 6400 West over to Harriman Elementary. And then some of the area just to the west of Butterfield Canyon would also move over to the Butterfield Canyon boundary. The north part of that would remain at Oakleaf.
Thank you. You can see a lot of work goes into describing those boundaries, and we appreciate Mr. Feston and the good work he's done on the website. Before we get into the preference scores from the survey, you're going to see that overall, people didn't want to move from their boundary school. That shouldn't come as a great surprise. That says a lot. It means that they like their teachers. It means that they like their communities going to that school. They love their principals. They like the people they go with. And so it's a compliment to the schools in the area and the type of schools that we have in the district that people don't want to move out of their school boundary. And people in general, of course, have an aversion to boundary changes and moving if they don't have to. There is here some general trends that we'll go over as we walk through these scores, but the overall ratings might seem lower, but that's because people like the schools they're at. So overall, the preference scores, you can see option B scored a 2.5 with option C and option A coming in closely behind that. Option A is the least popular. That's also the, no surprise there, that's also the boundary option that disrupts the most people. And so that could account for that. If we go dig a little deeper and go school by school, if you look at Aspen, overall, the general sentiment of the community there, you saw a lot of the comments, is that they knew there's something that needs to be done there at that school to alleviate enrollment growth. And so they were pretty evenly split between the options. Didn't have an overall major preferences to which one they wanted. If we drill down a little bit more, as was requested by the school board, within Aspen, we had the Sunstone community, and we had the apartment complexes of Copperwood and Emerson. And I think those are, you can see there the results. Sunstone in the, I don't know what colors we call them. Let's go aqua or, yeah, I'll let you guys, you can see the lighter, darkest blue.
Lighter, brighter, and darker.
Yeah, there we go. Of note, in option B, you can probably guess that Sunstone does not get moved in option B.
Or would an Emerson move in all three options?
They move, yes. And yeah, and they are next to each other. They're contiguous. There's just a metal fence that goes down the middle of the two complexes, but they do align very closely with one another in that area.
Just one thing I'd like to point out on these numbers. If you look in the legend, you'll see the number of respondents from those neighborhoods. Between the two apartment complexes, we got 23 responses from parents in that.
I think it's worth noting as well,
area.
We asked the school, we had a bilingual specialist from Aspen Elementary contact every family that we had contact information for within the apartment complexes, letting them know of the opportunity to take the survey. And everybody we had contact information for was contacted.
They have 168 students.
162.
162 students, and we were able to get a hold of 23.
Yeah. 23, yeah, respondents, yep. Okay, as you go down, you can see the Bastion preference scores. We had 272 patrons from Bastion take it. Option B was the preferred option in that one. Going down to Butterfield Canyon, 139 residents took the survey there, and option B was scored a 3, with A and C bringing up the rear. Harriman, not as impacted by this boundary change. They received students. They didn't lose a lot of students in this boundary, either option, and so they rated it overall a little higher than most. You see the scores there. And Oakleaf, there were Oakleaf was, depending on the option, was split several different ways with losing students because of their potential for high growth. With Olympia Hills coming in, you can see there that most preferred option B, with option A taking the biggest bite out of that boundary, was the least preferable. As we looked over the survey comments, these are common themes that emerged within them, and the board, we sent them to the board. You each have read them and know of the issues there and some of the comments. People acknowledged overall that there were overcrowding concerns in enrollment, specifically at Aspen. That was a common acknowledgement by the people that took the survey from Aspen. They were concerned about community and social stability. Transportation and safety came up. There are major roads and busing issues that are factors in these changes. Over and over, people expressed do the least amount of disruption possible, as we discussed earlier. There were several questions and inquiries about, when do we get a new school, if we're getting a new school, issues of equity and fairness and along the way. And several comments alluded to the idea of aligning the middle school and high school boundaries, something that in the board's priorities we do strive to achieve, not always possible. Of note, two schools in this boundary change at this point, Oakleaf and Harriman, are split between middle schools feeder systems as it is right now. Under this option, one of the communities would have also been split between two middle schools. Okay, and then of course there were several questions, or at least comments, regarding students with special needs and the impact it would have on them.
What would that impact be? Would we be moving existing special ed classrooms?
If there are program students, there are no current plans to move programs. I think that was just the question: what would happen? We do have programs at Harriman Elementary, for example. There were just questions about that in general, but there are no current talks or discussions about moving programs. At this point, we'd like to open it up for board discussion. Any questions that you have, anything else you'd like to ask us or drill down further, we're happy to answer them.
I have a question. When I look at boundary option A, although it was not as, it is high of approval as the other options, I see that the enrollment is more stable in all the other schools. And so my question is, with option A, what types of opportunities would there be for students to permit to their previously boundaried school?
Okay, great question. Thank you for asking that. If you look in the 2025 column under option A, you'll notice that that's the forecasted enrollment, and then you'll see next to the school name in parentheses the enrollment capacity as it currently stands. And you can see there that every school there, with the exception of Butterfield, is within their capacity to allow for permits to come to the school. As we've looked at this, we believe there would be permits available at most schools. Butterfield would be the one we'd want to watch.
So hypothetically, even if we chose this most disruptive boundary change option, families who felt strongly could potentially get a permit to stay at the school that they didn't want to leave.
Yes. A lot of families would be able to have that opportunity. The schools that lose the most kids, obviously, is Aspen, and Aspen goes, to an enrollment, projected enrollment of 664. They would have over 500 seats available as they are currently constituted.
Thanks.
Yep.
That's assuming 100%. We actually permit to 90%.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
And so you've got to multiply those capacities to, you've got to take it down to 90%. So for example, Harriman would have 40 open seats next year. So yes, you can permit, but like Butterfield Canyon would not have an open seat.
The seats, if there were, we have a tiered system that the board's approved, and 90% that kicks it into tier, 1, 2, and 3, and so on and so forth. So the highest would be cabinet discussion with a board notification, the highest level of tier, for adding additional seats. So there is the possibility of adding them, even though they eclipse the 90% enrollment threshold.
What we've done in the past too, at least twice, is allow students to graduate out of the school. So we say, this is the move. For sure you got to be there in 2 years, but you can choose this year or next year. And so I wouldn't consider that a permit. I would almost consider it a grandfather clause or something, because there's not
A priority number 1 on the
They'll
permit
have to
list.
get
It's
the
still a
permit,
permit.
Yes.
And I have a question about that specifically. It seems like Butterfield Canyon, that's the school you mentioned, right, Bryce? Is Butterfield Canyon only having, that's a school that would receive students more than have students leave with
anyone leaving.
and so it potentially there wouldn't be students who would be boundaried out of Butterfield Canyon trying to permit back in there. So I feel like that example.
That's correct. That's a good point. As you can see, Butterfield Canyon's current boundaries, they're in the yellow there. They're only receiving students, so there wouldn't be students wanting to. I mean, there might be
Wanting
but
to stay at their old school that were being boundary to a
that's
different
correct.
school.
And I should also point out that we do take the enrollment capacities without portables, and so 90% is of the building's architectural capacity. But I also mentioned that we've eclipsed the 90% threshold and even up to 100% with permits requests before, and we discuss those in cabinet. We notify the board, and that's part of the structure that's in place that the board has allowed us to do.
So I just want to go back on that last statement, because I think that the record's wrong. We did not make those people go through the permit process. Halverson Street, we in Butterfield Canyon, we left them, and as we said, you can stay, and we were taking this undeveloped field across the street from you to Harriman Elementary, and we did not make those people do an official permit. We just let them stay. And we didn't put a time on that. We did on the Silvercrest to Bastion. We gave them a 2-year clause, and they did not have to go through the permit process. The permit process allows them and their family to stay. And that's not what we did. We allowed them to make the choice either year 1 or year 2. And that allowed those 5th and 6th graders to kind of finish it out. So I think it's very different than the permit process, because we were not allowing them to stay.
Yeah, state law allows for school boards, local LEAs, to make exceptions to that, and they can dictate if a certain person wants to be on permit or whatever. They don't have to go through the process, and I'm going to look over here to Mr. Caleb. They don't have to go through the process, but they would have to still be on permit. Is that correct? If the board stipulated that,
we can call it a permit, but it's not a permit. What we call a permit, where they get a permanent pass. It was, do you want to transition this year?
right? And that was because the board specifically voted on those areas to be grandfathered.
It's part of the motion.
And that's something that we would have to intentionally motion.
That was by board action.
It was
doing a
by
boundary
it was
change.
part of the motion.
That's correct.
And just so I understand what the options are, when you did that, how early did they have to declare their intentions so that we could prepare for the number of students that would be enrolled?
They need to do
So we
it by
have
the
proper
end of
FTE.
January. I can't remember what we did, but by the end of January, we need to know, because that's when we start figuring out how many teachers we need. The
Okay.
job fair comes right after that.
So it's not
So-
really a permit per se, but
It's a
you
slow
have to
transition. It's a
essentially
phased transition.
fill out a
That's a
permit.
good word for it.
They've got to
Phased
notify us of their intent, and that's part of the reason why we do it this time of year. We prefer to have it done in December so that people can make important decisions. If the board's not going to specifically stipulate an area to be allowed, to be grandfathered in, I use that term, but if they aren't going to do that, then we ideally would like to have this done in December so that they have the rest of the month to follow the established process. And the open enrollment window began already. It's the lottery period is anytime you apply within the month of December, you're granted to be in the lottery. You don't have any advantage over another applicant until after December 31st.
And then can I ask, how did it work with younger siblings? If we're grandfathering 5th and 6th graders, let's just throw out. But so they get grandfathered in, but the board has said it's a priority to us to keep families together. How did that work in the past?
To my knowledge, and Mr. Robinson and Mr. Hamblin can jump in as well, we allowed the families of those areas to be grandfathered in perpetuity until
As
those
long as
families
they had
sibling in the
a
school.
sibling that was older.
So we did that in one school, we didn't do it in the other. So we did that on Halverston. We still have people permitting over to Butterfield Canyon. We did not do that in the Silvercrest to Bastion. We said you can move this year or next year, and that's the preferred way, I think, because we're not giving them a permanent permit. We're just saying, is it better for your family to transition this year or the next year? Because sometimes it's good. Like, let's finish out the 6th grade. He's in 6th grade. We have another 2nd grader. Let's let them stay. But if they know that the younger kids are going to have to transition at some point, then maybe now's a great time, and so they have to. It's a win-win because it does give that family, especially in my area where we need people, but we don't have to have people immediately. But in 5 years we do, or we're going to be severely low numbers, and so it gives those families kind of a win-win to say, we know we're going, now's a good time to go, or let's wait a year and then go.
Perhaps circling back to Ms. Dean's original comment and about option A, this does take the biggest chunk. It's the most disruptive, if you will, moving the most students. It also, as you can see by the forecast table, it does allow for the most long-term stability in terms before we'd have to. The other options, option B and C, it does provide a short-term answer, but we'd either have to look at in the near future, meaning the next 3 years to 4 years, of building a school in that area or looking at boundary options again. And if you build a school, of course, that boundary options come as part of the package.
I have another question. Are we done talking about the possibility for permits? Okay. So what kind of transportation changes come with the boundary option A?
Thank you. I'll let Scott jump in here if you'd like.
I probably should have prepared you for this
Nope.
before.
No, it's good. We look at these. That's a consideration as we look at this. I'm going to point you to the light brown area in Bastion Elementary. Those areas where the apartments lie that we referenced earlier, those would be walkable. They cross a field basically to get to Bastion Elementary, and it would eliminate
And they
the
are
bus
currently
routes.
bused, so that would be one bus route we would eliminate.
That's correct. If anything, most of these boundary changes, if I'm not mistaken, allow kids to walk. There's more walkable access, and the bus routes in some cases remain the same. If you look at the Oakleaf boundary that's scheduled to go to Butterfield in this option, it's about 6s in some of those neighborhoods. So a lot of the neighborhoods that were being bused to Oakleaf in the southern end of that upside down Utah, if you can point there, to the west of Butterfield Canyon.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. Those would be walkable, whereas before I believe they were being bused in that area. So more walkability overall.
Well, and when I look at it, I notice that the schools seem a little more centrally located in some of these different boundaries with option A than they were previously. I mean, that they are currently. I shouldn't say previously yet. So. Okay.
Speaking of transportation, I'm curious what the appetite of the board is for would we allow students to cross 118th South? Is that something that we would need to consider a safety shuttle for?
We allow students to cross 90th South.
And
Yeah.
114
114
and Redwood.
and
so
Redwood.
I,
Mountain
yeah.
View corridor.
I couldn't do 118th
Mountain
unless
View.
we were
Not Mountain
doing
View.
the whole rest of the district.
Yeah, so
The three we do not, by board policy in the past was
Mountain View.
Mountain
Bangor.
View, Bangor, and Bacchus Highway, unless they have a crossing. But if they have a bridge, that's fine. But if they don't have a bridge, then we've been busing them in the past.
Copper Hills High School.
and so that's the
we
tradition.
should
It's
look
not,
at
we
that.
don't have a policy of that, do we? It's just what
No,
our
we
procedure
voted that in.
has been,
No,
right?
We voted that.
When you say we voted that, you mean it's a policy
The
that
board
we
took
always do?
The board took action.
Did
that
not cross those
roads-
three streets.
Take action.
Those three.
It's not part of a district policy, but it is part of what the board's voted
The board
on to
has
do.
done, and it's part of our priorities.
But only those three.
But we have students doing it.
High school students.
And Nick, if that's happening, then that's against what our directive is. We need to correct that because that should not be happening. And if it is, we need to correct that.
I live in a neighborhood where it's happening.
I think
Correct it.
if there's,
Yeah.
my understanding is we still
Not
offer the bus.
specify an age level.
It's just high school. We're talking mostly about
We aren't.
elementary.
We are talking high school too, because a large number of kids are walking across Mountain View to get to Mountain View or Mountain Ridge High School, and we are safety shuttling them.
Okay.
We are not in Copper Hills.
It's a major freeway.
So this doesn't have to do with the agenda item, but just with what you just said. So high school students are being safety shuttled.
High school and middle school and elementary, all
Some
levels.
high school students.
Okay. Well,
And I should say about that, we wanted to try to provide those streets, if possible, as boundaries. And we haven't been able to do that in every situation, but wherever possible, we had board priorities on boundary changes, and I wish we would have gone through those some more, but that's one, is busy streets, if possible, should be boundaries. It can't always happen, but if possible. And city boundaries was also a high priority. I mean, it's not always possible to follow those true lines, but we wanted to kind of look at those issues as board priorities in making these difficult decisions.
So reversing back to my question, it seems like the board isn't going to be requesting a safety shuttle across 118, right?
I won't.
Okay.
You could bring it to us, though. I mean,
I'm not suggesting it. I just want to know if one decision leads to that outcome of paying for a safety shuttle.
could, and we could get to the point where we look at that and say, yeah, we should.
For every busy road.
We could do whatever we want with our money. It's just costly because we don't get state reimbursement for it.
Okay, other questions?
I have a proposal. It's not a question, and I don't know if study session is where you want to hear it. Study session is typically where we ask questions and gather information. But I have a proposal that may require many questions, and it may completely alter the direction we go in the public meeting. So I don't know when to present my proposal.
Talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
So here's my proposal. We're trying to do two things at the same time. We're trying to solve an immediate problem and a future problem with one swoop. And my proposal is that we separate those two and solve the immediate problem and then take a deeper dive and more time to solve the bigger problem of the future. The immediate problem is obviously Aspen Elementary will next year be too crowded. We need to do something at Aspen. The future problem is balancing the growth that's coming in the future. And as we've read the surveys, as we've read the comments, it's very clear that issues were raised that we are not considering in this boundary proposal regarding problem number 2. So my proposal is that we solve the immediate problem right now and alleviate Aspen, and then table all the other boundary changes and allow us to take a deeper dive. I think we need to include Black Ridge and other schools for a more holistic look at what do we do in Harriman. So my proposal is that we accept option B only as it applies to Aspen Elementary. So Bastion's boundaries remain the same, including the Panhandle, but they receive Aspen students south of 118 and east of 64th.
Scott, do you mind hovering over that area so people know where we're talking?
They receive the orangish area, that whole orange area.
That whole orange area.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Those are Aspen students that would now go to Bastion to alleviate the overcrowding at Aspen. And then the Oakleaf boundaries would remain the same, except that they would receive the Aspen students that are south of 118 and west of 64th. It's just a small little neighborhood right now.
But it's a whole lot of ungrowth, so all the growth.
This is certainly not solving the bigger problem, but it allows Aspen to be have the room that it needs next year while we take a deeper dive. Now that's the issue. If you want to solve both problems with one fell swoop, this is not the proposal. My proposal is that we solve what we know we need to do, and all of those areas most likely are going to end up at those schools anyway. Aspen has to be alleviated. So that's my proposal, is that we go with option B only as it applies to Aspen Elementary School. All other boundaries remain the same as we take a deeper dive into a more holistic approach long-term. I think Sunstone needs to remain at Aspen until we answer several questions, especially at the middle school level.
Bryce, as I recall, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot by any means, but as I recall from a previous meeting, you were very adamant about the apartments. And they're still now going to Bastion,
Yeah,
which you are very much against.
Right. But the only options you guys said that this board approved sent all of them to Bastion. So given that that was the direction the board is going, and the advantage of sending them to Bastion is it's within walking distance. So the great challenge we face at Aspen is if they miss the bus, they usually don't go to school that day.
Right.
And so this allows them to walk. That would be my proposal, is option B only as it applies to Aspen to solve problem number one and not solve problem number two right now. We certainly need to solve problem number two, but I think there are issues that these boundary changes would not solve. We can't change the middle school boundary because we haven't noticed the middle schools. We can't talk about Black Ridge or any other schools that may need to be part of a more holistic adjustment because we haven't notified those schools. So my proposal is that solve problem A and save problem B for next year as we take a deeper dive.
Okay, will you get, so the Panhandle all stays at Bastion?
Bastion
So
doesn't
how many-
lose any students,
What
just
about-
gains.
So the neighborhood just north of that Panhandle, yes, that would go to Oakleaf?
Correct.
Okay, and then how many new students would Bastion get?
Bastion would get, we know there are 162 K-6 students in between the two apartment areas there.
162?
162. What that means for Aspen in that, doing the quick back of the napkin math, we've got, if you take, you can just roughly do it. If you take 162 off of Aspen's numbers that are, as it's currently enrolled, you can find out roughly what they'll be next year. We project them to be about 47 students. Was it 47 overall? They lose 100 overall, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, roughly. They would lose 100 because they're going to gain some through growth, but they're going to lose the apartments, and so next year roughly about 100 students would be 100 fewer students at Aspen.
So is it just the apartments in that whole orange area? Are there no other housing? What about all the rest of that?
That is Harriman High School, where he's currently.
Okay.
Harriman High
right?
School.
West of Harriman does have some, there
Yeah.
are some housing.
Yep.
Right.
So
This is
Bastion
the-
would gain more than just the apartments.
More than just 162. So do we know how many they would gain?
It would be under I confirmed that it would be under their capacity.
Just
I just am concerned,
Just
like if,
off
how
the
close
top
to
of my head
capacity
is
we are.
probably another 100 students or so out of Aspen between Jackson, Teton Ranch, and Copperfields.
So maybe 262 more students to Bastion.
Probably about half of those would go to Bastion. The other 50 would go to Oakleaf-ish. I will have to verify those numbers, and I can do that before the business meeting.
I love the proposal. I think it's wise just to solve the immediate problem that we're facing now and wait a year or 2 or 3 and see what the projected numbers actually become. The only thing I would maybe want to change would be to trim that Bastion panhandle down to, is that 6400 West?
It is.
Just trim that down and have that little chunk go to Oakleaf as well.
I don't love the proposal. First of all, I just want to remind everyone that I did want to cast the net broader. I did want to include Black Ridge and other schools, and we wouldn't notify them. I asked that 2 or 3 different times. I also asked that we have a better, clearer picture of a process of boundary changes, which I don't think it's as clear as it needs to be and it used to be. My neighborhoods are bleeding. Like, we just notify them. Now I'm going to go back to them and say, oh, never mind, but we're still going to do it in the future. Like, that's just a bad deal all the way around. But at the same time, I think that this, to me, feels like it's being pushed through. Because of the elections and the unique position we are in, I think the length of time is being crunched down. We're trying to make a decision with this old board because we're going to get a new board, and then we got to bring them up to speed on all of that. So I don't know what to do. I mean, I know my intent was to make the proposal that we follow the feeder system between Oakleaf and Butterfield Canyon. That would be Harriman, Maine, to 6400, and then 6400 becomes the boundary between Butterfield and Oakleaf and Harriman, if that makes sense. So it's a little bit of we
But
lost
he's
our maps.
saying, is it possible to show us on a map?
We took the map down so we could do some calculations, and you wouldn't see behind the curtain of our calculations on the things, but we can put it back
I'm
up.
so bad at reading maps. I'm
Can you-
sorry.
So if you
John can display the maps while Scott
Hey,
is.
Perfect,
or
thank
Nikki,
you.
if you can just think about Harriman Highway as it comes around and it comes down through Oakleaf, that would be it's a major road, and it would be a good boundary between the two of them. And then 64, that's where I live, right? So that would be a hard line, which is also a pretty busy street. So if you can put
Maps. so I don't
You're
know where
talking
Harriman
like map
Highway or
map
64.
option A might be a good
Okay,
idea.
That one?
So if you look at option
Well,
A,
whatever one, I just need to.
if you look at option A, but the thing that I'm changing is with Harriman Elementary. I would bring that into Butterfield. So what I don't know, we used to like have open houses where everyone came. We'd click on little numbers. We could see like little pockets, and COVID drifted us away. And so now people have the option to do that with student services, but they don't really have an option to do it with student services with board members sitting there. And I miss that. I also think that this would be a big move that would maybe have to have other big moves going with it. So I'm okay to table it, kind of that's what Bryce is proposing. But these people got to know that they are going to probably get moved anyways. We can't leave Butterfield Canyon empty. We've got to be able to move people there and fill it up, or we're going to end up in the future with what we have in East-West Jordan with under-enrolled schools. And I don't want that to happen. So I was going to propose to do that and then have a graduated period. Can I propose the opposite, like go with Bryce's idea. But anyone in that area that's wishing to go to Butterfield Canyon, we bus a lot of kids over to Oakleaf. Those kids busing ought to know they're going to go to Butterfield Canyon. You know, that's just a no-brainer. We're gonna do that. And if whether or not we do that this year or next, can we just allow anybody in that area that's being bused to Oakleaf, really anyone south of Harriman, Maine, can permit to Butterfield Canyon, no questions asked? Because then we can pause and study and do it right. But those families can say, you know what, this is the year to make the move. This is a good time for our family to move, and we'll let them make that move now. We were busing kids to Oakleaf who could walk easily to Butterfield Canyon in an under-enrolled school on our watch list. And yet we're going to pause a year to study that. That just doesn't make any sense to me. But I do want to do it right. And I think we've been rushed. I think we need to probably hit pause. Secondly, I don't know that the apartments have fully addressed. We've talked about whether or not it's best to put them on a bus or walk them, but we haven't talked about their unique needs and whether or not Bastion's going to be equipped to handle that and how. And so it's really interesting. The one area that I was probably most concerned would have a harder time to make that transition. We're kind of putting them through. So I don't know.
So what is your proposal?
My proposal is pause this meeting, go home and sleep. I don't know. I don't want to rush a proposal. Mine would be table it and have a new board look at it.
Okay.
But I don't know that we have to wait a year. I think the new board comes together, we talk about boundaries, how they need to be done right, and we come up with some guidelines, and we do that in January, February, and then we decide, does this need to be decided now, or does this need to wait till the enrollment process?
So no boundary change for Aspen.
For anything?
I wouldn't make any, but I'm willing to take that. I don't know. I guess I'm to let's just pause the whole process. But if we are going to move forward with part of it, I do want to notify people in that Butterfield Canyon area that go to Oakleaf that they could make that transition now, because I'll eventually follow the feeder system on that boundary.
And that is something they can already do.
For sure, but to actually notify them and let them know, is what I'm asking. I think a lot of people don't know that they can make that move.
Let's go back to, so your one issue is just notifying Butterfield Canyon that they can permit. They think that creates a lot of confusion, because why are you telling me this? Are you going to move us or not? And
they're moving.
You're going to move them, but 6 other board members aren't sure about that yet.
I don't know how it'd be hard to figure that out if you have an under-enrolled school and you're busing kids away from that building to a building that's going to be way overfull. I've been telling my people, if I don't make the move now, we'll be back at the table next year, and that's exactly what we're proposing.
But we saw different, like between A, B, and C, different neighborhoods. Yes, people were always moving to Butterfield Canyon, but it was different neighborhoods.
But
So,
There's some areas right there by the elementary that go in most often.
I mean, if we're going to notify them they can go now, I think we would need to have a good surety of what neighborhood's actually going to move to Butterfield in the future. And if we know that, we should just move them there now.
That's what I think. I guess I'll just make my proposal. What I would say is just make those moves now and give them 3 years to graduate to it. That's what I would do. That's going to precipitate other changes. But following the feeder system is a high priority to me. Following a busy road when possible, and in this case it's possible, is a high priority to me.
So which move to Butterfield do you prefer, A, B, or C? Because that's 3 different scenarios of people that would move to Butterfield.
In the wise words of a board member, it's never A, it's never B, it's never C. It should always be D.
Okay, but tell us what D is.
Tell us what D is then. What would
We're
you
really
like to
trying
have
to
happen?
understand what you're saying.
So D is option A, but in my estimation, and maybe this is the part that really needs to get studied, that part going to Harriman would go up 6,400 and not go to Harriman. Does that make sense? So you would follow Harriman Highway.
That's C.
Well, I'm looking at A. C's the opposite of that. C doesn't take the other part of Oakleaf.
But, so you would combine C on the west,
I'd
C on the
combine
east
C
side,
and A.
Can you
and A on the west side.
Correct. But 6400 would be a harder boundary. It's not on
So
A.
you would take everything south of Harriman Highway.
And west of 64.
and
west of 64 to
64
Butterfield.
to Butterfield, and then everything else to Harriman.
All of this to Butterfield.
Except we need to see numbers.
We'll ask
You've
for
got to
numbers.
consider numbers.
Yes.
You can't just say, okay, this is the boundary, but you've got to consider the numbers first.
Okay, let's
I
give
did ask for those.
let's give a minute to get numbers for that and go back to Bryce's proposal.
Now, let me be clear. My proposal is very dependent on a future boundary look. Because if we keep if everything remains the same, Aspen very quickly hits enrollment again. The question is Sunstone. I am not prepared to make a recommendation on Sunstone. There's way too many issues on Sunstone to make a decision tonight. I think we have to move that forward as we develop, answer other questions. So my proposal is dependent upon a future boundary change. If we're saying there's no future boundary change, then it won't work. My proposal is let's solve problem A now and save problem B for the future.
So here's my concern with that is it's difficult when we are continually re-noticing the same communities.
That's my concern.
And so my concern here is that option leaves Aspen uncomfortably full to me.
Yep.
And it does not align with the vision that our board, I don't want to say voted on, but filled out a flow chart for last meeting. We talked about priorities for where we wanted to spend our money. We talked about priorities for how we wanted to choose to use existing infrastructure. And this seems like it stands in opposition to those priorities. It feels like it paints us into
Only
building a
temporarily.
new elementary.
We meet those priorities the next round.
So we notice the same kids again.
Yep.
So, I remember last year the discussion began about boundary changes for Aspen Elementary. And I am in favor of a decisive action that does not require continual discussions about boundary changes in this area. I think that making these little incremental quick fixes for the problem, for me, is starting to feel like death by 1,000 cuts. So it's just very, yeah. We just keep talking about we'll do this boundary change this year, and then we can look and see what we'll do, and we just keep noticing the same groups and neighborhoods, families. I am in favor of something decisive and potentially long-lasting within the timeline that is proposed here. So, like with public hearing tonight, public comment, possible board action December 10th.
Do we have numbers on Bryce's proposal? How many would move
We
to
do.
Bastion?
Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to,
No, swap back.
Indicate somehow on your screen.
yeah, as
So the
As
orange-
proposed, the numbers I gave you were just for the apartments. If we're going to throw in the Jackson and Panhandle area to that does bump it up.
Panhandle's already in Bastion,
Right,
right? Okay.
right.
Yeah, and I way underestimated the number of students in that panhandle. There's 173 in that western part of the Bastion Panhandle. So the boundary, as Mr. Dunford proposed it, would put Bastion at 1,015 students next year.
And just to be clear, we're talking option B, and Bastion would keep its current boundaries, including the panhandle, but inherit everything in the light brown coming from Aspen. Is that your proposal, Mr. Dunford?
So we're going to give a high number of ML students and an overpopulated school all in one fell swoop.
With no resources.
Yikes.
Gotta add that in.
And my backup would be to just move the apartments, but I don't want to send the message that we're just moving the apartments. That was my initial concern, is I don't want to send the message that we're only moving the apartments. That's why I wanted to follow 118, but I am more than happy to entertain any other proposal. I just don't want how it looks if the only thing we move right now are the apartments.
So if we moved the whole thing, Bastion would be at 115. Right now they have 3 portables.
1,015.
Sorry, 1,015. They have 3 portables right now, and their capacity is 975.
You say that includes the whole panhandle?
If
Does that include west of 6,400?
You want to pull up option B on the map
Yeah.
again? and
That's
just go
what I've
back
got
there.
up here right now. So
Because option B cuts that off, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Option B keeps the proposal in Mr.
173
Dunford.
would go to
cuts it off.
Oak
Yeah.
Leaf.
Yeah.
So this area right here in the panhandle in blue, there's 173 students.
Just in that blue area?
Just in that.
Wow.
in
Wow.
that- a lot of houses in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of my motivation for tweaking Bryce's suggestion. Just do what Bryce suggested, but take that blue piece of the panhandle and give it to Oakleaf to kind of relieve the population boost at Bastion.
So that's 173, and then that neighborhood just north of it is about
North
50.
is 59.
Okay.
So the other, that would be, the second option is that we go with option B only for Aspen and Bastion elementaries.
And Oakleaf, getting that piece of the panhandle.
Getting
Oak Leaf
that
wouldn't
panhandle.
change anything else. I'm just saying, yeah, Oak Leaf,
And
no other
little
boundary in
piece.
Oak Leaf. It would just, those 174 would go to Oak Leaf.
Right.
So they would also be affected.
Yeah.
So 3 schools would be affected.
Yeah, but not fully, it's not all of option B for Oak Leaf. It's only the Bastion piece that's for Oak Leaf.
If that western part of the panhandle were to go to Oakleaf, Bastion would be 838 next year. Oakleaf
51?
771.
71.
So does that include because in option B, are we counting the area of Butterfield Canyon that we were going to, area of Oakleaf that we were going to annex into Butterfield Canyon? Because there's quite a few students in that area as well.
So that Oakleaf number would include this area here that currently is Oakleaf that would go to Butterfield Canyon.
So that's my worry.
So that would be off the table.
would be bumped back up, but that would bump Oakleaf's enrollment up.
What does that put Oakleaf at then? So in our new option D, or maybe we're on E
B.
right now, I don't know, or
B.
F.
Might be G.
So we have 118 as
So
a
that
hard
would put
boundary.
Oakleaf at 889.
So Oakleaf would be at 889 next year? Because that's moving them, the 173 and the 59,
Correct.
but not moving anyone to Butterfield.
Bryce, how long do you want to pause this? Do you want to wait till next enrollment numbers before we look at this again, or is this something we're looking at in 3 months?
I have no timeline as soon as we need to. We cannot solve both problems satisfactorily right now.
What
do you
is
mean?
unsatisfactory
what do you
about
mean by
option A?
unsatisfactorily?
Sunstone.
What do you mean by that? What is
The majority of
unsatisfactory
Sunstone,
part?
the problem is that we're, all of a sudden, we're asking Sunstone to go to a different elementary school that then goes to a different middle school.
It's crossing a major road and outside of the city.
Yeah, moving Sunstone to Bastion, would be their fourth move since I've been on the board. I've only been on the board 8 years. And it
And
does.
we move them out of their current middle school.
And that the middle school is a problem because you only have, how many students are in Sunstone? 110-ish. If you move them to Bastion,
117.
117. They're the only kids then going to Mountain Creek Middle School, which in a 6th grade class is only 10 students out of the whole 6th grade class. You're going to a different middle school. So the middle school alignment is a problem for me. That's tough. I know we have schools split between middle schools, but it's usually like half the school to one middle school, half to another, not just 10 kids.
So, but then the students could permit to their elementary school potentially. They could stay at.
They couldn't permit back to Aspen.
Couldn't.
Well, with
A.
with option A, they possibly.
Not the whole
And the
neighborhood
thing is, it's
indefinitely.
possible that not every single student would want to permit to Aspen. But it's possible that the ones who did want to permit could.
And I would go back to this.
We can't allow them all to permit back
I would go back to
indefinitely.
this. That's who does not want to go to Bastion.
We knew when we added a map to the survey that, I mean, our board said we don't want to build a school unless it's necessary. And then we added a map that said we want to build a school that's unnecessary. That's hard for me. I don't know why we asked, because we already knew what they would say. Oh, this is the least painful. Of course we want that.
So Bryce, you're looking at this Aspen observations. So you're talking about the 59 students in Sunstone
The ones that
that are
answered
in
the
the
survey.
middle, that are.
There's about double that.
Well, then I might not be understanding this legend when it says Sunstone n equals 59
Yeah, that's how many people answered the survey, but there's about,
from Sunstone. Okay,
but there's double that lived there. This is a representative of all the people that live there. The vast majority do not want to leave Aspen. It would be their 5th school in 8 years.
So I have a question for you. So the original proposal was just to move the orange area to Bastion, but that overcrowds
I can see that
So
overcrowds.
is that off the table?
I can take that off the table.
Okay.
We have numbers on that. It would be 1,015 at Bastion and 921 at Oakleaf, because we wouldn't take away the portion there on option B to Butterfield Canyon.
Wait, so if we went with a new option D where we move the orange section to Bastion, but then we take the Panhandle 173 and 59 to Oakleaf, what does that leave Oakleaf and Bastion at?
1,015 at Bastion and 921 at Oakleaf.
That's not what I added.
Wait a minute, say that again?
That can't be right, because we're moving 100 and 250 people out of Bastion now.
Yeah, if we do that, Bastion is what option B shows for Bastion.
Yeah, we're moving more people out than we're moving in.
I guess I'm not understanding what you're proposing.
And I hope
If we
I
take
am. Do you want me
option
to-
B,
Do you want to pull up option B and let Bryce, do you want to go point it out?
Point.
here's what I would propose. If we take option B, and the only changes we make to Bastion is that Panhandle.
They'll point to which part of the Panhandle. Oh, there you go. Cursor. There you go. Perfect. Okay.
This goes to Oakleaf, but this does not.
Right.
Or this stays at Oakleaf.
So
Right.
that,
This stays at Oakleaf and this goes to Oakleaf.
and then move your finger right above to the next neighborhood, also goes to Oakleaf?
Tell me
Correct.
what colors I should be looking at, the red lines or the colored lines?
My proposal would be we keep Oakleaf's boundaries the same temporarily, but add that piece.
Then what about Copper
Middle
Fields?
corner of green stays blue.
The
Gotta say it
purple-
real simple.
Yellow stays blue.
Yeah, the,
Yellow and red stay blue.
Yellow.
Okay, but what about Copper Fields? That's to the north of that Panhandle. Are you moving those to Oakleaf or not? So Panhandle and Copper Hills?
Yeah.
Both to Oakleaf.
And are you suggesting that the area, and so the Oakleaf boundaries, the current Oakleaf boundaries are outlined with the purple lines. There is an area of Oakleaf that would be slated to go to Harriman Elementary. Are you suggesting that all stays intact as well?
Saying that all stays intact temporarily while we solve option A. We can't solve problem A by simply taking option B orange.
So Scott, if the numbers are correct on that, based on leaving Bastion intact but adding to Bastion, we have our numbers being 1,015 with that proposal.
If, under the proposal that Mr. Dunford just made, Bastion would be 838 with the Panhandle split. Oakleaf would be 921, and Harriman at 489 plus 175 for the DLI. Butterfield Canyon 654.
Aspen.
Aspen 780.
So Bryce, why not do all of B and make the Harriman Butterfield Canyon moves also?
Because we can't sustain that at Aspen.
So when I'm looking at these total preference scores for Aspen, there were 368. And then when I see the Sunstone, and I don't want to diminish the effect that a more comprehensive boundary change would have on anyone whose school changes. It's 59. So 59 out of 368. It is not, most of the participants in the survey from Aspen it ranges from 2.22 to 2.31 for all of the options, for A, B, or C. So if we're thinking of making our decision about Aspen for the 59 people out of the 368 that took the survey, I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't want to diminish the discomfort that people experience with the boundary change. At the same time, I want to keep things in perspective about what it means to, and when you say a temporary fix, so when are we going to look at fixing problem B that you're talking about?
Next year.
Next year. So we're going to notice everybody again.
Yep. But we won't move everyone again. We only move a small group.
And then the next year we move
Move.
another small group. And
Yep.
then in 2027, another small group.
And
like
to me,
that.
that's better than sloppily moving them now.
Because this does not look sloppy to me.
Oh, it was sloppy. Well, that's what got us in here. What got us in here is the sloppiness of Moab. In my
Well,
area.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the options that we were given. They're not sloppy.
I think there's some faults in it.
Well, I think we've learned
Our
some things in the
process.
survey process that we need to do more than what we're doing.
The process in and of itself that we're surveying people, and like many of my patrons said, are you going with a popular vote? No, because it's not a popular vote. We're going with what needs to happen if we're going to be bold and really make the moves we need to make. I just don't think we're ready. I think that we just ought to pause the whole thing. When we get a new board in January, we come up with our priorities at a board change. We tackle it then, and if it takes another year of limping through and not giving relief to Aspen, maybe. I just don't. We're trying to solve several problems at the same time, and we have no guidelines to guide us with it. That's my opinion.
Can you tell me how many students are on this map right here, Butterfield Canyon, actually in the yellow, yeah, that would be added
In
to
that
them.
area there.
That little corner.
Back here. That area there is 119.
And it should be noted that on option B, some of that is slated to go to Harriman Elementary.
Right.
And that's all the school leadership. That's the PTA, that's the school community council. It's a pretty strong neighborhood.
Option B, so what, east of 6400 slated to go to Harriman Elementary,
That's correct.
and how many students so the 119th was just the ones.
Sorry,
to go to
I had
Butterfield?
grabbed one study area to the east. That area west of 6400 West is 101 students.
Why exactly would we take them? Why wouldn't we take the bust kids? Are they bust? I'm talking about the ones off 7300. Why wouldn't we take them away?
You're saying to take these ones to Butterfield instead?
They're like a couple blocks from Butterfield Canyon, and we're paying $50,000 or $60,000 to bus them to Oakleaf. To me, like, whether or not it's long or short, those guys are going for sure. The question is, do you want to rip the school apart, pull them away, and then next year rip the rest of them apart, or do it in one time? I just don't know that we're ready to make the move.
You're saying
They're going to go eventually.
instead of these people.
Like, there's no doubt they're going to end up there.
There's 263 students in that area west of Butterfield Canyon. There's a surprising number of kids in there.
Is that the option C yellow area? That's 262.
When you look at those numbers, can you tell like the number of kindergartners in that area also, or does it just give you total kids?
It gives me an estimate of kindergartners that would be
What's the lower grades there?
35, 33, 26. So the upper grades are the larger classes.
So that area is on the verge of aging out also.
Yeah, that's the general trend across everywhere. The higher grades right now have larger class sizes. Kindergarteners are hard to forecast because we don't have the data from them.
So that's happening in all of South Harriman, is they're aging out.
Are you guys okay if we're going to have a public hearing on this? Are you okay if we end this discussion for now, have our public hearing, and then revisit it?
Is there any direction from the board that you'd like us to look at during the public hearing that to come back with?
You can do the new option D. that
We just
Bryce
need to be
proposed.
clear on what that looks like.
Okay.
Do you want me to spell it out
Yeah, I was going to say,
again?
do you want to or do you want me to?
Please.
I will draw it and give it to Mr. Feston. You go ahead, I'll draw it and give it to Mr. Feston.
Are any of these other agenda items quick enough to do in 10 minutes?
I think
I think
Very
the
well,
math
Sophie.
curriculum, because
Right.
don't we want to possibly vote on?
Math curriculum.
Let's talk math curriculum for 10 minutes. We'll invite Ms. Goff and Ms. Kinder to the table. Thank you.
All right, they're all yours.
Thanks. We'll try to be quick. We're just we're back, and there were, I think, some questions that came up. And so we have with us some materials. We're happy to show the board and just report on the open house. Just to make you aware, I sent an email first to the board, but there were 21 people who came in person to our open house, and probably a whole lot more that clicked on the links online. We sent that out to all K-5 parents, and so the links were available. We didn't have a way of knowing exactly who looked at those links, but all of that information was shared. And from that, in our hub within teaching and learning, we had all the materials present and the books and things that people could touch. We brought some with us so you could see them if you're interested. And then we were also able to do a couple of observations that some of you were able to come to. So that's where we are. The justification letter, I was able to get a little bit more accurate pricing in there, so I've broken it down according to the parts that are part of the contract with Open Up. They're listed there for you. Specifically, I even tried to just indicate how much each service is costing, so you can see it by whether it's the materials or the teacher PD. But in your bid, you'll see one total amount for purchasing. That's what we have been, we would be awarding a vendor for. And then in your justification letter, you can see the costs that include professional development in that as well. So I'm happy to share. We have actually a file that may answer some additional questions. It may also bring up questions, so you can decide if you'd like me to share it or not. But it's, I'll leave this with you, but this has in it a lot of what's in the kits, the manipulative information. So when it says there in your justification letter, classroom manipulative kits, this is one of the parts and pieces. All of these that are like on these papers, and this is just one grade level, but all of these pieces come as, what am I trying to say? They've been laminated, they've already been cut, they're all pre-made. We tried to actually do this with middle school, and it was quite extensive. We learned from that it was a very overwhelming process for us to do and to make. And so we did that already with 3 grades, and that was one of the reasons that we decided to include it in the cost, because we can get them already made from the company. And so we tried that, and it was pretty extensive in terms of the time and the effort for our staff to put all that together. And we paid for it one way or the other. At least this way it just came already made, and then then it's done. But we have that, and we also have some other little parts and pieces that are part of the manipulative kits. We didn't bring all of the teacher manuals or the student workbooks. We did figure out, if I was to break apart the cost of the classroom manipulative kits and the student manuals is just 1 copy for a teacher. It's not student manuals for all the students. It's just a copy. That allows them to just see, to plan, to look at what is offered, and then they can either choose to do that, or they can make their own, or they can shorten it. And just so you know, the cost of those manuals, I keep calling them manuals, but they're workbooks, student workbooks. If we were to isolate that cost, that's $40,000. So $40,000 for the 1 student workbook that teachers will get along with their teaching materials. So I just wanted you to have that information, and then we're open to questions, whatever other things you'd like to know.
So can I also clarify, I understand that the teaching and learning department is in the process of making a Jordan version of those workbooks. Will the teachers also be receiving a printed version of the economized workbook? That, when I say economized, it is less wasted space in this workbook, as I understand it. So in that 40,000, we're printing the workbook, or receiving a printed copy of a workbook that our district is then replacing with a version that we've created, right?
That's a great question. The version that we've created is another way to potentially economize or to look at it, but it gives teachers 2 options. So if they choose to use the workbook as is, they can reproduce the pages and do all of that. If they choose to do something slightly different, they'll have some other options online. And what we found, I was actually talking to a team just yesterday, and I asked them what they've used. They said some of them actually went ahead with the student workbook as is, and others took bits and pieces from online and from the student workbook to make their own. So that's what it gives teachers options to do.
When you say they took bits and pieces, are we expecting teachers to now go out and gather additional materials to supplement this curriculum?
No, that's one of the reasons that we wanted to have them have an actual copy in hand so they could use it as is and make copies for their classes. And it's all reproducible, it can do that. At the same time, we just know that there's so many different variations on what teachers like to do with their students. We're just going ahead to make other options available should they choose. So they're just master copies that could be printed and used that would be different versions that they might like to use. But the base one-time copy is so that they have it in their hands and can plan and look at and prepare with. Not necessarily, you know, they can choose out of those all the different versions. But the one is just to have like a desk copy for their very own to be able to flip through and see and handle and make notes on and things like that.
So, sorry, I don't know if I quite got the answer. So we're creating this other one, right? Am I understanding that right? And then how will the teachers receive the one that's being created by Teaching and Learning?
We're creating Canvas courses, so we'll have all of our materials stored in there for them to access it. It's also easily, you know, we can put it online to be available as well.
Okay, so it will be a digital copy. Thank you. Then I guess my next question is just, I'm really comfortable with this. I just want to make sure I have a clear vision on what I'm voting for. We're going to contract with Open Up to come and train teachers this year. Anything that a teacher who comes into it later, or if there's further training needed, will be done in-house. But I guess my question is, I love the idea of using an open resource because of the flexibility that we receive, that we don't have to follow this copyrighted curriculum that we're not allowed to customize. By having them come and train, I do feel like we're asking them to follow as prescribed in the curriculum as is written. That's the intent.
Well, the trainers are coming there to talk about the philosophy of mathematics. So just like with our middle school, it really is a complete change in philosophy. So they will experience what it would be like in the math class. So it won't be just like that we're following to a fidelity, we're using integrity. And then just it's that experience of having where you get to play with the math and live the math how it's supposed to be with professional trainers that do this all the time. And then us being able to follow up.
And if I may add, there is 1 day of professional training, and then there's additional training provided by our specialists to show them how to do the lesson planning and which parts and pieces they can be flexible with and adjust, and which parts are, like Dr. Kinder said, we need to make sure we're using with integrity.
So where it's bulleted teacher PD, that would include what you're describing. So the Open Up contracted training services bullet is 1 day. Everything else includes both the cost of paying our teachers to receive the training as well as paying our specialists to give the training.
Or substitutes if they're taking it during the day. Yeah, that's correct.
Yep, that second bullet to exactly what you described. That is the cost of the professional trainers coming in. Everything else is subs to get our teachers trained.
So, and then the first bullet, Open Up teacher manuals, 40,000 of that are student workbooks. So
under the second, where it says fiscal year 26, Open Up classroom manipulative kits and student manuals, should actually say student workbooks. 40,000 of that is the student workbook.
The teacher manuals are 200,000.
Correct.
And that is available digitally, right? With the free resource.
Again, the only purpose for that was simply feedback from teachers. And to your point, we wanted to make sure that teachers had a copy in hand. They still have a digital resource that's free, but being able to put stickies and notes and things in their actual copy has been, as opposed to making them print out all their own manuals, is a huge help to them.
Okay, this is on our agenda for a vote, so you can ask more questions when we get to it if you want to, and we can table it if needed. Is everyone okay for now? If we take a break? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and start at 6:30.
Congratulations, what do you think? That's an intense meeting. It's an intense meeting for.
I'm taking notes.
So what'd you think? It's a fun hobby.
Okay, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 26th, 2024, and we are thankful for everyone who is here joining us, both in person and online. I will go ahead and do introductions. Starting down at this end, we have our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen. We have board member Bryce Dunford, Lisa Dean, Marilyn Richards, Nikki George. I'm Tracy Miller, Daryl Robinson, and Brian Barnett. Superintendent Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our Associate Superintendent Dr. Mike Anderson, and our Business Administrator Mr. John Larson. Before I get started, we want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving this week and let you know that we are grateful for this whole community, for our teachers, for all of our employees that work at our schools, for our students, our parents. It's really, serving on the school board is challenging, but it's a great opportunity to be able to kind of see the whole big picture of how everything works together. And we really do live in a great place and have a great community and have great schools, and I'm thankful for that. We are especially excited today to have Hidden Valley Middle School here with us. And we are going to start out with our flag ceremony presented by Kyler Houston, Tiago Lubers, Vienna Babcock, Ezra Cameron, and Lincoln Barnett, who are student body officers at Hidden Valley Middle School. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Maren Sorensen. Then we will have the reverence offered by Avery Lovell. And then our presentation celebrating Harriman Middle School by Piper Hagman. So we'll start with the flag ceremony.
Audience, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a thought I wrote down. As a student, I believe that education is the key to our future. It's important that we have the resources and support we need to succeed, not just in academics, but also in learning how to be a good citizen. I hope we can keep working together to make our schools better for everyone so we can reach out for our full potential. Thank you for the opportunity to celebrate our school, Hidden Valley Middle. Our school's theme this year is Together We Belong, Together We Achieve. Has inspired a year packed with service, leadership, and school spirit. Here's a look at our key accomplishments so far. In September, we kicked off the year with our Hello Assembly, where students were introduced to leadership opportunities, club presentations, and grade-level spirit competitions. Our choir and student body officers organized the Sunrise Salute, a meaningful flag ceremony to honor September 11th. In October, the National Junior Honor Society ran a successful hygiene drive, gathering 20,044 items of hygiene products for our community. As a student body officers team, we pushed and promoted a potential school-wide dance idea to our administration, hopefully to be approved and held in April of this coming year. Late in October into November, the PTSA led Red Ribbon Week, featuring daily discussions on dangers of drugs, exploring our natural highs to promote joy, health, and goal achievements, as well as hosting a safety fair for the students to enjoy during lunch. In November, on November 7th, the HVMS Theater Department showcased Still Life with Iris, featuring two castings, JV and varsity actors. Yesterday, the SBOs hosted a December fundraiser assembly with the goal of raising $3,000 to $4,000 to support HVMS students and families in need during the winter holidays. Additional achievements, our Panorama survey data indicated a 10% increase in student belonging from 2023 to 2024, showing a strong sense of community within our school. Our RISE/Expire data revealed an improvement on proficiency scores from 2023 to 2024, highlighting academic progress. Conclusion, our school takes pride in these efforts, reflecting our strong focus on unity, leadership, and giving back to our community and HVMS family members in need. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in our school's achievements. And we have some socks for the board members.
Thank you. So can we get everyone involved with Hidden Valley Middle School to stand up, parents, teachers, and students? Thank you for being here today. And then students will have you just start down at that end, and we also have a pin for you.
Who cares?
Grab a pen. Grab a pen. Thank you. You're welcome to take a pen with you too. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. There we go. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Hidden Valley Middle School. There are a lot of great things going on at your school, and it's a pleasure to hear about it. We now have any board member recognitions. Lisa, do you want to go with yours?
Yeah, I have a couple. First, I would like to say that I feel really lucky that I was able to go to West Jordan High School's production of Annie, and I really appreciate the opportunities that that schools give students to try something new or to add something to their portfolio. And I really want to thank all the parents, families, teachers, administrators, and custodians that make it possible for things like that to happen. And then tonight, let me start over. Tonight, we would like to recognize a truly amazing group of young women who are not only very talented athletes, they are very talented in academics as well. Would the coaches and members of West Jordan High School girls tennis team please come and stand at the podium while we honor you for your accomplishments? So you can just stand so we can see you. Please join us in congratulating the West Jordan High School girls tennis team for being named the 2024-25 5A academic state champions by the Utah Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. The team had the best combined GPA in all of 5A. Their combined GPA was 3.973. Yay! This is a distinguished award recognizing students who excel in the classroom as well as in athletic competition. Their accomplishment reflects what all teams are striving for at West Jordan High School. We are very proud of the West Jordan High girls tennis team and their coaches, Cody Taylor and Elise Almond. Keep up the great work. So would the team and coaches please come forward to shake our hands and receive a pin?
Have a pin if you'd like. Congratulations. Tennis, that's the place to be. Or the racquetball court. One of the two. Well done.
Congratulations.
Good job. Take a pin. Congratulations. Well done.
Are you through?
Yes. Welcome to a pin too if you'd like.
All right. Forehand, okay.
Can I go now?
Yes.
I was able to attend Bingham High School's musical the other night, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and I cannot tell you how amazing. Oh, it was so good. And the thing that really impressed me the most was the amount of students who were involved. I mean, over 300 students were involved in this production, along with their advisors and the band teacher and everybody else involved, the custodians, the sound people. It was amazing. And those of you that were able to go to that, what a great night. Thank you.
Must be musical season. I had the opportunity to attend Anastasia at Copper Hills. What a fun play. And what a great opportunity to see the talents of the students, the commitment, the teachers who are involved. It's incredible. And then Sunset Ridge also just finished out tonight their run of Newsies, which has just received rave reviews, and so grateful for those who have participated and been involved in those.
It is musical season. I wish we could go to all of them because so many great productions. I do want to give a shout out to Rosamond Elementary. Their third grade class did a patriotic program that I was able to attend last week, and there's nothing better than seeing the kids sing the songs from each of the branches of service in the military, that they have all those songs memorized, and they had so many people that came and had served, and they set up a whole wall of honor in their school to recognize veterans that were family members of people within the school. And I love seeing that in our school. Love seeing just that they learn so much patriotism and that they're proud of our country, and great program. Okay, Superintendent, do you have a recognition?
I have one before we go.
Yes, sorry about
I
that.
am pleased to announce that Harriman High Runners won the Nike Regional, and they are off to national competition. They are very talented, and I would just like to thank the board and the superintendent for working with that travel policy to make that possible, to have all of them that wanted to go to the Nike Regional. They are very talented, and they deserve that recognition.
Anyone else? Did I miss anyone? Okay.
I'll just echo that sentiment. Lots of great performances. And among them, I was able to go to Black Ridge to their Veterans Day Assembly. And the performance from the kids, they put a lot of heart and soul into that. I did a podcast episode of that. And they actually, for the first time that I've ever heard, performed the Space Force song. And that was
at Rosamond too.
Yes, so I was excited to hear that addition to the program, and just a lot of great musical performances. I was able to attend at Riverton High this year, and we did a podcast about that as well, and lots of great holiday performances coming up also, where various programs at all levels get to shine. So thanks to everyone who makes those opportunities possible for our students and communities.
Thank you. Okay, next is our public comment period, and we actually have two things tonight. We have public comment, and then we also have a special public hearing on boundary changes. So we're going to take public comment first. There's two of those, and then we'll go to our hearing on the boundary changes. So I'll just go over kind of how this works and what the rules are that will apply to both of that tonight. So first of all, we'll go through the people that have signed up that are here in person, and then we'll hear from people that have submitted comments online. And we do not, as a board, take public comment on personnel issues. So if you have issues with character, competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, we ask you to just contact us individually or email us about that. Comments must be age appropriate, and we will give everyone a maximum of 3 minutes to speak and ask. We've got a lot of people that want to speak tonight, so I'll ask that you be respectful of that and keep within your time. When I do, I will call out people's names, but when you get to the podium, if you will state your name so we make sure we have the right person on the record, that will be helpful. So we will start with Lydia Laputka and followed by Raquel Lubers. So Lydia.
First time doing this, so bear with me.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lydia Laputka, and I'm a second grade teacher at Golden Fields Elementary. And I am here to address the new Tier 1 math curriculum for grades K through 5, 7A on today's agenda. Even after 24 years of teaching, I'm incredibly passionate about what I do. My students, my classroom, my craft, all the things. Can you tell? Just but I am equally passionate about my amazing colleagues and the well-being of teachers. There is no question that teaching has become more and more challenging since 1990 when I first started. The current workload and increase in challenging behaviors impact our time, stress levels, and in turn, our wellness. As important stakeholders, teacher wellness does matter. I am confident the Jordan School District cares about teacher wellness because we have an official wellness day. While I love that we have a wellness day, it feels disingenuous if the district is impacting our wellness by loading us down with nonstop new programs. I think it's important for the board to hear and understand the reality for teachers in the trenches and how we are doing with our wellness. Many of us are struggling. How does teacher wellness relate to the adoption of a new math program? Well, I peeked at the new math curriculum, and I can see it will take lots of time for teachers to prep. Any new curriculum demands that of us, but this one is pretty extra. The timing and the nature of adding a new math program seem unreasonable. I'm afraid it will cause more professional burnout. This is only my third year working for the Jordan School District, but I understand the current Expressions math program is past due for an upgrade. I get that. However, schools are excessively busy already. Currently, many schools are in the process of creating learning scales and implementing standards-based grading. We have a new SEL program in focus, and there are whispers of a new phonics program coming down the pike. Rapid-fire change like this is not only incredibly difficult to manage, but it does impact teacher wellness. It is stressful, time-consuming, and burdensome. And yes, for some, it's overwhelming. Something has to give, and I'm afraid it will be the teachers. I am 100% sure a burnt-out teacher is not good for students. Students deserve skilled, confident, energized teachers at the helm of their classes, and teachers deserve a job that does not impact their mental health. Teachers need time to hone their craft in the new programs before having even more new programs thrust upon them. Please, please consider carefully tonight what you decide to do with the new math curriculum and how it will affect teachers. In addition, please remember we as stakeholders are also human beings who have huge hearts and a great capacity to love and lead. However, our capacity is reaching its limit. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Raquel Lubers.
Hi, my name is Raquel, and I am one of those teachers that was burnt out and overwhelmed and left. So I totally hear what the past speaker said, and years later, with a whole house diagnosis of ADHD, part of that burnout and overwhelm became clearer to me, what was behind that. And I have since gone to become a certified ADHD and parent coach. And the knowledge of executive functions changed my life. I was shocked that this was something that I was not taught in my teaching certificate. And it's something that I'm so passionate about that I think it's the most important subject that a student could possibly gain from their education at school. Because without executive functions, none of the other subject matters matter. Because you can't put them into action. You can't be well in your life. I believe a lot of teachers are burned out because it's a profession that attracts ADHD minds. They are giving service-oriented people. As someone who's been active in volunteering at multiple schools, my heart has broken every time I've been in the school because I have seen an interaction that was not beneficial to a student who, in my opinion, was clearly neurodivergent. 10% of our students have ADHD. 30% are neurodivergent in some capacity. So although I hate to ask for yet a new program to be added, I think that training and executive functions will both benefit teachers in minimizing the overwhelm and burnout that they face, giving them tools in their planning, but it will also enable them to teach in a way that supports all the kids, because truly, everyone suffers from executive dysfunction until they're 25 and their prefrontal cortexes are formed. So this is something that really is, in my opinion, critical. Kids, by the time they're 12 with ADHD, they've heard 20,000 more negative critiques and comments, and the bulk of those are happening at school. Not by fault of the teachers, they're good people. They just lack the skills and training to deal with the big behaviors, the big emotions. The kid who looks lazy or troublesome or defiant, but really they're not disrespectful. Their brains just work in a different way. And we need to match up this skill deficit with skill training coming from the administration and teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, do we have any online comments not related to the boundary change? Okay. All right, so now we will move on to our public hearing for the boundary change. We just in our study session received back the survey results and kind of went over that and discussed some different options and some different possibilities. Mr. Dunford wants to share some of his thinking before we go to public comment.
Thank you, President. We can't vote on a boundary change tonight. That's that we're legally obligated to have hearings and then we have a vote. So this board cannot vote tonight. But I wanted to lay another option on the table. I'd like to submit to the board an option D. And I'd like to do it now before your public comment to give you a chance to comment on what I'd like to submit to the board. And here's my thinking behind option D. We have watched Aspen grow significantly over the last several years. It is an incredible school, and I am awed by the capacities of those teachers, but the enrollment continues to grow. It has demanded some attention and some alleviation. What we're trying to do with this boundary change, as I perceive it, is twofold. Number one, we're trying to solve an immediate problem, but we're also trying to solve a long-term problem. And I think those are conflicting. And I have grown, as I've heard the survey results, as I've had so many teachers and parents reach out to me, I have grown more and more uncomfortable solving the long-term problem right now. I think it needs to be a whole feeder system look, deep dive, that we need to take our time and be very careful and attentive. But we still need to give some alleviation to Aspen. Aspen will be very uncomfortable next year if we don't do something. So I am proposing to the board option D. Option D simply moves the corner from 118th South and 64th West, that little corner that has been going to Aspen to Bastion. That's it. It's the area of Harriman High School and the apartments that are behind it. I would propose that that be the only temporary change we make right now. We make no other boundary changes, that we only move that area, and then we begin a long-term deep dive into the Harriman feeder system where we can align middle school, high school, elementary boundaries in a more holistic approach at looking at the needs of the whole feeder system. So option D will simply be to move the corner that holds Harriman High School and the 2 apartment complexes to Bastion Elementary School. No other changes would occur. All other boundaries remain the same as they're currently constituted. That would be my proposed option D.
And do you have any enrollment numbers?
We
with that
do.
option?
We do.
So how many students would be going to Bastion under that option?
Mr. Anderson has been working on that.
In the apartment areas, there are 162 K-6 students currently, and they all go to Aspen right now. The proposal that Mr. Dunford just outlined would take them to Bastion.
So next year's enrollment at Aspen minus 162, next year's enrollment at Bastion plus 162.
And there'd be some slight growth in Aspen from other areas that are, where housing is increasing. And there'd be some slight increase in the Bastion area from housing as well. But overall, that's a good rough way to look at it.
Now, let me be clear. This is only a temporary, let's deal with the immediate concern while we take a deep dive at the entire Harriman feeder system and a more holistic approach to have long-term solutions at every level, elementary, middle, and high school. So I would submit that to the board as option D.
Okay, board, do you have questions or discussions on that option?
I have some. So, in the past, we've said that Aspen is uniquely covering the needs of these students. And we've advocated for that and advocated for that, and now all of a sudden we've flipped a switch and said, no, maybe not. That's my first comment. My second comment is I'm a little bit frustrated with this whole process because the board had set some priorities in past. We have new board members since we set those priorities. We didn't go into those priorities and decide, and the maps provided to us didn't follow those priorities, including major streets, feeder systems, those kinds of things. So I'm okay with, and we wouldn't be saying there's no other moves, we're just pausing it, we're just tabling it. I'd be okay to do that, but I do think this board needs to get back into figuring out what our priorities are, and we need to have staff give us options that follow our priority. And I do think that board members should have some impact before these maps hit the public and everything goes crazy, because I don't like A, B, or C. And I feel like I'm handcuffed in, and now all of a sudden you got my whole community kind of ruffled up, and now I'm going to go back to them and say, yeah, just kidding. We're going to pause this for a while. And it's our process that's messed up. And I agree, we are trying to solve two problems at the same time, but we're going to be right back here again really soon.
Okay, other comments?
So if I'm doing my math right, that puts Aspen starting at 10:48 and Bastion at 9:12. That
pair numbers, because I came up with 9:52 and 9:22.
Well, we should believe your numbers because I'm bad at math.
We did
Marilyn?
have a chance.
That math curriculum might help you.
Dr. Anderson for some correct numbers.
Under the proposal that Mr. Dunford just proposed, we did have some time to crunch some numbers. Next year, Aspen would be at 942. Bastion is forecast to be at 932.
So I am uncomfortable with putting Bastion at 932 in addition to some increased opportunities for receiving students who are going to have language needs. For me, those numbers just seem too high and too temporary. So that's my first response to a first glance at this.
Okay, other comments? Okay, we're going to go to the public hearing. So I just want everyone to know that this was a new proposal brought out tonight. The board has not made any decisions on it. We had some robust discussion on it, and nobody really came to any agreement. In fact, we batted around all sorts of different variations of it. This is what Mr. Dunford's currently proposing, but I will tell you as a board, we have not decided anything. So we will hear public comment. We will discuss this further, and then again, take public comment at our next meeting and continue discussing it before making a final decision. So I will start with, we'll have Michaela Miller first, followed by Aubrey Hurst. And then again, just to remind you, when you get to the podium, please state your name, and we'll watch the clock. You'll have a maximum of 3 minutes.
Michaela Miller, 5th grade teacher. As a teacher at Aspen Elementary, I ask you to take the time to listen to and think about the following sentiments expressed by myself, but echoed by many here at our school. For the last 4 years, we have stood strong, solid in our commitment to all students, and grateful for the challenge in which our diverse population would bring for us. However, I don't think anyone on our staff was prepared for the way our leaders would view and talk about the population that has taught us and our community members so much. At Aspen, we have an extremely unique situation that brings us challenges on the daily, as do many schools. However, never once have I, nor my colleagues, ever referred to those challenges as burdens that we must deal with. We have built a community that welcomes diversity and even promotes it. You promote inclusivity and ask that your teachers and schools do the same while failing to do so yourselves. We have sat by listening as decisions that are directly affecting our future are made, reversed, reconsidered, debated, and pushed off for far too long. The question of boundary changes came up nearly a year ago now when you started discussing the possibility of a DLI program at Aspen, said to be the saving grace of our school population. Then, in a futile attempt to rush that desire, you ended up unsuccessful. Therefore, now requiring you return back to the drawing board and push off once again an important decision. Now in this need to return to discussion at a later time, you've done the following to our staff at Aspen. Relocated 8 teachers to portables while requiring nearly everyone in our building to move rooms to accommodate our massive students. You've established a need for 12 more teachers this year alone to ensure that we have manageable class sizes with our massive students. So that we have manageable class sizes. That what? Those teachers are just out of a job next year because we no longer need them with the boundary change? You've created this predicament once again in the district where the solution to the problem relies heavily, if not solely, on the teachers, admin, and staff of the specific school. You've known for years the rate in which Aspen has been growing and will continue to grow, but yet still have not taken into account how consistently pushing this decision off has directly affected our students, teachers, and community members. Now, I understand that at a district level, I personally have no idea what goes on behind the scenes. I understand that there's some sort of order in which business has to be done. However, I do know for a fact that that a good handful of you sitting in the position that you are, poised to make a decision like this, have never even been into a classroom at Aspen Elementary, let alone ask teachers what it is like or for their input on this decision. You have never seen firsthand the things that we as teachers do for this group of students, yet you think you know what's best based on the number game. Well, FYI, these students that you're referring to aren't just numbers. They're students that are kind, smart, amazing, and capable, and they deserve to be spoken and thought of as such. Again, I'm not promoting a decision one way or another because honestly, again, I can admit that I don't have enough district level details to make an informed decision. However, I do know the things I know from what I've heard watching the last few board meetings and what I've been told by people all across the district. I'm asking that no matter what you choose to do, you do so in a way that positively impacts all students. These students deserve to have stability and support no matter where they end up. Make a decision now that won't warrant a change later. Likewise, whether you make a decision or not tonight, I challenge each and every one of you to do the following. Come visit Aspen. Speak to the faculty at Aspen. Gain an insight that you don't have unless you speak to us about what's going on. At 7:30 in your inbox will be the rest of my letter along with teacher support at Aspen.
Thank you. Next we'll have Aubrey Hurst followed by Misty Hedquist.
Hello. Thank you for a few minutes of your time. My name is Aubrey Holst, and I'm a 4th grader at Aspen Elementary. At Aspen, I attend speech, and I love choir. I also feel safer walking to Aspen, if necessary, as it is on the north side of the busy 118th South. I'm here to show leadership and bravery, and to represent a lot of long-term families in the Sunstone neighborhood, and ask that we stay attending Aspen Elementary. We are the oldest neighborhood in our area. We have mostly older elementary-age children and above. We are just north of the 4th Lane 118th South Road and west of the Mountain View corridor. I would like to ask all of you for a moment to please put yourself as a parent in our neighborhood or a 4th grader like myself. The following is not an exaggeration. You are a family with both parents working with children grades 12 down to 3rd. You have been through the following changes in boundaries, often losing and gaining bus routes. Starting school at Daybreak Elementary, then moving to Bastion in 2017, having some kids moved on to Copper Mountain Middle in 2018, only to change to Mountain Creek Middle in 2019. Then have our younger Bastion kids move to Aspen in 2021. And now to change elementary schools once again next year, with another middle school change planned for 2 to 3 years after this. Now, as a citizen, you know that growth and changes need to happen to save taxpayers. But we can't help but possibly lose trust and faith in the school board for not considering that our neighborhood isn't growing and has mostly 3rd to 6th graders being impacted. Please remember that the oath of a board member is to always do what's best for the students of the district, not just taxpayers. I would likely be forced to change schools 3 to 4 times before I even finish middle school. This will be even more than our older high school siblings went through. How would you feel as a parent and student dealing with this yo-yo effect over time? Some citizens are here speaking over the first boundary change. I am here asking you to please seriously study the impact on these multiple changes may have on my future success as a student. Once again, please consider leaving our neighborhood out of this boundary change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Misty Hedquist, followed by Nate Winters.
Hi, I'm Misty Hedquist. I am a proud community council member at Bastion Elementary. I recently shared my concern about the proposed boundary changes with Mr. Dunford, and I would like to address them with you as well. First, I would like to highlight the safety concerns on 118th South. Are you aware that this road is becoming a major east-west thoroughfare? When Olympia Hills is complete and the rest of Daybreak is built out, that is an extremely dangerous route for students to be crossing. It should be a boundary between different schools. The safety of our students should be a priority you guys are addressing. Next, I want to address the Sunstone community. I do not currently live there. I live close by, but I have family and friends that live in that area, and it is extremely frustrating in the past decade that they've been at 5 different schools. They need stability. Those students deserve stability. Leave them alone, let them attend Aspen and stay at Aspen. Now I want to discuss the area referred as the Bastion Panhandle, which is specifically the Creek Ridge neighborhood. This neighborhood is a backbone of our school, providing more than half of our community council members and our PTA board. This will have a devastating impact on our school, having that community leave. It's also a safety concern to have them leave. Oakleaf, to get to Oakleaf currently without that road built, is a 3-mile trip driving and an hour-and-a-half walking route for students to get there safely. I have not heard you guys look at that in your discussions that I've been watching. Until the proposed road is complete, are you going to provide busing to those students? Because it is not safe, and that's too long to get them there. These issues highlight a deeper concern of how decisions that significantly impact multiple communities be made without up-to-date information and direct engagement with schools and neighborhoods that are affected. Mr. Dunford, who represents our area, has not visited Bastion since it became part of his precinct. How can he claim to understand our community or represent us when he has not reached out to our administration or our community councils? If we are making boundary changes, you guys should be addressing our community councils, letting us know what's going on more effectively than you have been. I also want to address the remarks Mr. Dunford made about Bastion's service to refugee families whom are referred to as a burden. Refugee families are not a burden. They bring unique strengths and positive impacts to our school communities. They enrich our classrooms with diverse perspectives, experiences, and cultures, which foster a greater understanding and empathy among all students. Yes, supporting refugee families can present challenges, such as addressing language barriers and meeting additional resource needs. But these are challenges worth embracing. Schools thrive when they are inclusive, and refugee families strengthen the sense of community within our schools. I would also lastly like the board to apologize to Bastion teachers and staff for not coming in support of them when Mr. Dumford says that they are not supporting their community.
Thank you.
It is not okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have Nate Winters followed by Kara Winters.
Good evening, distinguished board members of the Jordan School Board. My name is Nate Winters, and I live in Sunstone Village. My wife and I have lived here for 7.5 years and have 3 kids who attend Aspen. I'm encouraging you to vote for option B, to keep Sunstone at Aspen. There are many reasons to do this, and you'll hear many more tonight. For starters, we've lived in our neighborhood for 7.5 years, and this will be the 4th time our kids have changed. Right? 4 times in 7.5 years. Enough. Like, let's stop it. This ping pong effect is having a negative impact on the kids in the neighborhood. Sunstone is an aging neighborhood with few kids in each grade, so many of the kids' friends don't live in the neighborhood. If they're forced to change schools, they will lose most of their friends and have to start over for a 4th time. This is incredibly hard, as you can imagine. I've had many discussions with my kids about their friends and how they wish they could have, more true best friends, but the constant changing of boundaries is preventing that from happening. Additionally, as you've heard multiple people talk about, 118th South is a natural dividing line for the boundary. It's a dangerous road and is getting more dangerous every day. One of the great things about Aspen is that my kids don't have to cross 118th South to play with their friends who don't live in our neighborhood. There's a great trail system that they can take to a friend's house close to the school without having us to worry about the traffic. If you guys have been on that road, it's shut down not infrequently because of car accidents. It's a hazard. Another reason to keep the kids is currently our kids are scheduled to go to the Mountain Creek Middle School boundary, but the rest of the kids in Bastion would go to Copper Mountain. This creates another divide and requires building all new friendships again when they go to this different middle school. My son is in the 4th grade, and if the boundary changes to Bastion, he will spend the next 2 years building friendships to have them gone when he's forced to change middle schools again. This cannot happen. I've heard that the board will fix that issue next year, but why? Making these changes you are taking us out of the community that surrounds us. All of our friends live in Daybreak, and the ecclesiastical boundary is Daybreak. Our city is South Jordan. Our community is north of 118th South. Lastly, I just want to tell the experience my wife and I had with our kids after the survey came out last week, or a couple weeks ago. My kids heard about it at school and were devastated. They came home crying. Our kids kept asking why this has to happen. Why do we have to change again? Trying to be good parents, trying to console them. We explained, look, there are numbers. It's a numbers game, right? What I'm asking you to do tonight is to show my kids and the kids of Sunstone Village that you care about them just as much as you care about the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Kara Winters followed by Jordan Hansen.
I am a resident of Sunstone Village, and I'd like to address some concerns I have with the proposed boundary change. I'm sorry, what?
Can you state your name?
Oh, Kara Winters. Yep. Okay. So I'd like to address the concerns I have with the boundary changes removing our subdivision from Aspen Elementary. I strongly oppose the 2 proposed boundary changes that carve out Sunstone Village subdivision, sending our children across 118th South to go to school. Like my husband said, we have lived in this neighborhood for 7.5 years, and this will be the 4th elementary school change. We have already been moved from Bastion. We have already been there. Our neighborhood has taken on the burden of growth surrounding us for years. We have felt, experienced, and have already been asked to fix the growing pains surrounding our neighborhood. It is time for our neighborhood to experience and feel stability. 118th South is the natural division line. It's not safe for our children to cross 118th South. We live north of 118th South, and we deserve to remain going to school with a community that literally surrounds our neighborhood. The consequence of changing schools often not only has a negative effect on our children's mental and emotional well-being, but also negatively impacts their sense of belonging and community. Our children have spent the last 3 years building community and friendships. And with those in the Highland Park area, our children would not be attending the same middle school as those who attend Bastion Elementary. The transition from elementary school to middle school is hard enough without having to make new friends. I realize you're trying to fix the number problem. The demographics of our neighborhood are well known. We are not growing in population. Our neighborhood is aging up. Our children make up very little of Aspen Elementary's enrollment. Keeping our children at Aspen Elementary is an option, and carving out our neighborhood would do very little to alleviate the enrollment at Aspen Elementary. And it isn't the long-term solution to fix enrollment at Aspen Elementary. And in the meantime, changing schools would have a very big, real, immediate negative impacts on our children. Please do not ask our children to fix a problem they have already been asked to fix. Our children need stability. Please keep Sunstone at Aspen Elementary. Please keep us within the same boundary with those who will attend the same middle school and give our children the stability and sense of belonging and community they deserve. Thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Hansen, followed by Shante Stringham.
Jordan Hansen. I am a member of the School Community Council for Oakleaf Elementary. Oakleaf Elementary is a new school. This is our 3rd year of being a school. And it's taken us that long to develop a community for our students. Behavior problems have decreased this year because these students who have been moved every 2 years have finally found a home. And now we're asking them to move 80 to 90% of that student body to another school yet again. It's hard, it's heartbreaking. Not only that, all of our PTA board will be moved with all of these maps, and all but one member of the school community council is going to be moved. Additionally, most of the aides and other people supporting the school from the community are being moved over to other schools. And I feel very grateful for Harriman Elementary and Butterfield Canyon because they're getting an amazing group with these maps. Giving our students the stability to build out and maintain their community and to have the chance to grow gives them the opportunity to really flourish and develop the skills that they need to succeed in future education. They've been moved so many times. My daughter's in 4th grade and this is her 3rd school. And yet again, another set of moves. It's hard. I understand the need to alleviate that. Most of us at Oakleaf are asking, do the minimal amount of moves you can and take the time to study and make the bigger moves and give us time to build that community, build that resiliency, and establish a community at Oakleaf that can grow and flourish and sustain education at that school. We really need your help, and we're asking you to please help all the schools in our area that have gone through so much moves. Yes, we are growing a lot, but hasty moves and hasty decisions really do negatively impact our students. As you can see from education, test scores, education scores, and also behavior issues, because students don't feel like they belong. And we're seeing that in surveys, and we're seeing that change now at Oakleaf, because this is the first time for all of these students that they've been at a school for 3 years. The first time. And it's made such a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Shante Stringham, followed by Rebecca Christiansen.
Hi, my name's Shante Stringham. I've got a son that goes to Oakleaf Elementary that I'm sure you've heard from several people from our neighborhood, Juniper Estates. We are right down the road from Butterfield. To be honest, I had a lot to say, and then I listened to your 4 o'clock meeting, and it seemed a little chaotic.
And I would have really hoped that there would be some more stability from our board members before they sent out this survey. But a couple of things I wanted to say. I moved into our neighborhood when my son was halfway through kindergarten, and our boundaries were Harriman Elementary. As Oakleaf Oakland, we were notified that our neighborhood would be moving to Oakley, even further from our house. He's now in 3rd grade and has begged to ride his bike to school since he was in kindergarten. However, both safe walking routes require that these kids cross 2 major roads. Both of them require crossing 134 South, which is not a safe road. Harriman would be 6400 West, and Oakleaf also would cross Harriman Main Street. Let's see, both of these roads on 134 South both have areas without sidewalks. I'm sure you can imagine as a parent that even though they're considered safe walking routes, it's not safe to take your young child on a road without a sidewalk. So from my perspective, I think Butterfield Elementary would be a great move for my neighborhood. We are surrounded by older homes. Oakleaf is in the middle of a field, and I worry that we're going to turn into Aspen Elementary that all of these parents are here talking about. My ask is that we move my neighborhood to Butterfield Elementary. We are a young neighborhood. I myself have a pre-K kid, so why would we put these toddlers, 3, 4-year-olds, into Oakleaf Elementary just to do what you guys are saying you're going to do and move them back to Butterfield in 2 or 3 years? It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Christiansen, followed by Chantel Van Wagner.
I'm Rebecca Christiansen, and I am the PT president at Oakleaf Elementary, and I'm for sure not as well versed as all these other people. Oakleaf Elementary is 3 years old. We're still considered very new at this time. In that short time, though, our new school has become a family and a great community in which we've strived for so hard since the beginning. Schools rely on parents and community involvement, support, and donations. It's hard for parents to get involved, though, when we keep getting moved around. Eventually, you kind of want to throw your hands up in the air and just kind of give up, wondering why you're taking so much time to do something. Oakleaf right now, it has room for growth, and without needing to immediately ship 90% of the student body south at this time. I understand eventually, over the years to come, we will end up in Butterfield Canyon Elementary. But right now, we're not needed. It's not needed at this point. It isn't needed now with the situation where currently 100% of the students in the higher grades have had to move 1 or more times. I have a son, he is in 5th grade, and he started kindergarten at Harriman Elementary. COVID happened. He then was moved to Oakleaf Elementary, and if the move happens again, he'll be into his 3rd school, all in his early childhood education. It feels as if people are more worried about numbers over student impact at this time. Just this last week, we lost a student at our school, and it reminded us even more, today was his funeral, and it reminded us even more how important a community is and how special our school is and how everyone relies on each other the way that they do. And again, we're not just a number. I will say, though, if change does have to happen, we do request that we do not have to go past 6400 West, that the boundary ends right there, just for the safety of our children. As well as we would love, Shantae is in my neighborhood, and she's wonderful, and I know we kind of have different opinions on this, but I do know the majority of my neighborhood would love the option of being able to be grandfathered into Oakleaf Elementary if there has to be a change immediately, or to be able to at least permit or give those people those options, so those that have hopped around so much can have the option to stay at a school that will still have low numbers in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chantel Van Wagner, followed by Mindy Bush.
Chantel Van Wagner, and I'm a parent of a student at Oakleaf Elementary. I was the PTA president when the school opened in 2022, and last year I was also on the school community council. Last year I also opened the Student Wellness Center, and I continue to work in the Wellness Center. This has allowed me to have a lot of insight and get to know the students, the parents, the administration, the teachers, the staff at Oakleaf. And when we opened the school as a PTA, our goal was to create a community, a family that would support one another. And knowing that we all had come from other schools, as has already been spoken about, most of the children attending our school have already attended 2 different schools. If this move takes place, this will be their 3rd change, for some even more than that. And that's a lot of disruption for these children. They need stability. Working in the Student Wellness Center, I can tell you that we have a high number of students with anxiety, as you will see throughout the district, and wellness has become very important. And when you look at changing a school again, and especially the experiences they've had over this past week as we have lost one of our precious students. And seeing how that's impacted the students at our school. It was a very heavy week in the wellness room, and I know that they're going to need continued support through this. We had wonderful support from the district that came in, and we're so grateful for that. But these students need each other now more than ever, because they're going to be facing some difficult times ahead. And more disruption will just make it, I think, harder for them to process through a lot of the emotions that they are experiencing with this loss. Our students at our school need stability. Our particular neighborhood has kind of been shifted around quite often, and we're looking at going back to Harriman Elementary where we were before. We're in the Juniper State subdivision, and that would not be a great move for the majority of our students. And even changing us to Butterfield at this point, all of the options have us out of Oakleaf Elementary. There are no options that will allow our neighborhood to stay there. It has been mentioned that the majority of our PTA would change, the majority of our school population would change, all of the majority of our assistants at the school, our parents who have children at the school. This would change our school greatly. It would affect our teachers as well. And so we would ask you to please consider, knowing that this is impacting so many schools, just please look at the wellness and the emotional state of our students as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mindy, followed by Ezra Bush.
Hi, my name is Mindy Bush, and I'm a resident of Sunstone neighborhood, and my kids go to Aspen Elementary School. I've actually been a resident of Sunstone for 20 years, and so I've been through all of the boundary changes. Not only have we had 4 elementary changes, we also have had a middle school change. My daughter actually went through all of them, all 5 of those changes, in her 5th to 6th grade year, 7th to 8th grade year, and 8th to 9th grade year, and luckily ended up at Harriman in the end. She actually said she had a lot of friends, which is a good thing, and I understand change has to happen. But as you can see, we've been 4 times. When we left Bastion Elementary 4 years ago, we were told we likely would end up staying because of the new school that was going to be being built there. And so we were in hopes that that would be our last change. There are approximately 100 kids in the neighborhood. Several of those are 2 or 3 members in each family, so that's about 50 homes possibly in a neighborhood. And so I actually work at the school, in the school lunchroom, and see all the kids, and the majority of those 100 kids are in the higher grades, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. And so they will obviously be moving on to the next school, which decreases the number of kids in our neighborhood. We are asking if you please vote for option B. We understand, I am not familiar with the Harriman side of the changes. If that option is better for them, we are wondering if you could make an amendment to keep Sunstone. If A or C is a better option, just to keep our neighborhood at Aspen Elementary, at least for the time being. We know that you have the best interests of our kids in mind, and that you see them as people also. And we thank you for that.
Thank you. Next is Ezra, followed by Paige Moore.
Hi, my name is Ezra Bush. I live in Sunstone neighborhood and go to Aspen Elementary School. Please vote for option B to keep my neighborhood at Aspen Elementary.
Thank you. Next is Paige, followed by Brett Terpestra.
Hi, I'm Paige Moore. I'm a member of the Community Council at Bastion Elementary, and I'm also live in the Creek Ridge development. Tonight, I just want to make sure that I'm giving a voice for our development. As I've watched people speak around us, that is where I can see my neighborhood heading. We are similar to Sunstone. We're kind of a landlocked development, and we have potential to move quite a bit. And I, as a parent, am concerned about safe walking. We live in a place where I already am not safe. I don't send my children to school. They don't walk to school. But we also live 1.4 as the crow flies. So unfortunately, we are not allowed a bus, nor are junior high students. And as I look at the proposal to move to Oakleaf, it will not be safe for years to come. Even if the road opens, it will be a giant construction zone. And I will not be sending my children through a construction zone to go to school. I have 4 children. One will be going to junior high next year, but I will still have 3 children that will still have to go through elementary school. And I don't see that changing in the next 6 years as Olympia Hills develops for me to ever let my children walk to Oakleaf. It's not safe, and I don't have a busing option. The other thing I would like to also offer is that with this change, it will greatly impact our school's community. I would say roughly about maybe even 3/4 of the volunteers, the BTA, a lot of those people come from our neighborhood. When I look at our PTA list of our group me, we make up out of the 29, we make up about 18 on that list. Our PTA president currently resides in Creek Ridge Elementary. She's done it for 2 years now. We keep asking for a president-elect, and unfortunately, nobody is volunteering because of the boundary change. So we're concerned about our PTA next year and what that will do to our children and to the community there, regardless of the boundary changes. The other thing we would like to address is just a proposal to consider. I know there are lots of things that go into this, but that I don't even know of, but I would love for the opportunity. I know we get to fill out a survey, but I do feel that there would be strong value in gathering key people from each of these schools and allowing them, before you even propose, before you even bring us a proposal, please let people from my neighborhood come and voice their opinion about their concerns for their community. Yes, we can reach out to our council members, but I think that there is a way to bring in key people and allow us to offer what we're concerned about for our community, so that before it even hits our communities and allows for anger to begin, we've at least had the opportunity to say what our neighbors are thinking and what we're thinking of as a community. The last thing is that I would appreciate watching where my children will end up in junior high. I know that there is another one slated to be built by me, but I would just like that to be considered for feeding for my children so that they can maintain relationships and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have Brett, and then we'll go to online comments.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what we have to say tonight. I'm a member of Sunstone Village, and
Could you state your name?
Brett Terpstra, sorry.
Oh.
Brett Terpstra. All the concerns that I have already been listed for all the Sunstone Village concerns. So the one thing I wanted to say is I really like the option D that Board Member Dunford proposed. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think for anyone that has kids that live in Sunstone Village, that option works for us. Option B was obviously what we came here to support. Hearing option D is absolutely something I would support as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, online comments.
Michelle Franks, dear board members, I write to you as a concerned parent of a child that will be affected by the proposed boundary changes. When we moved to Harriman, I wanted this to be a permanent place for my child to grow up and attend school, hopefully making lifelong friends. We knew moving into our neighborhood that there would be exponential growth, but never knew the impact it would have on changing schools multiple times. When my daughter started elementary school, we originally started at Harriman Elementary, knowing that the following year we would change boundaries and start at the brand new Oak Leaf Elementary School. I, as well as the majority of parents and families, thought that this was going to be our permanent school. The principal, teachers, staff, and PTA have poured countless hours into making this school amazing for our children and this community. Then, earlier this year, we were informed that a new school was needed. We were wrong in our thinking that this would have little impact with our school. Unfortunately, building a much-needed school to help Aspen Elementary's population seems out of the question at this current time, based on the last school board meeting. It is unfortunate that this is off the table, seeing that this will be a need in the very near future when the district is in crisis mode, planning on what to do with the extreme influx of children based on the current and future growth. It is unfortunate that the school board is blind to the fact that when the time comes, the boundaries will have to change yet again, further impacting my neighborhood and community that has already changed schools 3 times. It is unfortunate that the school board is not taking into consideration the detrimental effects of elementary-aged children having to be uprooted from their school and moving to another multiple times throughout their school career. Any quick Google search will have articles about the negative impact this can have on children. For example, quote, developmentally changing schools during this period may be challenging for children because this is a time when they are establishing academic footholds in literacy and mathematics that are foundational skills for later achievement. Because middle childhood also is an important time for building friendships and peer networks, social relationships might suffer as a consequence of changing schools. It is also unfortunate that the school board does not realize the impact of disengagement this will bring with families and their new school. The thought is, why participate and help set the school up for success when the likelihood of changing schools again is almost certain? Lifelong friendships have been built these last 3 years, and now the families and friends we have built these relationships with are being torn apart and sent to different schools. That will have the biggest negative impact, in my opinion. The school board needs to reconsider building the new school that they will eventually need in the very near future and not continue to change boundaries to save money and further impacting the mental and emotional health of these children.
Thank you.
Michelle Franks.
Okay. That concludes our public comment period. Thank you for being here. Boundary changes are messy. They're not easy to do. And we know these are kids. This is particularly an area that's had to change a lot. We're aware of that. It's a difficult challenge that we have to try to figure out and balance the needs of everything going on in our district. But hearing your input, I mean, part of why it's so messy is because we do hear input from a lot of people, and we really are trying to, listen and accommodate and make changes. And we've never ended up with A, B, and C. We've always ended up with like D, E, and F because of all the feedback we're getting from people. So, like Mr. Dunford said, our decision won't come until the next meeting because by law we have to have 2 opportunities for public hearings. But is there any further discussion from the board before we move on?
I have some things.
Okay.
First of all, I apologize to everyone. This is not a good process. And some of it's not our fault. We can't make backdoor deals. We can't go and we first see these maps when you see these maps. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't support A, B, or C. And I haven't had enough time to really formulate and work with people. I heard the last speaker talk about he really wants option D, but option D does not save Sunstone. It pauses Sunstone. And I'm okay with that, but I really don't think we even should make a move there. Our problem really exists in the lack of a long-term plan, which wasn't our fault. Our long-term plan has been on hold for at least 2 or 3 years. We've been waiting for these seismic studies. We came back with a study, and it says, you want to go big, you want to go little, and we really didn't even settle on that before we were into making boundary changes. There's a saying that says we shouldn't run before we walk. And what that says is you have to get the fundamentals down before we can really run. And what we want to do is some big, bold moves that's going to cause us all to run. But we're not even together. Like I heard Aspen Elementary talk about we haven't visited their school. I did spend a day in your school and love your school. It's not one that I oversee. But I can't go to school community council meetings because they're held during our board meeting. That needs to change. A school community council meeting cannot be held during the same day at the same time as a board meeting if you want me to come. And you've got to notify me because I'm over a lot of schools and sometimes it's on my calendar and sometimes it's not. And we need a better communication that way. A lot of that's my fault. I know that. We said as a board that there was going to be some communication with staff about the needs of our area. That didn't come. I didn't get to sit down with staff and tell them what I wanted. We had some priorities once, a former board did, and there's not a map that was presented to us that follows any of those priorities. For instance, we said busy roads would be a big consideration. I didn't see that in the maps that were presented to me. We said that city boundaries would be a big consideration. That always can't be, either of those can always be, but I didn't see those priorities plainly in the proposals given to us in the first time. I mean, how can I go out and support these boundaries when I never ever got a chance to see these in the first place and never ever agreed with them? We used to, I just should say this too, the very first move I ever had to make as a board member, the very first meeting was moving my daughter out from Butterfield Canyon to Harriman. So I feel it, I know what the pain is. And she was a 5th grader, so her 6th grade year was all by herself and a couple other friends that had to leave their school. So I totally understand what you're going through and what you're saying, but we used to have an open house where we would open it up, like not a hearing, like I don't need this meeting. This meeting doesn't help me. I need you to come in, and I understand it's legal. But before what we did is we had an open house and you came in to the school and I was there and you were there and the staff was there and they were, what about this, what about this? And we settled a lot of this stuff in meetings before here. So our hearings were nothing because guess what? Nobody had a need. We solved those needs before we ever made it to here. And we've lost that. We've lost some of the things that really worked well. And I think a lot of it was during the COVID time when we went a little bit more online, we went a little bit to more Zoom meetings and some of that, and those are really valuable, but it left me out of the process, and I couldn't advocate for that. So I can't support anything. I cannot support anything. I can't support moving those apartments. I can't support moving any of this because we don't have a plan. We have 2 new board members. I really want to bring them up to speed and let them help make the decisions. It might mean for a year we're going to be stuffed in positions and have overcrowded schools, but I would rather make right decisions than quick decisions. And it's not our fault. It's not your fault. But we all want to just pause for a moment and just say, what's the right thing? Can we all bear it for 1 more year? Let's get some things going and let's figure it out and let's move together. By the way, students that want to go to Butterfield Canyon and you kind of almost know you're going to end up there, it's an open permit school because we're losing people. You can make that decision without a boundary change. We don't need us to say it's okay because that has room at that school. Anyone can move to a school that has room, so I just want to throw that out for the community I represent. So I'm sorry for the rant. I'm just sorry for it all, but I can't support any decision.
Okay, other comments? Okay, well, we are going to move on then. Stay tuned. There will be more discussion ahead. And again, thanks again for being here. We're going on to item B, recommendation to appoint a board member to fill the midterm vacancy in District 3. I have been elected to the Utah Legislature and have submitted my letter of resignation. I'm halfway through my term, and so by law, as a board, we are able to appoint someone to finish my term. We had 14 applicants for the position, very qualified applicants. We were just thrilled with the quality of people that applied, and it was a very difficult decision. We conducted interviews last night and again tonight, and we are ready to make an appointment. So I'll take a motion.
Bryce, are you going to make it?
I'll make a motion. I move that our board appoint Suzanne Wood to fill the vacancy in District 3.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. George and a second by Mr. Robinson to appoint Suzanne Wood to fill the vacancy in District 3. Is there discussion to that motion?
Can you just clarify that that is not in effect until after your resignation takes effect on?
So my resignation is effective December 31st, so that will be effective January 1st, with the oath of office coming on January 14th. Okay, any discussion to that motion?
These were all great candidates. I mean, this was a hard process. Again, a process that we didn't love because it has to be done in open, and it's hard to interview people open and speak openly. We could have picked many good candidates. I'm super excited for the one we selected, and we're going to have a great team moving forward. We're losing some really key members, but I believe the people that we have are very competent to carry the district forward, so I'm super excited as we move forward together.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to appoint Suzanne Wood to fill the vacancy in District 3 starting January 1st. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Welcome, Suzanne. All right.
She will serve the remainder of your term, is that
Remainder
correct?
of my term, so 2 years.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Next up is a recommendation to adopt the annual comprehensive financial report, otherwise known as the ACFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. So we will turn the time to Mr. Dunford, and then if Mr. Larson, our business administrator, and then we also have Mr. Kyle Green from Squire and Company here with us.
One of the most important responsibilities I feel as an individual board member, and I know my fellow board members feel the same way, is responsibility for the finances that come in, the tax money that comes in from taxpayers. We want to make sure it's spent wisely and that it's spent for its budgeted purposes. So this district, this board, employs an independent auditor who has access to all of our financial reports, all of our transactions, and they come in unconnected to the school district and they examine our finances. And what they are going to present to the board and to the public is their finding of our financial standing, our budgeting, our expenditures, held to the standard of the financial world. And so I am honored to present Squire and Company, who is our independent auditor, and I will let them present their report to this board and to the public regarding what they found. Kyle, take it away. And you have to admit, we told you 8 o'clock, and we were pretty close.
So I was going to make that comment before I started, that this is pretty incredible, that we're within a minute and a half here, so to you.
We don't get it right very often, so that was good.
Well, I appreciate opportunity to be here. Just be brief with you. So we did meet, just so you know, as a full board. We met with the audit committee on the 15th, Friday the 15th, and had a really good discussion. If you've been able to be part of the finance committee, I know there's been different members that rotate through there. I think it's always a great discussion, opportunity to dive a little bit deeper into the ACFR and some of those pages. But with you tonight, I'll just go over what our opinion is, and ultimately what we're hired to do is come in, audit, and issue an opinion, right? To say whether this ACFR is fairly stated or not, or if there were, any issues, major issues, anything that way. So as far as the audit goes, we're issuing an unmodified opinion. So that can be referred to as a clean opinion. And so the work and the support and the evidence that we were able to obtain from your team as we asked and worked with various departments was sufficient for us to be able to issue that unmodified opinion. And so we're grateful for your team that you have and what they allowed us to do. If we asked for something, they provided it. And so that's we're very grateful for that. You also have to have 2 compliance audits. So one's a federal compliance audit due to some of the federal funds that you get. That can be referred to as a single audit. And so we performed that single audit for the board's information. We tested 3 programs, or 3 major programs this year: the Child Nutrition Cluster, the Title I grants, and then there was a special education grants for infants and families. So not your normal special education funding, but a separate grant for the infants there. Issuing an unmodified opinion as well on all 3 of those. And so that, from a compliance perspective, again, just for the board, it's a little bit, when we're doing the federal compliance, we are testing controls, we are making sure there's approvals, there's invoices, there's approved contracts, salary schedules, all of those things that we're looking in. Reports are being approved and submitted. So a little bit deeper level on some specific steps for each of these programs, and ultimately, again, do get to issue an unmodified opinion and no findings or question costs to be able to report to the board. Last opinion that we issue is on state compliance. So there's a variety of state compliance rules that we have to test. There's a whole bunch that you guys have to follow. There's a handful that we have to test that gets dictated by the state auditor and USBE. So for this year, again, variety of programs, but issuing an unmodified opinion and no findings to note. And so again, just grateful for the opportunity to work with your staff and for them to be as prepared as they are to allow us to get the work done. It takes a lot of effort on their part, I know. I would say most of their year really is gearing up for this, just making sure everything's being recorded correctly and allocated and those things. So kudos to them. But so issuing those 3 opinions, I think that's all that I have for you as a board, unless there's any questions. Awesome. Thank you.
So what we'd like to do is just have Mr. Larson kind of highlight some of the things that this board maybe need to take a look at. We've submitted the ACFR to you. I don't know how much you enjoy reading it, but I would encourage all board members to become familiar with the ACFR. This is the completed budget. We've got a budget book that is, here's how we plan on spending our funds over the next year, and then we have an ACFR, which is, here's how we spent our funds over the previous fiscal year. And I think I would appeal to each board member to take it upon yourself to know the ACFR well enough to at least intelligently say, I can account for the funds that we've spent. Here are the general categories, here's where our budgets are. So what we'd like to do is Mr. Larson's going to take a minute and just kind of highlight a few things that the board needs to be aware of, and then I'll just call upon the finance committee as you'd like to share some things that you have found that you wanted to share in the ACFR. Mr. Larson?
Thank you. First of all, I echo Mr. Green's comments. We have a fantastic financial staff. Mr. Dan Ellis, the Director of Accounting, Budgets, and Audits, is here with us tonight. Him and his team work very hard to make sure that all of this runs smoothly and that we have correct data that is being submitted for the board and represented here. You have a few documents available to you on board docs. I would recommend you go through each of them. Some highlights, though, that if I could point out a few things in the larger ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, page 24 is a good page for the board to review and become familiar with, as well as page 26. These are two of the updates pages, if you will, for the prior year. For where we ended the year in our financial position, but also how funds were received and spent. This just gives a one-year look. So I would also recommend you go to pages 134 to 137 in the back that will give you a 10-year history of those same pages 24 and 26. What that will do for you is you can see how things have changed over 10 years, be able to see some trends, maybe ask some questions. Why did this happen? Or, oh yes, I remember that decision. We intentionally did this or that. But you can see where some of the funding changes have occurred. I will call your attention to within the state of Utah, state education dollars are very closely tied to mandated minimum property tax thresholds. So as you look at those trends, keep in mind that the property tax piece and the state revenue dollars go hand in hand. They go together, and even though property tax collections have gone up, that may not be due to any action of the board. That can be due to what has been required of you by the legislature. Other pages of interest, page 126 in the back, I always find interesting. Katie Bastian, our Director of Nutrition Services, is here tonight. I like page 126 because it gives a history of the lunches and breakfasts served, which I find very fascinating. And I am very impressed with the number of meals served this last year and how that has increased. Page 127 shows enrollment changes, which I also think is important for the board to know where that's what's happened there in the history there and where we're headed. As we talk about boundaries and other enrollment projections, it's nice to look back and see, oh yes, this is what's happened. We have within the school district many funds. Those a fund is a different set of books, if you will, for different purposes of the entity, of the organization. Pages 75 to 95 are excellent resources to review all of those funds. Some of them are pretty small. Nevertheless, we have a fund for a specific purpose, and so I think that might be good for the board to be familiar with. I would tell you that in my view, all of our funds are healthy. They're in a good spot. We went through that in detail with the audit committee. There really is just one fund that I have some concern about, and I've talked to you about that before. Still, yep. And that's the insurance fund. Has a lower balance than our target thresholds are. It's well below the minimum target threshold. So the insurance fund is the one that I'm a little worried about, but all the others are in a good spot or even above the target threshold. And I would recommend you read this at night when you're trying to go to sleep. No, it's a good document, has a ton of good information in it, but it can be a little overwhelming.
We don't sleep when we get home from board meeting anyway, so we'll be reading tonight.
Yep. Any questions for me, or back to Mr. Dunford?
While you think of your questions, Brian or Nikki, anything you wanted to add?
Couple things.
I gave them an assignment to kind of hopefully model what I'm hoping the whole board will do, is to look through the ACFR and come back and report what caught your attention.
Yeah, I've
Brian?
got a couple items I wanted to mention. Thank you, Bryce. The first thing that caught my attention as I was reading through this, now I'll admit I didn't read through it word for word all the way through, but I kind of browsed through certain pages. But there's a page 6, kind of has an org chart of the school district. And believe it or not, at the top of the org chart isn't the Board of Education. It isn't the superintendent. At the very top, it says public. The public is the boss. And I thought that was really interesting. It models government in the United States, which is the power is in the people. And that was shown here tonight, wasn't it? With the people showing up and voicing their opinions. And I'll admit, my views, some of my positions or opinions on things changed tonight because the power of the people was manifest here. So that was the first thing that caught my eye. And then I also wanted to mention toward the back in the statistical section. As I was reading through some of the statistics, the 10-year trends, the first thing that I thought of was this is very transparent. The financials of the district are very transparent. Anybody who wants to can look at this document. They can ask us questions. They can contact staff if they want to. And we are more than happy to discuss the financials of the district. I think for many of us, if it got too deep, we would just say, why don't you talk to John? That's what many of us do, is we ask John our financial questions. And John he's actually, from what I've seen, excited to talk about the financials of the district and happy to share them. And that's an indication that he's not hiding anything. He's excited to share his work and the work of his staff. There was one area of concern that I had, and maybe I can talk with staff about this as well, but on page 122 and 23, it shows a 10-year history of the general fund. And if you go back to 2015, the very bottom right, we were spending $5,640 per pupil 10 years ago. Now we're spending, this past year, 2024, we're spending $9,962 per pupil, which according to my calculations it represents a 76% increase in spending over that 10-year period. And sometimes we talk about, well, that's inflation. I did another calculation. The cumulative inflation over that same 10-year period, according to U.S. statistics, was just under 29%. So we experienced a 29% inflation rate, but we increased spending per pupil 76%. That was a little concerning to me, and maybe we can talk about it later. I know there are a variety of factors that would cause that, but
those were my comments, Bryce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine will be fairly simple. There's a lot of interesting things in this book, and I have spent a good amount of time perusing it. But on page 23, I think it is important for us to understand how we are funded. And the second chart is also really fun to look at, and that is how we spend those funds. I have heard many of our board members talk about the trust that it is to receive an election from your constituents and then to know that the money they sacrifice to pay taxes is in your stewardship as a board member. And it's not something that I take lightly. And a lot of thought goes into those purchases. And so as we look at that second chart, the amount of money that goes directly back to benefiting the children who we are responsible for is really exciting to me. Instruction, 61.5%, and supporting services, 29.5%. Both of those are directly in the interest of our students. And then the others, I think we could probably make a case for every dime being something that benefits the people that we represent. And then just recognizing, I know that we sometimes see things differently, but the blessing that it is to have a state who is mindful and willing to come to the table. I am grateful for the support that they give us financially, and I hope that we use it in a way that blesses the children and, in a bigger sense, society as a whole. And then the other area that I've spent a little more attention on is our debt. I think that our board has made some goals to stay within some target ranges. And when I look at the comparisons that Squire provided for us on the way that we save as compared to districts that are nearby us, we're unique. Jordan doesn't just follow what everybody else does, and I think that that's impressive. And I'm also grateful for our caution in regard to debt. I'm pretty proud of where we are in terms of debt ratios, and looking at that 10-year span again. I think that we've tried to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and that's a high priority for me. So thank you. Mr. Larson, his team, Squire, we are so grateful for your expertise. I cannot imagine what goes into managing this, and I feel very confident when I look at the transparency that's provided to us and to every taxpayer. During my recent campaign season, I can't tell you how many times I came back to these pages to be able to answer questions for constituents, and sure grateful for those efforts.
Thank you. I'd like to let me begin with a little story. I heard Anthony tell a story years ago that has never left me. You know that one of his mottos is be curious. He tells a story about a son who sat down on the carpet in the basement, and as he laid his hand on the carpet, it was wet. And it never dawned on his son to ask the question, why is the carpet wet? And it was several days later that he mentioned to his dad, oh, by the way, the carpet's wet in the basement. And Anthony's frustration was, why weren't you curious as to why the carpet was wet? And that it's always stayed with me, that story, and I found myself saying, as a board member, of what should I be curious? I think there's a reasonableness in, I need you to tell me what I don't know. We hire a business administrator to tell us what we don't know about school finances. But I think there needs to be an inherent curiosity. And so if I could just point you to page 100, I would invite you to watch for major leaps from one year to another. I think that's a very good place to start, being curious. And then ask some questions. These are the 10-year numbers. This is one of the very first places I go every time there's an ACFR, and I'm looking for major shifts where there was a major difference between 1 year and the next year. And I would invite your curiosity to just simply look for where were the major shifts, and then to ask, why? Now, sometimes it's a budgeting procedure. Sometimes there's been a major shift, and I'll go to John and he'll say, oh, that was the state changed how we had to report that, and so now how we were reporting it shifts, and so it looks like an increase when it really isn't. Other times, my eye will catch a major change from 1 year to another in a budget, and I say, what happened? Why did that go up so much, or why did that go down so much? So just an invitation. I really like these pages that are 10-year spreads and 10-year trends, so that you can begin to say, okay, look at administrative pay. There's an interesting trend there. Look at student fees, student service. What's the budget? Student services? We have had a deliberate attempt to bring that fund down. I expect to see a general decline in that fund. And so I would just invite your curiosity as a board member to just say, why was that such a leap in revenue? Or why was that such a leap in expenditure? And then be able to ask some questions. Don't put your hand on the carpet, realize it's wet, and fail to say, why is the carpet in the basement wet? That's all I would add.
Anyone going to tell us why it's wet?
I appreciate that you remember that story all these years later. He was playing video games. He reached down for the controller, felt that the carpet was wet, and thought, oh, I must have spilled a drink or something, and keeps playing his video games. 3 days later, we walk down, and the carpet is sopping wet, and it's because a sprinkler line had broken, and had he been curious and said, hey, Dad, the carpet's wet, we could have avoided a lot of damage. And I don't blame him anymore for that problem.
Thank you. That's a good story.
Okay, we need a motion, then we go to public input and then to action. Got a motion, Mr. Dunford?
I move that we accept the ACFR as it has been presented to the board.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Barnett to accept the ACFR as it has been presented to the board. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this issue? Okay, seeing none. Any discussion by the board? All right, all in favor of accepting the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you to our Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Larson, and your whole staff for the work that you do. Appreciate always staying on top of things and giving us really good reports from our auditor, making us look good. Thank you. Okay, next is a recommendation to approve additional overnight travel request. Dr. Godfrey.
Yes, this is a request with a unique opportunity for Bingham High School. And in accordance with the board policy, you've had a letter that outlines the details. And in accordance with board policy, we are bringing that to you for your consideration. It's for the minorettes at Bingham High School.
Let me just say this is really a unique opportunity for this this team, and when we have unique opportunities come up, I think we really need to be very cognizant of it and do what we can to help them have this opportunity.
It involves some international competition that's not normally available to.
Exactly.
Is this, our policy is if they want more than one, they come and request it from the board.
Right.
Does this fall in line with like missing more
It-
schools than what we allow, or more school days than what's allowed?
It meets policy in every other way. It's just the number of trips that are required. I appreciate that question, yeah.
And if you recall, last year we approved one for Harriman High School's band who had the unique opportunity of going to Hawaii for a special invitational. And I think in those cases, we really need to pay attention and do what we can to allow the opportunity.
All right, can I get a motion?
Quick question. How are these types of things funded?
The students who are participating pay for that. By policy, we don't use district funds for overnight travel. There may be, there's cost involved in just man hours of managing the trip, but it's paid for, and they do fundraisers frequently, and with 2 trips in 1 year, drill team is highly organized generally, but also very organized around fundraisers and being able to get sponsors and put in the hours to raise funds for it. So it's not school funds, it's fundraised and fees paid by the families.
So, yeah, I just wanted to clarify, it's not a request for funding. It's
Not a
just
request for funding, just permission.
Yeah.
That's right.
And on that same vein, do we know how this fits into the aggregate totals? And I understand there's a cap that we set for how much teams can spend.
It doesn't.
Know that it falls within
It doesn't
that?
negatively impact that. It's a similar trip to others that are taken because it's to Florida where they frequently travel. So it falls in all the other parameters. It doesn't create any other issues.
It's an additional trip if that pushes it too far. So,
They'll
it does
they'll
not.
still be within range of all those
Good.
all those expectations.
And then just for those listening, I think maybe it could have been a little misconstrued. While they're competing on a world stage in terms of the people who they're competing against are from all over the world, it's still within the United States, the continental United States. So lest we have a run on requests.
You want a motion?
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we approve the additional overnight travel as requested from Bingham High School for the Minorettes.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Robinson and a second by Ms. Richards to approve additional overnight travel request for Bingham High School Minorettes. Is there further discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to approve our consent agenda?
I move that we approve consent agenda items A and B.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve consent agenda items A and B. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to accept our consent agenda?
I move that we accept our consent agenda A, B, C, D, and E.
And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to accept our consent agenda items A through E. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. On to bids, and we will be combining some of these, but let's start with A. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the bid for Tier 1 math curriculum.
I second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George to approve the Tier 1 math curriculum. Is there discussion to that motion?
No, sorry. Do you want to go first?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify one thing that we heard as we were actually interviewing candidates last night. some confusion that this candidate represented was a concern for many in her community, that this is already being used in our district and that wasn't very transparent of us. And so just wanted to take a moment to clarify that this bid is new for the age range that we're looking at. So up to 5th grade, we have 6th through 8th who are currently already exploring this curriculum.
And I would like to say that I am enthusiastic about this math curriculum. I went to the open house and looked at the materials and asked my questions, got answers, and also I feel really privileged that I was teaching and learning department set up a time where we could go observe this curriculum in action in middle school in 7th grade, and it was actually really great. It was exhilarating to see the student engagement, the teacher engagement with each other and with the curriculum. So I am excited to approve this bid.
I'd like, if you don't mind, if Ms. Goff wouldn't mind coming up. If you wouldn't mind, Ms. Goff, addressing the concern that was shared during public comment about, we have 1,030, from what I saw in the justification letter, 1,030 K-5 teachers who are going to be expected soon to adopt this curriculum. So I'm curious, in this process that we went through, how, or first of all, were those types of concerns considered, and what type of advice do you offer teachers who are feeling, who have similar feelings?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, actually, because if you hadn't asked publicly, I would have chased somebody down out in the hallway to let them know that I'm thinking of that, and that I'm worried about what that might be. Of course, the lift is always something that we're thinking about for teachers. And as we talked about in study session and earlier, we're hopeful that some of the things that we showed you, some of the manipulatives, the kits, the workbooks, the teacher manuals, are exactly what will help to prepare already ahead of time for some of the things that teachers will be expected to implement. So if you're looking at this curriculum, if anybody that's hearing this is looking at the curriculum only online, we have more that we can offer through this bid process and through the manipulatives that we shared and through the kits that hopefully the board will approve, that will help ease that burden on teachers. We think that will help to implement it in a more clear way for students. We also, as we represented there and talked about earlier, hope to have multiple opportunities for teachers to choose what works best for them in terms of training. There are 3 possible days for training, one being optional, but the others being the professional training as we discussed, and then the follow-up, and then additional opportunities to plan, paid opportunities that would give them a chance to plan, should they choose it. That's an optional piece. But we hope that that will also create an opportunity for people to see it, to work with it, to have multiple time being able to review that and to help with that concern as well. I also want to speak for just a moment to the fact that there are a lot of things that come together at the same time. And that is one of the big picture items that I've often been concerned about. How do we make it so that we don't have math or literacy or things that are coming together and that we're asking teachers to do something new all at the same time, or even within a year of each other? That's a huge concern to me. And one of the reasons that we're in that situation is because we've often been subject to contracts. Contracts expire, and things become due, and then we're in that position of having to try to get out of that rotation when a contract is coming due. And as a result, sometimes we have to stretch it by having another year. We pay for another year's worth of access to resources. If we can adopt something like this Open Up resource or some of the other proposed ideas that we're piloting, those can help us get out of that contractual obligation that all seems to come together at the same time. So our hope is to get out of that rotation, and that will hope to ease the lift as well. So those are three different things that I'm anticipating that we might be able to do to help ease the burden of teachers, because I'm very aware of that, and it is still concerning to me, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. So thank you for asking.
Were there, of those 1,000 plus K-5 teachers, were any of them involved in the process of selecting or in the decision-making process?
Yeah, there were at least 2 to 3 times when they had opportunity to be involved. Of course, we can't have all of them, but at the same time, to the point, the DE 501, the board has put into place where we had the committee last spring. We had teachers that were on that committee that knew that this was coming. We have a lot of teachers that have already known it's been coming because a lot of them are using this. They've piloted it. So we had that first opportunity for voice. We had another opportunity come when we were doing the RFP committee, making sure that we had teachers that had seen it, that were aware of the product that was being looked at. And then, of course, in the third time when we had the open house, and we interacted directly with teachers and parents and had them have an opportunity to provide us feedback as well, to come into the teaching and learning hub and to handle the materials and to look at it. So that was the third opportunity that we hopefully gave warning to us through the emails, to have teachers have a voice there too. Yeah.
One final question. I'm not exactly sure what would be approved as far as an amount today by this board. Let's see. The agenda item says 1.4 million, and then the justification, or the justification letter had a higher amount than that. So what are we approving today? What amount?
Thank you. That's a great question too. I wanted to be transparent to make sure that the board knew that it costs money, obviously, to purchase the product, and it also costs money to train teachers. But the piece that comes to you because of purchasing restrictions and regulations is only the bid amount for the product. And so in your bid on the agenda, tonight's agenda, you see the cost of the vendor product. But also on the justification letter, I included what the costs will be for training, the substitutes that we would pay for teachers to attend these trainings during their school day, and potentially some summer opportunities that may cost some additional funds. I wanted to make sure that was fully transparent so that you know going into it that it isn't just the cost of a product. It also is the cost of the training. So if you look on the justification letter, anything that says open up, that's the vendor. And those are the costs that if you add them up, they equal out to what is listed on the bid for the 1.435. That's the cost of the actual product. But we also put in there teacher PD, so you could see the additional costs that it will take to train teachers.
So are we approving, I guess that's still my question, what are we approving tonight?
We're voting on the actual bid to open up
product.
resources.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bid summary amount. Okay, is there further discussion?
Sorry, I had to step out to help with a boundary map. Nikki, were your concerns addressed?
Thank you for checking. Yes, I was able to do some additional phone calling and had a lot of my questions answered. And then in
And you're
study
fully
session,
confident in adopting the bid.
I am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of approving the bid for Tier 1 math curriculum for grades K-5, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for bid B?
I move that we approve the bid for custodial services, kitchen, grease trap, and barrel waste disposal.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for grease trap and barrel waste disposal. Is there discussion to that motion? All right, see none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for bid C?
May we put C through F all in one?
Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, give me a motion for C through F.
I make the motion to accept the bids for items C through F, which include boiler replacements at South Jordan Middle, a roof replacement at Jordan Hills, roof replacement at Rosamond, and a roof replacement at Riverside Elementary School.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean, to approve bids C through F. Boiler replacement at South Jordan Middle School and roof replacements at Jordan Hills, Rosamond, and Riverside. Is there discussion to that motion?
Just a comment. This is the benefit of giving them the budget. Then they can just move forward with these. It's not a summer project. They're the experts. They know when they can do it and how fast they can do it. And notice how they've grouped them together in a brilliant way. I just think this is the benefit. This is why we've given them an increase in their budget so they can handle these issues and taking them off the summer project list. I love that this is the way we're doing it.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving bids C through F, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now can I get a motion for G through N? N.
And
You gonna make it, or I will?
I will.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to accept the bids on items G through N, and it includes chicken, beef, pork, fish, liquid eggs, and potatoes and sweet potatoes.
I'll second it.
Chicken legs.
Oh, and
chicken
chicken
legs.
legs.
And,
There you go.
oh yeah, dehydrated potatoes.
Oh, there you go. The last one is dehydrated potatoes.
Which came first, the chicken legs or the liquid eggs?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Richards and a second by Mr. Robinson to approve bids F through N.
I just have a question because I haven't seen this that I remember. But on the processing of commodity chicken, there are two bolded bidders. Does that mean that we accepted both of, like, we're using both of these bidders?
Why don't Katie get up?
Welcome, Katie.
Hi there, thank you. Is that on the large bird chicken?
Yeah, and I see that we are, but I'm just interested why are,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with it, but I'm just curious.
Yes. In this case, when we did our bid process, it would have been interesting had you guys been in our department, in our office the last several weeks. We have been sampling chicken nuggets and beef patties by, I would say, by the pound. But so we did find in our large chicken, that is our biggest processing commodity that we do. And we sampled all the chicken patties, all the chicken nuggets, and it was found that Tyson, most of their items were preferable. However, Pilgrim's Pride, their chicken nugget and their patty were preferable, and their cost was less. So we ended up splitting that one due to what items were in the sampling, their scores came out higher or their price was better. So it doesn't happen very often because it's easier to just try and keep it with one main processor. But in cases like that, it is definitely appropriate to do so.
Thanks.
Yeah, definitely.
Are these bids just for the processing, not for the actual food itself? It's just, so we pay a price for the potatoes, for example, and then we pay this price here to process them, is that right?
So the USDA will give us an entitlement value each year based on the number of meals that we served. For our district, it's around $2 million. And we have the option to do a couple of things with that value. We can send it to processors, like pounds of chicken, the value of those pounds of chicken, or we can get brown box items, which are like finished goods, canned peaches or whatnot. So what the bid is for is the cost that we spend with Tyson or Pilgrim's Pride. That's the amount of money that we spend with that processor. So does that make sense? So the value, the commodity value of, say, a chicken nugget is quite a bit less than if it's a commercial nugget because the value of the USDA pound chicken is taken off the commercial value. So, but these prices that you're seeing are what we spend to purchase the entire product. And the commodity value per case is cheaper than if we were to purchase it commercially. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so this cost includes the cost of the chicken and the processing of the chicken.
Yep, but at that point, this cost is what it costs us to purchase cases of that product. Yeah. Anything else?
Okay, any other questions? All right, all in favor of approving the nutrition services bid G through N, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Superintendent's report.
I just want to echo the thanks to John's department, but also everyone that's sitting in there helps save all of the money. Those are the guys who, you just heard the way we buy liquid eggs and chicken legs and process all of that, the way that a roof is put on a school, the way that it's maintained. And really, anyone who has a budget in this district, there's a lot of training and there's a lot of work that goes into making the most of those funds. And I feel that it's not just the individuals that you see. They do an incredible job. And to have a clean report like we've had is just incredible with the number of moving parts and the size of this budget and the governmental requirements for reporting and accounting for those funds. Beyond that, we also have a lot of people who are working hard to make the most of the money that's allocated. And because of the way that things are structured, people don't spend money because they might lose it or they don't spend it in irresponsible ways. I think we have a lot of great measures in place because of the work of the folks in this room and many others that help support those who have budgets and responsibility for spending and allocating to make the very most of those taxpayer resources. We take that very seriously, and that's reflected in the results of the ACFR and also in the bids that you see every time. It's just a lot of great work with our teaching and learning department, working with parents and teachers to get the best materials possible to support work in the classroom. Everything from math manipulatives to trucks full of paper to, let's see, I didn't want to say the chicken legs again, potatoes and sweet potatoes and dehydrated potatoes. And this is a huge operation, and for the accounting to be, and the budget to work out as well as it does is really miraculous. The other thing I would say, just to play off of what Mr. Barnett said, is I feel there's a very high level of transparency around finances in Jordan District. Now, there's also a high level of complexity, and sometimes when things are complex, they don't feel as transparent. But it's very transparent. It's just also complex, and I would encourage anyone with questions to spend some time and learn more about how it works. And we encourage that those questions, and we look forward to the opportunity to talk with anyone who has questions about district finances. So thank you to the Board of Education, who works very hard on our finances, our finance committee, and really everyone involved with any budget throughout the district who makes such great results possible.
Thank you. Okay, committee reports. Do we have any committees that have something to report?
Our Facilities Committee did not meet as scheduled because we are still trying to make sure the bids are updated and ready to go. We will meet again on December 5th, and so I'll have a report after that time. With Utah High Schools Activities Association, we're in the thick of the realignment. I have 4 meetings in the next 2 weeks, and so there's time for public comment if you want to be involved in that. The schedule is on the website. No decisions have been made yet, but kind of a first draft of where teams are falling. It looks as if, and this is very preliminary, it looks as if our region will pretty much stay intact. So.
Finance Committee has canceled their December meeting because of a family situation with Mr. Larson. And so I will be reaching out to Aaron and both new board members, to sit down with them, because in the past we've wanted to invite them to a committee meeting so that they kind of got an idea of what finance and facilities. With us not meeting, I'm just going to sit down with Aaron. I'll sit down with both of them, hopefully together, and just kind of give them an overview of what Finance Committee does, what our meetings kind of look like. So I'll be doing that sometime in December.
Yeah, that's a good reminder if any other committees meet to invite in the new board members.
Do we have email and stuff?
I mean, it's on the application. Oh, that's true. So you should have it, yeah.
So I have something from Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee, and this is different than the thing that I was talking about before that's in March. This is in January, and this is for employees, and it's specifically educational support professionals. It's the What I Wish You Knew conference, and that is on the 21st of January at Riverton High School from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., and lunch is included. And I'm sure it will be in the GEMS at some point. Anyway, thanks.
Hey, I've got 2 things. First of all, Jordan Education Foundation has their Christmas for Kids event on Saturday, December 7th in the morning. About 100 more kids this year than last year needing help. And the foundation provides funds for them to go shopping at Walmart. They do need chaperones for that. So if you're available to chaperone, go to the Jordan Education Foundation website and sign up and spread the word if you know anybody who'd be interested in doing that. You pick a time and can go on Saturday morning. And then for USBA, I had a calendar of dates that I thought was on board docs, but I just saw was not there. So I will forward that to you just so that you can have dates on hand for what's coming up for USBA and for JLC. At the USBA conference in January, the board will need to appoint someone to the USBA Board of Directors. It's a 2-year term. Board of Directors typically meets on Fridays every other month. It's about a 4-hour-long meeting, kind of midday, 10 to 3-ish. I guess that's 5 hours. Anyway, so keep that in mind. We do need a Board of Director member. And then the Board of Director member also is the JLC member and can vote for JLC unless the board decides to appoint someone else to JLC. So they can choose they want someone different voting at JLC, they can. So those are decisions that you'll need to make at the January conference, and I will just send that calendar to you so that you've got dates for when JLC meetings are and when USBA meetings are.
Anyone else?
I was able to attend the Region PTA meeting last week. I don't have tons to report other than just it's always inspiring to see the amount of effort that is going in from very fantastic volunteers. They're organized and working hard on some new organization in their in the PTA program and doing a great job. Thankfully, our region stayed intact, so not too many changes for Jordan specifically.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Maybe I'll just quickly mention we did dedicate a new elementary school in the district, Juniper Elementary. And it was a first for me, and nice and short, I hope. That was for Maryland's sake.
It's perfect.
But yeah, I was happy to be able to participate in that.
Yeah, nice job with that. It was a very nice event. Okay, that's the end of our business meeting. We do need to go back into study session for several items. We're going to take a 10-minute break and go back into study session. Thanks.
Appreciate what you said about John's transparency.
Oh, yeah.
He really does love it.
It's
My daughter's driving home from Logan tonight, so it's not good.
He is
It's fun when a snowstorm starts with rain.
Sure, she hopes she's using the four-wheel drive.
Maybe not to Logan, but not till Thursday, so it should be
Thursday's
clear.
not bad.
Yeah, it's
It's-
supposed to be clear.
Today I'm like, well, why are you coming? She's leaving at 10.
So other people, you give them a $750 million budget. Not that they would
Hey,
get
you
for
might-
personal gain.
you
You might
wonder-
go, now wait a minute. Are you being ethical?
Yeah.
Not that we
That's-
don't talk a lot about things or that I am hands off. But it's like, you don't have to worry. Something fair.
No, I understand. Yeah, so
I've appreciated that.
Yep.
Okay, are we back to the boundary change agenda? Or do we want to go through some of this other stuff?
Let my food settle before I get all upset.
Let's do West Jordan High School first. Okay, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Rostrom. Okay, you'll remember as a board, we asked for options on how we can renovate West Jordan High School, and so here is our options.
Well, thank you. I assume you all have the sheet available. I guess we could ask John to project it here in just a moment, but have you seen the plan? These are proposed items, and when we were tasked by the board to go back and look at some options for the potential West Jordan High remodel, we had some very thoughtful discussion and talked about it. What I'd like to do is just quickly go through the 2-year and the 6-year, because those are things that we're kind of familiar with. The 2-year option, and the question was asked, when could we start construction? Would take, if we were able to stage and relocate all students, it would probably take 2 full years of construction. And the question on that would be challenging logistically. Where are we going to stage that many students for that long? So that was kind of a tough one. It is feasible. It could happen, but there would be many challenges associated with that one. The 6-year, we had a long discussion about that because, most of you were in the throes of the Bingham High renovation that went on for that was a journey, went on for 6 summers. And it was, 5 summers. And it was very successful, we think, and the outcome was outstanding. But we all, Dave and I had ulcers all summer long, hoping that they were just very, very large bites to take for a 9-week period. And so what ended up happening oftentimes was, keeping the superintendent informed over the summer and the board members, possibly moving into a virtual school option at the beginning of school. So we just felt like they were very large bites. I asked Dave if there were any other options he could think of, and he came up with a brilliant plan, something we kind of like, and that's a 4-year option. It's kind of a hybrid. And the idea behind that would be that we could bring in between 10 to 12 portables. Now, this is very conceptual right now. And I want to let you know before we present this plan or this option, we did do some preliminary vetting with Brad, Cody, Mike Hutchings, and we even talked to Cabinet a little bit about this. But the idea would be that you take 4 years, and during the summers, you'd take the large bites. You do the big areas like the commons areas, auditoriums, gyms, those kinds of things. But then during the school year, you'd take smaller bites and take a grouping of classrooms or content area rooms, and you'd be constantly working on those. You'd relocate those students out to some portables that are perhaps in front of the building. So the idea behind this one was there's some grass that's in the front of the building, front parking lot, that doesn't make an awful lot of sense. One option would be to remove some of that grass, convert it into some parking, and then put the portables out there during this 4-year period. When the 4 years is up and the construction was done, you'd remove the portables, and you'd have some additional parking for students or staff. So that kind of keeps the ball rolling. In our mind, I mean, I know there would be a lot to it. This is a very high level conceptual look at how things could be, but we kind of like that plan. I wanted to bring it back to you and see if you had questions or other ideas, or we can look at other things.
Is space at Joel P. Jensen an option at all?
It could be. I
hate to have high schoolers with middle schoolers. It doesn't always.
Joel P. Jensen is not an option. It's not adequate. Scott's going to give a nicer answer than that, but it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it's just not going to work.
It's late.
Thank you.
We've looked,
Dr. Godfrey.
We've looked up and down, in and out. The 2 years won't work because we don't have a staging school as some districts do.
Sounds like a song.
It should be. It could be. So I really like the portable option, but using Joel P. Jensen doesn't work because there's not enough space, and the back and forth, just the loss of instructional time and that I think would be too much. It was explored. It's a great thought, and we really thought it could work. And as we looked at it, it just doesn't make as much sense as bringing in portables, and there'd be a cost associated with moving them. But I feel like Scott will smile at this. Since the split, I've taken it on personally to avoid building new ones and making sure we make the most of the ones that we have. And that has resulted in what we call the Portable Summit every year, where we come together and work on making sure that we're moving them in a way that makes sense. And I think that if the board chose to go with the 4-year plan, that we could use portables effectively to house students from whichever area of the building was being renovated. So a good idea that we liked as well, that we explored, but Joel P. Jensen didn't work out as a viable alternative. Is that fair? A fair summary,
It is,
Scott?
yeah.
Makes sense.
So we can't move the 9th grade in until we renovate the school, but we can't renovate the school using Joel P. Jensen. So let me say it this. We can't move the 9th grade in until we renovate the school, but we can't
Right.
close Joel P. Jensen and move that 9th grade in. And so there's the catch-22. If we
Right.
could move the 9th grade in and have a vacant Joel P. Jensen, then that would be different. But we can't do that until the school's renovated. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right.
Okay.
So, in other words, you renovate West Jordan High School,
And then,
you keep Joel P. Jensen open in the meantime, and then you need to renovate West Jordan High School, in our opinion, whether you change Joel P. Jensen or not. Does that make sense? It's an old enough building, and it needs that renovation. So then, once you have a renovated building, then you can decide what happens, or along the way, you could decide what happens. That's what the 4-year looks like, but I will reemphasize, this is staff bringing back information to the board to consider, and we think logistically the plan that will work best is that 4-year plan, and in the way that you describe, Bryce.
So just to clarify that, so if we were to go ahead and move 9th grade up now, it would take 20 portables instead of 10 portables, which is impossible, right?
It would take too many portables
Right, to make it,
to
okay.
move part of the student body out for renovation and add a whole grade level at the same time.
And I think what it does for us also is, let's say we're working on the gym or a commons area, and it does go past the 9 weeks, and it kind of bleeds into the school year a week or two. We still have the content areas, and the students are in classes. Does that make sense? So we're working on those smaller bites during the year, and keeping school in session, and students in their classrooms.
What would be the timeline to move the portables on? Should you decide to do that? Because there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to go in.
There is, and that's a good question. I think Daryl asked, what's the soonest we could start? And we think with the 2 or 6 year, with everything that we would need to put into place in the design, we really wouldn't be able to start construction until June of 26. So not this summer, but the next summer. If we were able to do the 4-year plan, what that allows us to do is actually start getting the parking lot, with the board's approval, get the parking lot portion done and the portables brought in potentially next summer, and then we could actually start the class. This again is conceptual, but we could start the classroom portions even during that school year. That's one idea. So it does help us get a little bit of a jump start on it. Wouldn't you agree, Dave?
Yeah, I think we could have the portables in place and functional in the fall of 2025.
And so you said things like auditorium and gym would be done over the summer.
Yeah, that way we could just, the majority of the classrooms are on the south end of the building, and we could take, 12 classrooms at a time, move them out into the portables. So we're basically renovating the math area for 3 months. Once that's done, they move back into the building. We move another group out to the portables.
And over the summer, then they renovate the areas that can't be replaced with portables. So the auditorium, the gym, that's the priority over the summer. And really, to those listening with the primary goal of disrupting instruction the least amount possible, so the learning and experiences go on. And that was part of what happened with Joel P. Jensen is you move kids over, you lose time, but you also don't have the facilities to do the things that high schoolers look forward to being able to do.
Have we had West Jordan High School deemed structurally sound?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if, I mean, as part of the engineering process and design, they'll look at if there's any seismic deficiencies. So weren't we still working on that?
So those reports will actually be provided to us the first week in December. Something I was getting at. So the first week of December, we will receive the reports from the structural engineering firm to confirm the condition of that school.
The board decides to move forward with this four-year option. Do you need like a motion from us to start the design process, and then you'll bring back the bid in February, March-ish?
Yeah. Do you want
What's our time frame? Like, what would you need from the board?
There's a couple of different ways we could do it. We could treat it as two different projects and design the parking lot and getting the power out for that many portables is a challenge and will be fairly expensive. So we can treat that as one project, and bring that back to the board. Or the other option would be is go out. We're looking at maybe a little bit different construction method on this one, where we do the CMGC approach, where basically you hire the contractor first. They actually hire the architect, and they work together to design the project. A lot of school districts use this method. We've done it on just a couple of very small projects to kind of test the waters. But in hindsight, looking at Bingham and having multiple contractors work on the different phases can create some challenges, where this way you basically hire them for the throughout the
length
full
of the
the length
project.
of the project.
Only dealing with one.
Correct, yeah. So it could be included in, the parking lot could be included in that portion, or we could do that separately and do the construction phase on.
And I have a question. I have not been to Alta High School since I was in high school, and I attended West Jordan High School, and the two schools were like twins. And I know that Alta has been remodeled. I just have not seen it yet. And so I'm wondering if there are things we can learn from what they did.
Sure.
Or has that been looked at? Or is that something that we're even looking at, what they did?
It's a good question. I know that has been mentioned, that they have a very similar footprint, and so we would of course work with the engineers and architects to look at some of those features and see what they did, see if there was something we could incorporate.
They did some major renovations to Alta High School. There's a big performance
Yeah.
Oh, that we
building
wouldn't
that
be
was
interested-
addition. Yeah,
We don't have money for it.
the old house has been added. So they did some major that really don't account for what we budgeted in here.
Okay, thanks.
What these dollar amounts are kind of based on is similar to what we did to Bingham High School.
Can I get invited to the Portable Summit? I was earlier in my experience on the board, but haven't for many years. I did see the double wide come in the summer, but that was on accident. But I think it would be fascinating for especially new board members to watch a portable being moved. And can I ask a question unrelated? Because recently someone told me it takes like $50,000 to move a portable. Like, what is the cost of moving a portable?
The majority of the cost comes with the power, depending on what we need to do. When we start bringing in, over 6 portables to a school, our cost to bring the additional power out for those portables really increases. So
in this case, that would be. But what about just a portable to portable? Then power's already hooked
that
up.
same way. The actual moving of the portable is really fairly reasonable. It's more the cost of getting the internet. We have to run fiber lines out, getting the power out there, the intercom systems. So that's the side of the portable costs that are expensive, where we move we have to tear down fences.
So everyone would be a little bit different.
Yeah, each
The stairs.
each portable's different. So
But
we just
50,000
kinda
wouldn't be reasonable, right? Like that seems way high to me.
We
to move a
haven't,
portable.
we're still kind of finishing up the costs for what we did this last summer, the summer of '24, but summer of '23, we were about 43,000, I believe was the average cost.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it is higher than I thought.
We anticipate it'll be close to 50 this year.
And building a new one?
And moving on.
We put that out to bid. It's been about 5 years ago, and I believe it was correct me, around 280,000 to build a new one.
So they'd be well
5
over.
years ago.
Yeah, so they'd be
Build
well
one?
over 3. Yeah.
Actually, probably just a couple years ago that we got just estimates. So it wasn't an official bid, but we got an estimate from a general contractor that's done them in the past. It's for
That was just one? 200 and...
It sounds like even with all the
Seems high.
costs of moving portables and everything we would need to do, it would still come in a little less than spreading the project out over 6 years.
Mm-hmm. And less disruption.
Yeah.
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 And is the estimated cost including inflation, which you don't know of? Is there an inflationary increase in there? Because that's what hurt us at Bingham, is there was an inflationary cost that bit us at the end.
Yeah, that's as I kind of did the numbers and how I come up with an estimate on it was just looking at what we spent at Bingham High School and like if we were going to start Bingham over again starting in 2026 and just put an 8% per year
Increase.
Escalator on that.
8%, that's pretty high, huh?
We've seen over
We've seen
10.
higher.
Yeah,
but-
we've seen over 10.
But
and-
it could possibly be, hopefully, much lower. I just didn't see a lot of difference in cost with the 4 and the 6 year. So to me, wonder how we're financing it. But okay, thank you.
Okay, so timeline, it says February board selects options. So do you
Yeah,
need
these are-
direction
these are-
from us between now and then?
Yeah, these are tentative, and so we just wanted to give the board some time to think about this. We're well ahead of the curve, and so we wanted to allow you the time to think about it, talk about it if you'd like, and then these are just some proposed dates. We could start. Really, we could do it any time, but we anticipate that the planning, the design would be quite a bit of time, probably 6-7 months at least.
If we wanted to have those portables in place by fall of 2025, we'd have to get started on it in February.
Board members, do you need additional information on this?
I just want to say this is really exciting to me. Since I've been on the board, the main feedback I have gotten from patrons who are associated in any way at all with West Jordan High School has been about how much they would love to see it improved as far as the building. And I cannot even begin to imagine the hope and optimism that seeing those portables come on. I mean, I like how the front lawn looks, but I think seeing the asphalt and the portables would just give everybody a sense of optimism. Or I can't say everybody, but a lot of people.
There will still be plenty of grass.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Oh, I know. Oh,
Yeah.
I know West Jordan has a lot of grass. So
The high school doesn't want more parking, right?
Right. Yeah.
I do find it. I
exciting.
do find it offensive that this is considered an old school. Also, I was married and drove by this every day to work. This is not an old school. Like it.
Daryl, I think you're making it worse for you.
You're just, that says something.
So
At West Jordan High School as a freshman in high school, so.
ouch! That just tells me exactly how old I am. Okay.
Okay, so do you want additional information? Is anyone ready to move forward tonight?
I'm ready to move forward.
I would like to see a vote on this in our next board general in December, so that we can move forward. We make we've been in this. Let's make a decision to move forward and not make a new board to do it, because we have not officially said let's move, and I think that we should do that in our next meeting.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we instruct staff to move forward with this 4-year option, the West Jordan High School remodel option that takes 4 years, or projected to take 4 years.
But
I would second that.
But I think it's inappropriate to do it in this meeting. I think it's got to be in a general meeting.
To instruct staff to move forward?
I think it needs to be a public meeting, a general meeting where we say we're moving forward on this project. I don't feel that we've actually made that decision. I don't think that we finalized.
This is a public meeting, by the way.
Well, yeah, but we don't usually do formal votes. We do give staff direction. We could do that. I just would like to have it a little bit more finalized than what it is.
There is another thing to consider. If we do this, we will not be able to build an elementary school.
Yep.
And knowing that we need to do one, we need to build one by 2029, there is some consideration.
Mr. Larson, is that the case, that we will not be able to? Or it would take some finagling?
This chair's a lot lower than I thought. I would want to look at that, combine this, because 2029's still 4 years out. But yeah, this would take pretty much all your capital funds.
So the question is, will we get enough more between now and when we need that
Yes.
school built to build
Exactly.
it?
Can we
That's
do
the
this on
question.
lease revenue?
The timing of the cash flows is going to have to be reviewed and what we can do there. Now, the board can always pull back on some summer projects, which then would help with all of this. There's also the budgets that we have for land purchases that may or may not be utilized. So there's
We can sell some property.
there's some ifs in there. Some property sales, I suppose, could be in the works. What was the other question you asked? Lease
can we
revenue
do a
bond.
lease
That's
revenue
what
bond?
Yeah, a lease revenue bond could be done for a school. Sure.
Even for remodel?
We could work on that for a remodel.
see if the remodel-
Traditionally, no, but yes, we can.
Could look at it for the elementary.
But for the elementary, a lease revenue bond could be an option.
Talk
So
about
I,
Owens.
Remind me, does a lease revenue bond have to cover the full cost? Or could you only use
Ooh, good question.
for a portion?
we can do a portion.
Okay.
But the asset itself, the building itself, would still be your collateral on the bond.
And,
Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
and so what elementary school are we talking about that we will be building in or by? The one up in the Wood Ranch, and
Wood
that's the
Ranch.
one in West Jordan.
Terrain?
Terrain. So that's the one that we're talking about, the terrain one. And we'd be building it because of the contract, not
If-
necessarily because of
If we
the.
choose, we don't have to do it because of the contract,
Yeah, but
you know,
that's what we're thinking of instead of enrollment numbers.
And also enrollment numbers.
Also enrollment.
Yep. Antelope Canyon is on our watch 'em list.
I'm-
I guess, sorry.
Go ahead.
So with the positivity of this message, I think the next step is, for me, would be to try to look at those cash flows and see what we might be able to do that way, and what other options there might be out there. But just quickly, there is a trade-off of this is a sizable move that uses a sizable chunk of money, that there is going to be trade-offs down the road of maybe less summer projects, or maybe there isn't an option of doing a 1 or 2 elementary schools or something else.
So maybe we're not ready to vote on this as a official a project moving forward. Maybe we need to have staff continue to work, but we need finance and facilities to kick in to action and work on the finances, work on some of the other things. But I do think before we actually say let's move forward, it needs to be in a general session, I think.
And I would feel a lot more comfortable if I knew our intentions with the Aspen boundary change. If we are going to choose something that means a new build, I think we need to know that before we can make this decision.
But we need our long-term plan in place.
So I'm going to recommend that we ask Mr. Larson to come back with finance options for this, to let us know what will be available and what things we may have to give up if we move forward with this.
We have a nifty new tool you can use anytime you want to.
Right. So we can all look at that.
You can make that tool available and you can do all that at home, or we can do it together.
Both.
Will you send that to us? But then I also want to hear your recommendations on it.
What I would recommend is that he fills it out with a tab that says John. And then each one of us has a separate tab, what you can play with.
Good idea.
And every time you say, I'm going to build that building, it will make all the adjustments. Oh, I'm not going to build that building, I'm going to do this, it will make all the adjustments. I would recommend we ask John to fill out a tab that has his recommendation on it, and then allow us a chance to play with it ourselves.
I like that.
Can I just ask again? So in February is when you need a yes or no by February in order to be on track?
That would be helpful, yeah, to keep
Yeah,
us on track for that start date of
Great.
the following summer.
We have a motion on the table, so she
We do have
has
a
to
motion.
rescind, or we need to vote?
Motions.
I'm not rescinding.
Okay.
I'm not
So
withdrawing it.
the motion is still on the table and it's been seconded. So all in favor of directing staff to move forward with the 4-year remodel plan, say aye.
Wait. I need clarification. So is this like officially approving this project that we're moving forward? Okay, I'm a no because we don't have the financing in order.
Well, then vote no.
I'm just.
This is, can I clarify? I think this would be.
I think part of this is figuring out the finance.
So I'm okay with staff moving forward and I'm okay finding the thing, but I do think that there needs to be a time we come together and say, this is finally at go. I don't think that we've done that yet.
So is your intent that this is our vote that we're going to do the 4-year plan?
Well, that we're going to do what we would need, like get things rolling as
Well,
far
the
as
4 and
find out
6 year
what the
plan is
financing.
the same time frame, right? Like the early stages is the same time frame.
Yeah, February 2025.
So like, I think it gives us some time to build the other things before I say this is a final project. I'm okay with saying go ahead. I'm not okay to say this is a final project yet.
How
what
is
she
it even
said.
a final project? We don't have any plans. I feel like we I don't know. I thought it was saying, let's move forward and get more information and like this is the plan we want to do. So let's move forward in
so I'm
studying
just
this
saying,
out.
like, if the finances doesn't come back, I'm not voting for it. It needs to be able to be stopped. This is not a final approval. This is, let's continue to explore. Let's build the long-term plan. Let's look at finances.
So do you want to study the other two plans in the same way as studying the 4-year plan? Because
Well, I don't
what I
think the
feel
two
like
is
is
reasonable, so we don't have to look at that, right?
yeah, and
So we just have to look at the two, and then where does finances and where does a long-term plan? What's the trade-offs?
Let me just say that I would like the opportunity to vote on this.
So
I don't think that could be.
what I
available.
understand from your motion is that you are suggesting that all of our focus go towards the 4-year plan.
yes.
So
We're selecting the 4-year plan.
selecting the 4-year plan to pursue financing
yeah.
scenarios, and so I'm comfortable doing that, focusing our attention on the 4-year plan. I'm not approving
Yeah,
I'm
we're not
finance school,
approving
but
I'm comfortable exploring that, but the 6-year plan might be what we have to do because we may not be able to build that school up by you, Nikki, if we go on a 4-year plan. So why wouldn't we do both?
Well, I feel like in that case, if the 4-year plan is not going to work, then we can move on to the 6-year plan. I don't feel like we have to study both of them or like, anyway.
Okay, so you're not saying our final decision is 4-year plan, go. You're saying that our intent is let's move forward with the 4-year plan. Let's bring back some finance options. And we'll have it, and then we'll have a vote on a future agenda.
Yes, please. And I think the superintendent had something to say. I'm sorry I cut you off.
I was just clarifying between these two. You're not spending the money tonight. we're not prepared for that. It's just I was a clear proponent for the 4-year plan. I think what you would be voting on is saying we're not going to pursue the 2 or 6-year plan. We're going to pursue the 4-year plan. It just sets them on a path to start to plan for that 4-year renovation, and then you can decide when it happens, if it happens, whether something else happens first. We just are eliminating the 2 and 6-year plans.
How much is more is it going to be to study the 4 and 6 year together? Because the timelines are exactly the same, except for the aggressive moving of the portables in the parking lot.
And here's my thought, Daryl. Honestly, I would rather do the 4-year plan a year later, and then it's kind of like the 5-year plan, I guess, rather than the 6-year plan, because I feel like that has less disruption to the school, the learning. And so even if it is not feasible for us to do this timeline and we needed to move it from February 2025 to February 2026, as you know, or I guess it would be March of hiring.
Are you willing to kick it back 2 or 3 years and so Nikki can get her school built? Because that's what you're saying, is we're going to tie all of our money on a vote tonight.
Okay, I did not say that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Is we can't really vote on that until we have these other things come back. And so I would just like to leave the options open a little bit and look at those.
Call to question.
Thank you. So quick parliamentary procedure. I just want to go ahead and take a vote on this. So first of all, are you okay calling the question? And then I'll ask for the vote. So all in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No, me.
Okay, so that passes. So I'm going to call for a vote on, the motion is that we move forward with the 4-year plan, directing staff to come up with our finance options and using the tool that Bryce outlined.
Don't give me any credit. You got to say John on that.
Oh, John's tool that you mentioned.
If I did anything, I pointed a finger. So
Right.
don't put my name in that sentence at all.
True. So that's what we're going to move forward with. We're going to have a future finance discussion. Final vote will be in a business meeting, either whenever we're ready.
Final votes in there.
Yeah. Any questions on what this motion is?
Nope.
And we could revise.
Take a vote.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say nay. Okay. So we will our intent's to move forward with the 4-year option, and we will have a future discussion on finance issues. Okay, let's do summer projects.
Okay. We hope you've had a chance to take a look at this. As you can see, as anticipated, with inflation, there was some discrepancies there. There's been some increases, but overall, we just wanted you to be able to take a look at this and see what the revised estimate costs are, and I guess get authorization from the board if you approve of that to move forward and with to continue with the designing and get those ready to go out to bid. As our process has been, none of these are really approved until they've gone out to bid and come back and been approved by the board.
Question on South Jordan Middle. Is there a way to reduce that project that would make sense, or is everything building on each other?
Yeah, there's a couple of options there. One of them is just do the grease interceptor itself, and that you can see that price is broke out separately. The one above it is to do similar to what we did to Ochre Hills on that one. There is an option, as we've been working with the architects, to do the kitchen side, which would affect the ceramics room and art room, the faculty room, and all of the kitchen, similar to what we did at at Ochre Hills, and then as an alternate, we would do everything on the other side of the hall, which would be the fitness room or weight room is what they're requesting, and the restrooms.
So if we were to split this in half, the weight room and restrooms would come in a future year.
Yeah, that could be.
Kitchen, ceramics drain, and grease interceptor.
And you wouldn't be in half. I would guess 3/4 of those estimates for the kitchen side. That's the expensive side.
So we'd still have about 3/4 of it.
Yeah.
Of what's listed.
And we'll break that down as an option when we.
And these
back to the
estimates
board.
we shouldn't be saying out loud because
Correct.
they haven't gone out to bid, just as a reminder.
Right.
Okay.
Just a question on West Jordan High, the chiller and the cooling tower. Is that something that's needed right now, or if we are going to renovate, could that be part of it down the road?
It could be part of it. That's a fairly large chunk.
Right.
You know, if they choose to do the renovations, it wouldn't affect the renovations we do within the building, you know, so it's not like we would put this in and then tear it out and have to redo it.
Okay.
In there, so. There's been quite a bit of concern with the heating and cooling at West Jordan High over the years.
Yeah.
This wouldn't resolve all of their issues, but it would certainly help.
And, you know, I said most of the feedback I've gotten has been about West Jordan High School, you know, improving the building. Of that, by far the subject that most like the specific subject is the temperature in West Jordan High School. So that's what I get the biggest of input
I
on.
ask, if you were planning out a renovation, would you start with that?
It would
That
be,
makes sense?
Yeah, it'd be one piece that would be out of the way for us. Like I say, the work that we'd be doing there wouldn't impact work that we'd be doing in the rest of the building.
Just to know if we're like mucking it up with dust in the new vents or whatever that means.
Yeah. So if we do that project, does that change the overall project of what we're bidding on right now?
I didn't include that, the chiller.
So if we don't do it, that's going to add to the cost.
Increase
You're going to have
the
to do it
cost.
no matter what.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And doing it doesn't mean we have to come back and redo it.
Correct.
Correct, yeah.
I'm thinking we go out to bid on B through K, but we do split the South Jordan Middle one. So we have the weight room and restrooms as a bid alternate.
And that's kind of what we're moving forward with, because you'd requested that earlier.
Oh, okay. So if we're about 1.5 million over
We do everything.
on all these. Now, these are estimates, and we can hope the bids come back less. They don't usually. But
We're not necessarily, we're committing a few dollars. We're not committing the whole dollar amount.
And you said if we were to postpone the weight room and restrooms, that changes the bid by about a third?
Quarter.
Quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah, about a quarter. That is what I would guess. Did we have?
Not quite.
Yep.
So is everyone wanting to go out to bid on B through K? Is there anything you want to cut?
Can I ask
Something I
one?
want to add.
No adding.
Well, can I ask a question about the additional parking, the alternative?
That's what I was.
So is that something that can be added separately in a different year and the dollar be similar? Like, is that one we have to do this year, or is that one we could do part what we have requested this year and that additional next year?
Yeah, I think you could do it. You may get a little bit better price, just the
Do it all
economy of
together.
scale. If you've got them on site and they're already doing, work there, and their general conditions and costs for setting up on the site, you'd probably save a little bit, but not a substantial amount. That area there, we anticipate we could get 55 additional
55 more?
stalls.
That would be helpful.
We're looking at about 88 stalls on the west side, and by removing some of the islands in the north parking lot, and then 55 if you move forward with that southwest corner. So could potentially pick up 143 additional parking stalls.
How many stalls do they have, do you know, roughly? Sorry.
I didn't bring that information. I
That
have
increase maybe 20% more parking, or 25, or just a
Bingham,
guess?
if I recall, I believe Bingham is our smallest.
The smallest by far, yeah.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion for which ones we're going to go ahead and send out to bid?
I move that we go out to bid on B through K and the additional parking separately. Is that what it was? Like, or with one piece of it?
So you'd add the Bingham additional parking to B through K?
But one piece of it. Which piece did we want?
Well, it's already up in the
Well,
other one.
E is
So-
one
It's already
piece of
up
it.
there.
It's E.
Oh, okay, then.
But it would be nice.
I think I would pause
Okay,
on.
just a second.
Then I'll pause. So actually, I move that we go out to bid on B through K.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay.
The full amount?
Discussion.
No changes.
Well, I thought we were doing something with South Jordan Middle.
A modification to
Yeah.
South Jordan Middle.
Yeah.
There'll be an.
Need to add that to the
Better add
motion
that
then.
to your
That a part
motion.
of your motion?
I thought that was already what was happening.
Yeah,
No.
well, when we bring that back in February with the final prices, we'll have that as an alternate, so you can choose. And we could actually do that on Bingham as well, do that southwest corner as an alternate.
Does that cost a
Prices.
lot more to do the alternate?
You would just have a little bit in design fees, which
I
we've
would do
kind of
that as an
actually
alternate.
already started on.
Bingham has 589 parking spaces available to students, but a total of 797.
So I will amend my motion just to be more specific. I move that we go out for bid on items B through K with item G, the two different bids as far as grouping the kitchen renovation with the ceramics drain and the weight room with the restrooms. Is that?
Okay.
Uh,
So that's the motion, and is there still a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I substitute motion that and just say the same thing, but I would like to see the additional parking lot go out to bid as a bid alternate?
Okay, so there's an amendment to the motion to add the additional parking lot at Bingham. Is there a second for that amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Take down the marquee?
Well, it'd still
They're
be
going to
up.
get a new one anyway.
It'd still be up, and
They're
I would just
working
like
on
to
getting a new one.
I just would like to have it at our disposal. If it's not going to cost a whole lot more to add it as a bid alternate, I'd rather have it as an option. I would rather have it done in 2 different years, but it would help us to have that bid in place, right? Is it good for an extra year?
The bid wouldn't be, but the design would
The
be.
design would be.
Okay, so we have the motion to send B through K out to bid along with the Bingham additional parking. And if that fails, it would go back to the original motion. But the motion right now is B through K plus the additional parking. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
One opposed. Okay, so we'll go out to bid B through K plus the additional parking at Bingham. And just so that the public knows, this does not mean these projects are approved. They're not approved until we approve the bid, which
Right.
will be like in February or March.
Thank you.
But we didn't, Nikki, we didn't add it though. We haven't, if we come over budget, it's an easy one to say no to.
I was gonna suggest too that we scratch, so.
We still can.
Should we go back to the boundaries so that?
Go back to boundary. Is there any other ones we need to get to tonight? Boundary. Let's go back to boundary.
We have to.
Well, I feel like
don't think
we have people who are here until already what time it is. So,
Sorry, guys.
9:50.
Okay, what are your thoughts on, so we have an option D now.
Well,
do we all have to?
Do we have a D?
we have G and H because I had 3 other Ds already in the works.
Okay, so
option
there's no
G,
D or E or F. We've gone to
we've
G?
seen D, E, and F in the previous meeting, so we're now at G and H.
Okay, show us G and H.
Wait, so
G,
tell me all the letters. A, B, C.
B, C.
And then we skip some and then go to,
We had D, E, and F at the last meeting that were voted.
but
were
they're off
eliminated.
the table now, so we just skip those letters
Just for internal accounting, we are
Okay.
now at G and H.
that we're actually considering.
G is the proposal from Mr. Dunford that moves Harriman High School and the apartment complexes to Bastion and leaves everything else intact. H is what was discussed about the Jackson and Teton areas going to Bastion and the west end of the Bastion Panhandle going to Oakleaf.
These aren't on board docs yet, are they?
These 2 versions are not.
They're not.
Fast they appear. You guys are amazing.
G is just moving the apartments. You'll notice there that's or Bastion's boundaries. Nothing changes in these boundaries except for the light brown section that Scott's hovering over right now.
Yep.
They go up because they'll grow some in their growth areas even if they do lose those 162 apartment students.
What we heard tonight was please make a decision that will last. This does not last.
Solves nothing.
Well, it solves 1 year.
Which was the intent of this boundary. I just think the community is begging us not to do this ping pong.
It solves 1 year, but we may have to change it back. You just never know when we look at the whole picture.
And no matter what we choose, you just never know. I
Yeah.
mean, our forecasts have been, by no fault of your own, it's just a crazy economy, but
Just what happens.
shocking.
I don't think
every year.
I don't think we would move this back. I think it makes a lot of sense to have 118th be a boundary and have those students be able to walk to Bastion.
Makes sense, but
But it's not long term.
It would be
But I don't think that particular neighborhood would get ping ponged again in a future one.
This is long-term, but the whole overall situation is not long-term.
I think this move would stay. I don't think we'd
Move
move
is
them again.
long-term.
The move is, but not the forecast.
we don't know if it's long-term because we haven't studied the other areas, which might dynamo it back.
What do you mean study the other areas?
I'm
We
saying,
don't have a plan.
no, we're saying
The community that we're
just
moving.
the apartments.
The community that we're moving is being moved long-term.
I don't
don't know
see,
that.
I don't see a scenario where we would move them back.
Well, we don't know what the other
See a
scenarios
scenario
are.
where we would move the panhandle
Yes,
back.
but we're not moving the panhandle right now.
So they wouldn't move and move again.
So Scott, where is that one little part of the panhandle? Is that the blue there?
Under this option, it stays at Bastion. It's this
So
area right
the
here.
whole panhandle stays at Bastion.
That's where it currently is. The only thing that changes in this entire boundary in G is
Just that
the
one
apartments.
apartment thing.
That's it. Everything else stays exactly as is. And it, like we've talked about, it buys us at least, 1 year, maybe 2. You can see in 2026, it's bumping up against the enrollment capacity that could mean portables. So 1 year, maybe 2 if we wanted to in this option.
How many portables does Aspen have right now?
6.
Right at our limit.
But they're under enrolled at our limit. They're not at capacity till 2026. I just don't know if there's that urgency we're screaming at to do this. The urgency is not there. Why not just pause the whole thing and say, let's do this right?
There are 8 portables there currently.
The
8 portables.
For this fall, the urgency would be there. They would be at 1,000. If we don't do anything, they'd be at 1,114.
14. But they're at their
But that's
capacity.
with 8 portables there.
But their
which is already
capacity is
2 more than what we have said is okay.
So
we've had school with 14 before.
Yeah, but we just made that decision recently.
And I keep hearing when we can do this right. I feel like we have gone about this in the right way. And I don't know what right means. If the way we've done it is not right, if that makes any sense. I really think that we have gone about this the right way. We have noticed the communities. We have looked at forecasts and current enrollment over the past, well, I've only been attending these board meetings. This is my 2nd year on the board, but it's the 3rd year I've been attending board meetings. But I don't know what that means.
Can I
Do it
explain?
right. And I have a feeling it means having parent committees and getting parents involved. But yeah, I would love it if you explained.
We've heard, he gave his whole rant out in the public meeting.
Yeah, and
We've heard it.
I think there's some more.
Well, I would add to that. I'd love to answer that question. In pitching this proposal to staff came back and said, as they have explored these options, they have discovered other things that they would like to include in all of this. They would like to propose changes to schools we didn't consider. That in doing all of this, they realized that there was an opportunity here to do a holistic all of Harriman. So I would think doing it right means a feeder system. High school, middle school, elementary, including the whole feeder system. It's a look not at Moab, it's a look at Harriman as a feeder system. It would include Black Ridge, it would include Foothills, it would include all of those that maybe we didn't consider.
So I don't think what I said in the last meeting was a rant, first of all.
I've only said that
No.
because you called it that.
Second of all, we as a committee, as a board, said, let's go big, let's go orange, let's go big, and now we're not doing anything. Like, let's do an apartment. Like, that's not what we said we wanted to do. And I don't know if we don't have the courage, we don't have the knowledge behind it. So that's what I'm trying to say, Lisa, is I don't think we're ready to make this move. And why move a little tiny part instead of let's just do this right, even if it's in the spring and we give them a 1.5 year notice or whatever. Like, I would rather do this right than move a little part and then say, okay, we moved you. I think it sends the wrong message to move an apartment complex, and that's it.
That's not what I want to do. That's not what I'm thinking. I am looking
That's
at
the
other
proposal on the
options.
table, though.
Let her finish.
So you are talking specifically about
Bryce's proposal.
Okay. Do you know what? I am in agreement with you that I do not want to just do a 1 year solution.
Put that in the minutes.
So can I ask?
We've agreed a lot.
I know we do.
Honestly.
That was the joke on the rant.
So how could that work procedurally? We send out a notice that includes a new group of schools, or do we have to re-notice everyone?
I think we just put a pause on it and come together as a new board and come up with procedures and what was missing and those kinds of things. That's what I propose.
You would only have to provide notice to those schools that you haven't previously given notice to. And
I
through the
would-
'Cause we haven't
process,
voted on it.
and then through the process, you would just update them. I mean, there's notice, there's the official notice so that we start the clock in case you do make a boundary change. But there's a lot of communication beyond that notice.
And we could send an update.
You don't have to keep re-noticing people. They know that now that they're under consideration.
Could we send an update to those who we have noticed that we're continuing to look at this? Haven't made a decision yet. We're going to continue to look at this.
And I would like to ask a question, and you can say, I prefer not to answer that because I don't want to put you in a bad position, but do you feel like it would be advisable to go back to the drawing board with this whole boundary change discussion and include more schools? Would that be productive? And you can say, I don't want to answer that, but if you feel okay answering.
It's
Or do you know what?
It's 10 o'clock and my filter is off, so I better.
Simply, I'm glad we have tomorrow, the day out, no school.
I would simply say this is that whatever you choose to do, we will work to make sure that's implemented to the best of our ability and to provide what it is that you want as a product. So we just look for your guidance on that, and we're happy to provide whatever it is that you're asking us to provide.
Thank you. And do you know what? And I am so sorry. No, and that's not even the filter because that is, I feel like you are outstanding in just following board direction. But I thought it was implied by a board member comment that that staff had commented that maybe we should include more schools. And so I thought, was that a thing? And so anyway, I'm sorry for asking that question.
I'll take a stab at it. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Filter's off. Let him go.
Back to the discussion that we had a couple weeks ago about the long-range plan. Every single board member put on their preference list a look at boundary changes at every level.
Mm-hmm.
This might provide an opportunity to look at a feeder system as a whole, rather than try and fit this neighborhood into this elementary school, but then it would go to that middle school and feed to a different high school. If we looked at it as a system, I think you certainly get a different answer and hopefully a better answer. Adding more elementary schools to the list, I think, doesn't quite get you there.
Okay, so it's adding middle schools and a high school is what we're talking about.
Do you need a high school?
No, but
we might
not
want to
necessarily,
adjust
but look at the boundaries of Harriman High School, how it interfaces with Mountain Ridge and with Riverton High School. Are there opportunities to make tweaks to the boundaries at the high school level that could then inform middle school and elementary school at the same time?
I think the difference, though, Nikki, is we're looking at one area.
Yes.
Do you
Well,
have something
we're talking feeder alignments as well here, and to Mr. Dunford's earlier point of I think this is a multi-layer question that requires a multi-layer answer. There are multiple ways to approach this. One would be, if we were to go with an option like an option A, where it was intended to fix those 5 schools for the next 5 years. It doesn't align feeder systems perfectly, but we also have, we have several schools that don't have feeder alignment. If we were going to go with an option such as G, that G buys us time, and it also gives us an opportunity to look more holistically at the approach with the feeder systems. And Mr. Dunford mentioned we may want to look further south with Butterfield Canyon, which abuts Harriman, which is adjacent to Black Ridge and Foothills. Well, now you're talking a different feeder system in terms of high schools. You're getting into Mountain Ridge feeder system. So there are multiple ways to approach this, and a lot of it depends on the direction the board wants to go. What you just did with West Jordan High School's plans is a big rock in to have in place for the 5-year plan district-wide, because that informs many other steps along the way. And so there are multiple ways to look at this. We're talking about these 5 schools only in this one. If the board wished to do, talking about Mr. Robinson's options about tweaking Butterfield Canyon, adding more students there, we at some point would want to visit that as it pertains to Harriman, Blackridge, and Foothills. So different options we can look at. We're happy to entertain and explore all of them.
And once again, I'm sorry, I forgot myself and asked for a position, and I am so sorry.
No worries.
All good.
I think, just for those listening, one of the primary goal is having space to educate students. And the issue is having space at the elementary level. Then beyond that, then you start to ask yourself the other questions that have been brought up by parents and by board members. Are there roads that we can avoid having them cross that are unsafe? Can we align feeder systems to be sure that the whole school goes to the next school level together? Can we take into consideration how many times the boundary's been changed for a particular neighborhood? Are there services that are needed in certain areas that could be concentrated and we could do a better job for students? But sometimes those other important logical factors have to be set aside in the name of finding space for students, because that's the primary goal of a boundary change. And over the years, we've tried very hard to align those feeder systems, but sometimes the number of elementary students and middle school students and high school students within a given neighborhood doesn't fall out very neatly. So I just wanted to say that as an extension of what Dr. Anderson said about the layers of complexity for those who are listening. All of those factors are really important, and all of those impact students. So it's not about the numbers, it's about creating a space that makes that makes it possible to provide the optimal learning environment for every student. And every individual student benefits from not changing schools more than they absolutely have to, from getting to school safely, from being able to follow friends to the next level. So all of those are really important, and I think we have to continue to consider them. But the primary consideration is, are we going to have space for students?
Has anyone ever heard parents or staff or teachers or principals come to us and ask for a boundary change? Has that ever happened, that parents or teachers or staff have come and asked us to change boundaries?
Yes, when schools get very crowded, we hear that
Staff,
message.
yes, but
Staff.
no parent ever wants to change schools.
So
I shouldn't say ever, because there's a few.
it's very rare for parents to ever say,
You're never
I
going
want
to
you
do
to
a
change.
survey and have people
even
say,
if their
yes,
kids are
move
even
me.
if their kids are crossing a busy street. They don't come and say, we need
They'll
a
say
boundary
it
change.
before the boundary, but once they get established into a school, they don't want to change from their school.
I have people in my community saying they want this boundary change. So I don't know if that's what you're meaning, or somebody comes and says, will you change my school? But in this proposal, there is a good number of people that want this change. They want to go to Butterfield. But I'm not sure anyone's ever came without us putting something out there that we're thinking of changing. They just don't have that information. They don't know. That's not on their radar.
What would happen if we didn't do anything until there was enough push from teachers at a school or parents in a neighborhood? What would happen?
Okay, I don't want to be flippant about this, but a suicide crisis. No, let me be careful, because many people in my community believe the failed bond and not being able to build a school when we needed to was the reason. We had overcrowded schools. There was no classroom. We were having people teach on carts. Many people in my community believe, whether or not you believe it or not, my community believes we waited too long to build a high school. That's not all of our fault. It was a failed bond. We passed another one. We build it quickly. We build it right. But that's the danger of waiting too long, is there's unintended consequences of waiting too long. Overcrowded schools are never good. Harriman High at that time was way overcrowded.
They just have to speak against saying that that's what causes a suicide
No,
crisis.
we don't know the cause.
That's irresponsible.
I said, some people said, and that's been said to me in my community. People believe that in my community. And I can say with backing, that school is way overcrowded.
So if we're going to use that, then I'm really concerned that we're okay with Copper Hill's numbers.
Yeah.
I don't want to, I didn't intend to go down that path, but, but let me come back to where I was going. Looking at enrollment forecasts, there's only one school that's in trouble as far as being
Right
overcrowded.
You're right.
Well, if you look at
Well, and
all
that's not
5
even
of those
2
schools
years.
over the next 5 years, there's only one.
Well, until Olympia gets going.
And that's going to go fast.
Out of these 5 schools that are listed, only one of them has a problem in 2029.
And that's if you don't bring more portables in.
Exactly.
But
We
have
don't
to
know
make
what's going to
decisions
happen.
based on the data we've been provided.
Exactly.
And on the forecast we've received. What Brian is saying is
That's what we're
absolutely
basing it
spot
on.
on.
He's right.
Well, but they have the opposite problem, though, Brian, because there is some under-enrolled schools on there in the 5-year forecast.
Under-enrolled.
Can I
Well,
just,
Budford
can
County.
I see H? Can I look at H for a minute while we're having this discussion?
Can you what?
I just wanted to look at H. 'cause I haven't looked at it yet.
Gonna.
Well, that's just moving the panhandle.
So,
Big H?
What Marilyn just pointed out, basically saying we don't know, is one of the big reasons why I like what Bryce was suggesting. It takes care of the immediate problem the next couple of years, and since we don't know what it's going to look like beyond, these are just estimates, right? We don't know what's going to happen. Forecasts.
very educated guess.
Let's address this small issue, and I totally agree this isn't a ping pong situation. This is a smart situation. This is a smart proposal because it gets kids that are crossing 118th South on one side of the street. It leaves that community that was here tonight wanting to stay at Aspen. It leaves them at Aspen.
For a year.
Or longer.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, the big changes
go back to G.
in forecast have not been in the next year or the year after. It's been in the 5-year forecast. So it's not like there have been huge discrepancies between, what was forecasted for this year and what actually happened this year, but it's what was forecasted for, like 2028
2029,
or 2029, where we're seeing the big differences. Am I wrong, or is that what it is? Because
You're correct. We're about 2 to 3% off on an annual count is all.
so it's
really tight.
very small on. So I feel like these forecasts are, and I get too close to the mic, but I feel like these forecasts are very helpful. Anyway, but
Because at 2029, you have Aspen that's 500 over, and you have 2 schools that are almost half. And that's the problem, is in that 5-year forecast.
So Scott, is the only difference between G and H just that panhandle?
No, no.
Everything else that was going.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I
so,
see.
So this area here,
straight line.
Jackson
Okay.
and Teton,
Okay.
under G, stay at Aspen, as well as Copperfields under H.
Okay, I see
would-
now.
And the Panhandle would move
I
to
didn't realize
Oakleaf,
there was that much different.
and Teton
It's
goes to
Oakleaf.
Bastion.
But unlike,
Crowded in 2 years.
yeah, it does. And unlike the other options, Harriman isn't touched in this one. Butterfield's not touched, and Oakleaf is not touched. Well, Oakleaf is because it comes up into it, but
So I would like to just go around and hear where everyone's at with it. If they're interested in option G, or if there's another option that they are preferring right now.
May I ask one question first? I won't beleaguer it. I won't rant, I promise. Several of the constituents tonight asked about something Creek community.
Creek
Yeah.
Ridge.
Creek
It's
Ridge,
in the
that is
Panhandle.
this
Where is
west-
that located?
That is the
Panhandle.
west end of the Panhandle.
Okay.
Moving that to Oakleaf puts them in an awkward
No, I get it.
drive or walk.
Yeah, I just wanted to know where it was located. I wasn't sure. Because we heard a lot from them.
Have the map that
Yeah, thanks for the neighborhood
that was
map.
so
That was really
helpful.
helpful.
I've been looking at it all night.
Yeah,
Whomever
thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Feston put that together. It's not probably perfect because people call developments by different names and sometimes they change, a la terrain. But it's, I think
that
we
thing
captured most of it.
saved me tonight. So thank you. So have you?
Okay, so I'll just start where I'm leaning right now. I am leaning towards going with G. I do like the idea of looking broader at potential feeder system alignment. And I know we won't ever be able to align our feeder systems perfectly, so I don't want to pretend that that's even going to be a possibility, because it's not. But maybe there are some tweaks that make sense. So if we're looking at middle schools, high schools at the same time as we're looking at elementary schools, I think that makes sense. And I am comfortable moving the apartments to Bastion because I don't see a scenario where we would move them back. I think 118th makes a lot of sense as a boundary line, and then those kids would be in walking distance of Bastion, so that makes sense to me.
How long have those apartments been there? Are they relatively new, or have they been there several years?
Been there a while.
Since
first thing we
Aspen.
built.
Since Aspen's. Okay.
Were they at Bastion before Aspen?
They were, yeah.
They were actually before Bastion, I think. They were about the time the high school was built. No?
They came in.
Right about the same time as that whole Moab situation. They came online about
Yeah.
that same time.
Okay, who's next?
I'm with Tracy. I like G the best as well for some of those same reasons. And I also like the idea of, based on all the feedback that we've received, most of it, the vast majority of it is we don't want a boundary change. I would prefer to do the least amount of boundary change possible and still solve a problem for a couple years.
I still prefer boundary option A. I like a decisive action that takes care of the enrollment and stabilizes it for the foreseeable future.
Okay. Marilyn?
Yes, I would. I mean, I agree with what Lisa has said because it is long-term. But I think I want to go with option G in that it keeps the Panhandle people together that we heard from a lot. It solves the 118th South issue and doesn't really kick in for a great increase for, what, 2-3 years? For Aspen, yeah. The rest are okay.
Okay, Daryl or Nikki? Bryce, do you have anything more to add?
G.
You're still there, okay.
The thing, I would like to just say, the thing I like G over H is this
Yep.
pretty rough terrain between that area.
It's true.
You really have to go around.
A road's going in right now.
For now, there will be roads in the
I know
future.
that's coming, but
It's
right
paved.
now that is so that's why G to me,
It's paved.
that G is better.
When will it be done?
Since they moved the
I,
barriers, it's
I
paved
drove through
sidewalk,
it, the
right?
barriers. I mean, it's drivable. It's just not open.
It's not open, so it'll be
But
open
by
before
next
fall.
Fall.
Missing
Yeah.
sidewalks, right?
Yes, the walking routes not
Paved,
yeah.
but it's there's
The
no walking
infrastructure's
route there.
lacking still. Yeah,
Well, they
it's coming. It's a work
they
in
want the
progress.
building.
It's coming along.
So by the time if we do move that Panhandle, that gives us time for that whole road and walking to develop.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, will probably put them within walking distance instead of right now they're within busing distance, which they're better off with bus.
don't mind.
Yeah, Daryl?
So
Where are you at? Which
I
option?
propose Z. I just think we pause the whole thing. One thing I kept hearing over and over again, we got to keep these apartments with Aspen because they're uniquely qualified to handle them. And then all of a sudden that changed overnight, and we haven't even discussed that. I think there's other options. We can look at those apartments, for instance, attaching them to a dual language immersion school like Harriman Elementary. Or do we let the people in the apartments choose? Say, do you want to go to Harriman that has a dual language immersion in there, or do you want to walk to Bastion? We'll give you the choice. We'll provide a bus for you. So if you want to be a walkable, I mean, there's a lot of options still in those apartments that we haven't explored yet. So I just think it's too premature. I'd rather just pause it a year. I think in the 2025 and even 2026, we can handle all those numbers. I wouldn't stop it until next October. I'd continue to talk
Okay,
about
you're
it.
looking at G though. What you're
I'm-
proposing is current boundaries.
Well, I'm looking at all of
Say
them.
no changes at
I'm
all.
saying, I'm looking at the zero, like the
Yeah, so you need to
original
look at current
proposal.
boundaries numbers.
Yeah, and I think
Not
we're
G's
okay.
numbers.
Because even on the current boundaries, like Brian said, no school next year is overcrowded.
Aspen.
Aspen is.
Aspen's still within their
It's
numbers.
still within their numbers.
But they've got 8 portables, and what we've defined as acceptable is 6.
But I have schools in my area that has more than that. We have all the time.
They're not being used.
But,
We already
but we
determined
have
that.
used them in the past, and they could use them. We could put another portable in or two
No,
until we decide what's the right thing to do. Like, I just don't want to limit us and just say this. Plus, I think it does put a target, like it was said by the Aspen teacher and some of the Aspen people. You're putting a target on this area without studying it. I'm just not comfortable with making one little small change.
Okay, Daryl's a pause. Nikki, do you have
May I say one more thing?
where you're at?
Daryl, you said that, that Aspen knew how to educate the apartment kids and take care of them.
That's what it's
But
been
they
said.
originally came from Bastion, so they would be prepared, I'm sure.
That's not my words. Those are other people.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
That
saying.
have said Aspen is uniquely equipped to handle these people, and they.
And perhaps she didn't know.
Not
Perhaps-
she. There's others.
Well, perhaps
So, like,
the one that spoke tonight didn't know that they had been originally at Bastion.
I don't think she said that they were uniquely equipped to.
I'm
handle-
saying board members have said that.
I know, and I feel like
Not
it is
her.
not a good message for us to put out that we think some of our schools are better than other schools at educating the
It's not a
students.
message I
because-
put out, Lisa. It's
But
a
you're
message.
repeating it right now.
It's a message I've heard over and over again, and all of a sudden, unexpectedly, we've moved them to another school without any kind of explanation.
Okay, let's hear from Nikki.
Okay. So I am open to the idea of looking at an entire feeder. If we are going to do that, I would like to look at not only the schools that are overcrowded, but the schools that are declining. And I'm only willing to look at it if we can solve movement to fill schools that are empty and empty schools that are full. If the board is willing to make that a priority, then I would be willing to notice additional schools and not make a decision until next year. So I'm willing to be a little uncomfortable at Aspen for a year. We have plenty of schools that have been, maybe I shouldn't say plenty. I have represented schools that have seen those numbers. I know it's manageable.
So you were okay with G if,
No, are you okay
No.
with doing nothing?
She's okay.
oh, you're okay with
Taking no
nothing.
action.
I am
Daryl's.
very uncomfortable with this changing a boundary and then changing the same community again.
Because you would have to.
And I really want to say, hey, go letter A. But the feeder system is what stops me. I am not comfortable saying, okay, these 36th graders leave everybody they know yet again when they go to middle school. And that's why I'm saying I'm open to the broader look at the system as a whole.
But don't change anything this year.
Yep.
Okay. So we've got 4 that are saying G right now.
I think it was 5, wasn't it?
4. Bryce, Brian, Tracy, Marilyn. So we are going to have another hearing and vote at our next
Full hearing
meeting.
or just a public?
No, just public comment.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
no hearing required.
Do we need to put option G up on our boundary website and notify people that we're considering this now? What would be our next step?
We've done that in the past when there's another option that you haven't received feedback on from everyone, where you put out an option. But you don't have to. It's whatever you could put that and another option, or the option not to do anything.
Quite different
Yes,
when we
but-
put it out there.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, you've put out 3, then you come up with another option based on the vote, and or on the surveys, and you put that out. I don't know what's happened most recently.
Most recently, in my memory, I think the board voted and tweaked a boundary option, and they voted on it that night. Given that we have 2 weeks before the next meeting, we could post it on the website and notify everybody involved that there's a new option that the board is considering, and they'll take a vote on the 10th.
I would prefer to put a notice on option G that says, given the feedback we have received from everyone, we believe that a deeper dive at the whole feeder system may be warranted. So we are now proposing either taking no action or also proposing option G as a temporary situation. I think there needs to be some type of explanation that we're going from a big change to a little change. I think there needs to be given the feedback we've received, we believe a more comprehensive look at this area is needed.
And then let them know that our vote will be in 2 weeks.
Yep.
But I don't think we ought to say, because 4 of us voted for G. So I think that's what we put up there, not no change, because 4 of us is a majority.
But we can change our mind in the next 2 weeks.
Feedback, we could say, never mind, we're not going to go forward with A.
Right.
But in option G and option 0, or whatever we're going to call ours, both agree that there needs to be a comprehensive study.
Which needs an explanation. You can't
Which
go from
is-
what we were to
Which
this.
is the majority of us agree.
So-
The disagreement is in a small little pocket.
Does everybody on the board feel that they're open to a comprehensive study and expanding the notices?
If necessary.
Is anyone a no on that?
So we still want to do A.
So
We're
can
just
we
not ready.
do it?
You know, you don't need everybody. All you need is 4.
I know, but I'm just saying, if
Awesome to
there's
have
that
everybody.
much agreement on that, then what are we waiting for? Let's not wait until next year.
No.
If we're making a boundary change now, I'm fine with that, but let's notice people and keep talking. It's frustrating when we stop the conversation because we have a Band-Aid.
Because part of G is we've not stopped the notification of the boundary change. The boundary change is still coming. We're not saying no to it. We're saying we're continuing to explore this.
Comprehensive study.
And we can do that. Just make sure it's clear that that will not be for 2025.
Yes.
The earliest we could do it is 2026.
And that should go in a statement out to folks.
Okay, so is everyone okay with sending something out?
So let me ask a clarification. Are we removing options A, B, and C?
Yes.
And saying, this is now the option that we are proposing.
No, because there were 4
We
of
may
us.
take no action on it, but we're removing A, B, and C. This is the option we're proposing, and here's the explanation why.
I wouldn't mind that if we say that we know that this option will give us just an immediate, short-term solution.
I'll know that, I think.
I would like.
But I would
that
like to
said.
say, this is short-term
this
and
is
we're not
like-
done.
This might give us a year.
Because then they'll be back saying, why? You guys already changed us.
Dr. Godfrey, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that there's this question of we have 4 for this particular option. I think because there's been so much back and forth, when you send that message, I think the message that you're talking about makes sense, whether you end up voting for option G or whether you end up choosing to take no action. There are already 4 for G. Unless you decide tonight on G, you just want to make sure that if there's something other than G that might happen, that you are noticing them on that. Because if after all the back and forth, you say we're going to vote on G, and then G doesn't happen, at the very least you could say we will vote on G, and it will either pass or it won't. And if it doesn't pass, this is what that means. That there would not be a change. So it's not like you're proposing an option 0. It's not a new option. It's not. We could even say in study session 4 board members decided to narrow. There was a vote of by 4 members to narrow this to option G. We will vote on whether to implement option G in 2025. And if it fails, there are no boundary changes for the coming year. And if it passes, then it means that it would be.
Don't think it's fair to say 4 board members voted for option G.
Well, the board voted.
The board voted to move
Yeah.
this forward, because you might have 4 now, but you may not have 4 next time. But
the
the board,
question
I think
is-
the board agreed to a long, comprehensive study. A short-term solution could be option G, which was submitted to go forward as community.
Well, yes, we'll wordsmith it.
They'll
But basically the
wordsmith it.
concept
I would
is.
love it to say after considerable input.
I
Sure.
love that.
From the public.
Right, the result of
After
input,
considerable input.
longer
public
term
input.
look.
Not necessarily just from the public. There was a lot from us
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
why I'm not limiting. After considerable input, this is the direction we are now going, and this is why.
Can we not use the words short-term or temporary
Thank you.
to describe this?
Thank you.
That's not how I see it.
I don't like it.
It's more of a solution to an immediate problem.
Yeah.
It's not short-term, it's not temporary.
But we're
Not a
saying we are,
Band-Aid.
Saying,
but we're saying we're going to take a deeper, so
A
I agree. I don't think we
It's
should
not a
say
Band-Aid.
this is short-term, long-term, anything else. We are acknowledging that we're going to take a deeper
I like-
dive. That acknowledges we're doing
Not a
more.
Band-Aid.
we're
I don't like
continuing
that. I
to
don't like
explore,
I've had 3 suggestions on language, and I agree with all of them
and you'll do good.
because I didn't wordsmith that concept. All I'm trying to say is
I don't see it as.
the board determined to vote on option G on Tuesday, and we will send you the statement before we send it out. But the concept is we got feedback, we're solving an immediate problem, and we're taking a longer look. Did that capture
More
what we're talking
comprehensive.
about?
Not necessarily longer, more comprehensive.
Right, a broader look at it, yeah. But it's solving the immediate problem, addressing the immediate problem. Because solve suggests that it's all neatly tied up in a bow. But it addresses so we'll do all the wordsmithing. I appreciate that input. Are there other thoughts about that statement that we need to make sure that we include? It's just this idea that I want it to be clear that the board will be voting on this at our next meeting, so that it's not, this is a done deal and we'll just be ratifying it. It's a vote, because you could get feedback in the meantime. We don't want to phrase it in a way that eliminates the possibility that feedback impacts whether you
Because
move forward or
our
not.
public notice said we would be voting on it in December. So
Right.
we're not
That's
voting
right.
on anything.
That's right. You're on time. The timeline works, and we'll send out the phrasing, and hopefully we can capture all of that. And it's just Mark, start listening at 10:30 for the phrasing of the message. Oh yeah, when do you want that sent out? When do you want
Next
that to go?
week.
Is next week okay?
Monday.
So you'll get a draft to us and,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you. That gives us a clear path forward, and
Okay, we can do E400, E405 next time, unless,
I
do we need to do calendar committee
Calendar,
representatives?
it can be really quick. As you know, we have a calendar committee that's comprised of employees from various working groups, and we have parents on the committee as well. Every so often, the parents, their membership term is up, and we ask for new parents to serve on the calendar committee. As you see on your on letter I, agenda item I, there are calendar committee parent representatives needed from the Copper Hills, Mountain Ridge, and West Jordan feeder systems. And it does say in policy D209, 207, D207 that one parent, quote, one parent from each feeder area is board approved with recommendations from the PTA and other groups. And so with that, I just wanted to make sure we'll be asking board members that serve in those areas that for either suggestions, recommendations. We may come with suggestions and recommendations. If you're good with that, that's how our process has been. We just wanted to update you and see if there's any questions on that process. Anything else to add, Mr. Olson? Nope.
Stayed this whole time just to nod like that?
He's been technical support behind the scenes, moral support, wry jokes every once in a while.
That manic Tootsie Roll. Thank you for coming.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Going that fast.
Okay. Do we need to talk about GP 117 tonight?
Yeah, it can be fast. So the two things we talked about last time was that people seem to be in favor of exploring is, well, the one thing is a supply and technology stipend of $100 monthly. This would be copies, ink, printer, internet, whatever you feel that you need. It shouldn't cost this money to do this job. And then the other one that was brought to our attention is the Utah School Board Association is a conference usually downtown, also in Park City, but it requires you to be there early and stay late. And so the drive back to our communities can sometimes be long. So a board member can request accommodations to be covered. If you wouldn't then be able to request miles for each of those days. They're only on the way up and back, but accommodations could be covered for that.
Okay, and that red line is on board docs. Any feedback on that? Yes. So supply and technology is just broad.
It's a broad thing because we sometimes will print things off on our printer, and there's ink and word in there, and we don't have any. Our internet's not reimbursed.
The stipend matches what we do for administrators. It's the amount and the procedure.
I have a question on a stipend versus another way of paying out. Is the stipend the right approach? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Larson.
Stipends make it a little simpler because if you try to go another route, then we need receipts.
Monthly submission.
You'd have to turn in things for us to reimburse you. So really the term stipend just means money that is taxable for something. So it does become a taxable wage, but then you don't have to worry about, oh, I just bought ink. Let me save that.
Percentage of my ink.
Yeah, or a percentage of your ink. Yeah, exactly. So the simplicity of that is nice to avoid a lot of back and forth with receipts and other things.
Okay. I'm comfortable with this.
Are enough board members comfortable that we should put it on our next agenda for a vote in December?
It would require a hearing, wouldn't it?
Yes, you're right. So we would can we vote on it the same night as the hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
December 10th.
So,
It will also be the third time that, I'm sorry.
No,
It
no,
would
you
also
go
be the
ahead.
third time that you discussed board compensation in a public meeting. So it would be, you need to have the hearing, but it also wouldn't be as if you had just barely brought it up and then voted on it the same night.
Been talking about it for a while.
I was just going to, D, is that new?
No, it should have been reordered. The ordering kind of got off. It
Utah
should be
School Boards Association Conference?
Oh, you mean the other D.
Oh, that
Sorry.
was added. It's red. It's red.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking up.
There's
Oh,
two Ds.
that shouldn't be read, right?
Numbering is off.
I'm talking about the red D. Oh, they're both red.
not.
Dang it.
You can
I
take it
know,
all the way
the
out. I'm
bottom
already
and the
charged.
middle D. Which D?
The one that's in the right order. Oh, it's not in the right order either. Good heavens.
It's new.
Okay, we'll get it cleaned up.
No, I just want to ask about that. I want to ask
The
about,
one on the bottom is not.
I want to ask about the Utah School Board's conference attendees. I have a problem with getting paid to stay overnight when you can drive home. I really have a problem with that. I don't think we should ask for that.
You can drive home, but it's late. I mean, I remember feeling nervous when I drove home last time.
We get done by about 8:30, 9.
And you need to be back at
After
7.
it was after
7:30.
10 if you stayed for the entertainment.
And then you want to get back at 7.
after
7:30
10
for
last
breakfast.
I don't recall it being that late, but I do
I tr-
not feel good about that. I'm sorry. That's
I
just
tried
my
it for the first couple years, and
Well, you chose to do that,
Then I
though.
chose to do that, yeah. But we do reimburse for like Park City and not here. But
And I can kind of see
if the
that
conference ended at 5, I would totally agree we shouldn't have accommodations. But because the conference begins so early and ends so late, just the time and the opportunity to be with the board and to talk to them and all that, I think is just a wonderful opportunity.
I do not agree with that, so I will vote no. Sorry.
I'll probably vote no. I'll probably. Raise your hand if you're okay putting it on the agenda as is. So 4, so it's close.
I'd be more
But are you
comfortable.
more likely to vote for E if D is not included?
Yes, I am. I think the stipend is fine. I just don't agree with staying overnight and getting paid for it.
Then I would vote on that motion if you made it.
I'll make the motion to
Now you
take.
got to make, well, we can drop it
Okay,
now.
an amended motion to not include letter D, the one that's up,
first
about
letter D.
Utah School Board Association conference attendees getting reimbursement. But I would like to leave E in.
I'll
I would
second.
much rather go forward with what we're all confident in
Yeah.
rather than risk, at the very end, I'm going to vote down the whole thing because I'm nervous about that one. Let's just take that off the table now.
And for the record, I didn't put it on.
Oh, I didn't say you did.
No, I just wanted to state that because I'm going to stay downtown either way, and I don't care if it's on my own dime
I knew you
or on the
always,
district.
always pretty much
So I
have,
second
yes.
Marilyn's
Well,
amendment.
except for the first 2 years when it was too much of a toll on me to travel.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Dunford to remove D from this version before it goes to a hearing next week. All in favor of removing D, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
I'll oppose.
Okay, so we're going to remove D and then still have a hearing and vote on this next week. 2 weeks. Okay. Thanks for your work on that.
No worries.
Appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Godfrey, DP 338, which is a
Yeah.
new policy.
This is an amendment, this is an,
An amended policy.
yes, it's an update to the policy. What it does is it eliminates the requirement that let me back up. We used to say if you were an elected official and an employee of the district, what you were required to do is take all of your vacation time, and after you've taken all your vacation time, then you can take leave to serve in your elected capacity, but you had to pay us a portion of the money you received for that elected position. In other words, please don't get elected to a position. We will disincentivize you in every way we can. We will begrudgingly allow you to fulfill your duties, but we will make you pay. Literally.
My question,
Yes, I am editorializing, Marilyn.
define elected. Would this include people such as JEA elections? Would this include, you know,
If a
some
county
of the
clerk
same
is
kind of thing?
involved,
Says elected to public office.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that needs to be spelled out.
well, I think to public office.
It does say public office.
Like Amanda.
Nicole McDermott.
I think
Or
to,
Nicole.
Nicole.
Yes,
I think to public office
I like
does
that.
that.
I like
It
that.
says that.
Okay.
It says that.
And
It
hopefully
does say
many
public. I'm
more.
sorry, I didn't see that.
That's
So
okay.
is this
No, but
paid?
that's a good clarification.
So then the idea is to allow for 30 days of paid leave for full-time employees and 15 days of paid leave for part-time employees, up to, with the possibility of requesting more days of the board if necessary to fulfill those duties.
How much will this cost?
Can we add, there is an assumption that you will only take the days needed?
I
So,
like that.
so we can add any phrasing that you'd like. I think that's, the implication is that it says up to, so we have to decide how much we want to.
And it just says to fulfill the responsibilities of their office. So it's not,
It's not because you're an elected official, you get 30 days to use
Yeah.
as you wish.
Well, but some go to the national convention and add days either before or after.
but those ones don't fulfill.
Right, but I'm just saying that happens.
When I wrote this, I took the approach that if someone is an employee of Jordan School District and elected to public office, there's a certain level of trust that they are not going to abuse the policy, because as a public official, if they did so, they have a lot of eyes on them, and we don't have to build mistrust into the policy, because people can say, hey, I saw you, why aren't you, as you all know very well, people will be watching what you're up to. The 30 days allows for, for example, like if you were elected to the state school board and you had 2 days of meetings a month for 12 months, that would be 26 days plus some other days that are
12
required.
times 2 is 20.
Well, they have 2 other days. Yes, sorry. Marilyn, don't teach gym as well tonight. I know you taught both.
That math.
Are you going to give me the
curriculum
presence
is
physical
helpful.
fitness test as well, or what?
I got told off. Boy, rip my lips.
I don't have chance to do that for much longer, Marilyn.
Oh,
goodness.
everybody stop reminding me of that.
No. Okay. No. So we've got, we did our research, and if it's a state school board member, then it would need to be,
I agree.
it would need to be 30, and but we didn't go as far as the legislature, which would be 45. So, but that's 45
I may
only
add
to
that,
serve.
That's calendar days too.
That's
That's true.
right.
45
So,
is
but
total.
they've also got
Member
interim
jails.
committees.
Do we have an idea what other large employers offer in the private sector for employees?
My employer offers me 5 days.
5 days.
But that
I mean, this seems really generous to me. I was just curious what other large employers offer in comparison to this.
it's, we tried to talk with other municipalities. Some municipalities were fairly skittish about telling us exactly how much time they give. Some other branches of, depending on your level of, depending on the position you're elected to, Private companies may give a lot more time. 30 is a lot, but it allows for a state school board position. So yes,
That 30 pages.
I'm going to acknowledge, Marilyn, yes, 24 days. But beyond that, we talked with the state school board member. Marilyn and I have known each other for 30 years, so.
Raised him
For every
from a
year.
pup.
What's that? I was a pup, yes. Opie, I think is what you called me, yes. No, we talked with currently serving state school board members, and they said 30 days just takes care of the meetings, not anything beyond that. So
30
Be
days
really
of paid.
clear that we're considering other offices. This is not a
Right.
policy written for one individual.
Well, no,
Right now it sounds like it is.
we talked about that only because that's the highest number of days that we determined short of legislature.
Right.
And I think Nikki's point is very important because this is not about, we have multiple current elected officials that are employees of Jordan School District, but this isn't just about taking care of current employees. This is about, in my opinion, from what I've heard from the board, this is not me personally
We asked
moving
you
it
to do
forward. This is me trying to put into place what the board requested. We want to create a policy that makes it makes sense for people to run for elected office in the future. So we used people who are in place currently to help inform a policy that will allow for people to run for positions into the future and be able to remain employed in Jordan School District. Now, that's not to say that it has to be at this level. It's not to say that we have to do it this way. We can add some phrasing. Paul, if you have suggestions for language, we can do that as well. But 30 days is what a current state school board member indicated would be needed for that level of employment. There's city council member that would need much less in terms of during the day, but they would still need more than you would probably think because they do have meetings and maybe some travel that they have to do, some other things. So the question is, at what level do we want to supplement or make it possible for employees to serve? Part of the your question was, what will this cost?
Right. I was just going to say that we have to remember that it won't be just the salary, but a substitute teacher, probably.
I think a teacher would be the most costly. So it's probably best to look at it from that perspective now.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a teacher, you have the summer, you have maybe 8 weeks in the summer. So any summer meetings would be, you'd be able to attend without having to take time off. But if you were elected to the legislature as a teacher, you're going to need more days than 30. Even though it's 45 calendar days, you still, interim meetings and other requirements would. So the reason we looked at 30 is because we knew that's not quite the highest position. It's above some of the positions that would take less time. And then in between, it just gives the option, kind of like overnight travel. If you need more than this, then you can request it of the board. An alternative would be to say, if you are elected to office, then you can submit a request and the board can approve days off that are commensurate with your assignment. The problem is that then if you're thinking about running, then you say, well, I don't know if the board will approve it. I don't know how many days I'll get off. So, like I said, this is just written to try to meet the expectations the board put in place.
Well, and the board could say kind of yes, and then you run, and then the board changes.
Right.
One possibility, not that you have to have pre-approval, but you could say that there's some sort of reporting form, for days that they're taking it, not that it goes, but just so there's a record of it, so that you, sort of this public accountability, right? If they're going to claim a day, they just put what it's down for. Not that you have to approve it or say what it's for, but then you get a sense for what people are taking the days for.
And we can also implement that without necessarily writing that into policy. We can require a level of accountability as well.
Here's my preference. I would like a policy that encourages them to run, but doesn't abuse the system.
Yeah.
Doesn't take them away from the classroom more than would be necessary to promote. You know, I think they do a lot of good for Jordan District by running for office and speaking up. So I'd like a policy that encourages them to run for office, but strikes a balance between we're going to take a hit by you running for office and we're willing to do so, so be wise. Somewhere in that range, I'd be very comfortable with.
I'm comfortable with this 30 days and that they can ask for more if needed. I think that seems reasonable, up to 30 days. And then maybe a procedure where they have to submit what days they are taking.
They would submit leave in Skyward like they do for any other leave, and they have to enter a reason and that sort of thing. So there's some.
That's exactly how we do ours.
I'll be on there.
So, Mr. Larson, were you about to say something?
Exactly what he just said.
So
Happens to us all
my
the time.
question is, if we do 30 days paid and somebody needs more than that, I would be interested in them having the ability to appeal for more unpaid time off. Because so many of these positions, they are being compensated for the time that they're away. If my employer offered me the ability to fulfill my board responsibilities and it didn't count against my paid time off, but it didn't pay me, I would do cartwheels down the hall. I mean, that would be fantastic. So I don't think that they all have to be paid, I think is my point.
Okay.
Well, and let's be realistic. How many people are we going to have in this
I
situation?
hope so many.
It would be nice, but I don't
I think-
realistically think that, yeah.
I think less than 1,000 probably.
I think in my own personal situation, mine does offer 5 days, but that limits me. I cannot run for the state school board. I cannot run for legislator. I appreciate 5 days, but it severely limits me in what I can serve in the community. And that's what I don't want it to be.
I want the policy to encourage them to run.
Yeah.
I think
I think
30
this
days
does.
is great.
So would you
yeah.
say 30 paid, but any more could be appealed but unpaid?
That is what I would
Yes.
say.
Is that what you're thinking?
Additional days
Exactly
could
what I would
be
say.
Additional
Requested
unpaid
un-
leave can be requested,
Yep.
something like that.
Yep, perfect.
They do have personal days and other days.
Exactly.
They can use
They're-
those anyways, right?
If they use that up, that will be amazing, but I just don't think we need, I think this is a very generous policy is what I'm saying.
It is a very generous policy. I totally agree with
And I
that.
want it to be generous. I
And-
just don't think it needs to be overly generous.
Right. So in other words, I mean, if you're governor, you got to quit. You've really got to, that's your job. It's kind of full time. But any of the part-time positions that you run for, I think the part-time position that takes the most time is a legislator. I think next after that is state school board. And so we looked at state school board because that's not the very top, but it's just one step below in terms of just meetings that are on the record that we know about. And to Marilyn's point, it's going to depend a lot on who the employee is. If it's a teacher, the leave is more expensive. If it's an administrator, you would need to get a substitute, so that's expensive if it's all at once. If it's a day here and there, so there are a lot of factors, and Although I joke about the number, it is going to be a limited number. Even if we dramatically increase the number of elected officials who are employees, it still wouldn't be very many.
I don't like that it puts non-employees at a somewhat of a disadvantage. If there's an employee of Jordan School District running for an office and a plumber running for an office, it puts the plumber at a disadvantage, financially at a disadvantage. He's willing to forego money to serve the community. The Jordan employee is maybe getting paid more by serving. And yeah, that doesn't seem equitable. I don't like that aspect of it.
And I would say that the problem with that is it incentivizes wealthier people to run for office.
Exactly.
And that's what I don't want to do.
Why
I
there
want
are
to
not
incentivize teachers. I want to incentivize teachers to run for office because traditionally they have not.
And they have a voice that will bless our community.
Yeah. And not only that, but it's an investment because the money we spend on sending them out will come back to bless Jordan District.
Well, then, not a plumber, just someone who's making less than a teacher, or someone who's making the same amount as a teacher is at a disadvantage now, financially.
But if you look at the ranks of elected officials, there aren't very many people of those. The ranks of elected officials are the affluent.
The cost of an election is prohibitive.
Alone, yeah.
The cost of missing work is prohibitive. There are so many things that lead blue collar workers away from office. Let's
I think this
pave
is a
path.
rebalancing of the out of balance society we have.
We can't control the whole system, but we can help district employees.
I spent at least $8,000 on each of my campaigns. And that was for a local school board. I can imagine what a state school board is. Well, so
Not this last one, though. You ran
Okay.
unopposed, right?
That's right.
yeah, I didn't spend a lot on this one, but that's because nobody wants to do the job.
So as is, do you want this on the agenda next week?
I do.
Does anyone want to motion for any changes to it?
I'm wholly in favor of it.
I am absolutely in favor of it, but I would motion that at letter B, the last sentence, an appeal may be made to the Board of Education if additional unpaid time is needed. Just add that one word.
Okay, so that's a motion by Nikki. I heard a second. By Daryl. All in favor of adding the unpaid for additional time, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, raise your hand. Was that 4 people? 5, okay. So add unpaid additional time somewhere in letter B.
I also wouldn't mind a little rewording on the board directive.
And what are you thinking?
I mean, I haven't wordsmithed it out, but
Just give us a concept.
the concept, just what Bryce was just presenting to the board, that we recognize that a Jordan employee can enrich their community through their service, and we want to encourage that service. This just feels a little,
We tolerate it.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll endure it if you must. I
And
want
pay
them to
you.
know that
Which
we
reflected the
encourage it.
previous policy's expectations.
I'm just kidding. Don't.
Wait,
Are you okay saying that's the concept and letting them wordsmith it?
Yeah, rather
I
than the
am
words
certain that Anthony Godfrey can wordsmith better than I can.
rather than words in as much, it's kind of like in as much. We recognize,
Yes.
something like that.
we'll make
in
it
your
sound less
wordsmithing-
1975. Yeah. And,
Okay.
And
In any
just
future policy.
Marilyn, my apologies again. Mike did the math on this, so we're good. But he calculated there are 32 working days for a legislator that they'd have to, 32 of the 45 are working days, and then there would be up to 14 interim days. So if we look at that, you could be an employee of Jordan School District, any employee, whether ESP, administrator, or teacher. You get 30 paid days. You ask the board for 14 days or 15 or 16 days in addition. Take a couple of personal days in the mix, and you're still able to take vacation. You have to take some unpaid days, but you're paid by the legislature, so that would help offset that.
Washes out.
I think this policy means that it is feasible for an employee from in any position in Jordan District to run for and serve in the legislature and remain fully employed.
Are you going to run? His face drop.
I'm suspending my campaign due to a full inbox.
Okay, we have a motion by Nikki to ask Dr. Godfrey to change the wording on the board directive.
I'll second that.
Marilyn seconds it and adds that you
Don't
cannot use the word in as much. Okay, all in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any- Okay.
Nay.
Okay, so one opposed.
He doesn't want flowery.
Campaign, I got a campaign slogan for you, Anthony.
What is that?
Your dog got your back.
That's bad.
Ooh, that's
could
a
win.
good.
That could win.
Take the water
So
on
what's
the carpet.
what's our purpose here? What I've heard is we want more Jordan employees in public elected office. Is that the motivation here? Is that what we're trying to accomplish?
We're not even
Part of
accomplishing
it.
that. We're just saying we don't want to be the obstacle that you have to get around. Like, I don't have that ability, and my employer, there's no way I could do that.
We don't want to discourage
We don't
people
want to discourage
who have the
somebody who
desire
wants
to run.
The generosity of the policy certainly can be read as we are encouraging.
Yeah.
We are a district who teaches patriotism to our students, and this is putting our money where our mouth is. We're saying we not only believe in this Constitution, we encourage.
And we are
We're using money. We're using money as a government entity. We're using money to encourage people to run for public office. Is that right?
No,
Does anyone see anything wrong? It just
Paving a
something about it
pathway.
feels wrong to me.
we're
I
not.
can't put my finger on it yet, but something doesn't feel right.
You
Nope.
realize that your church does that.
Does what?
your church does that, and so do your cities.
Tell me how my church does that.
They pay me.
They pay me also.
They pay me to take days off to fulfill my public duty.
They just don't
5
pay me
days.
enough.
5 days.
They just don't pay me enough, so it opens the whole gate.
They give you 5 days. That isn't enough to encourage people to run for public office, in my opinion. This, we've all just admitted, we're encouraging people with government funds, which are different than church funds, because those are voluntary funds, as opposed to forced funds here. We're encouraging people with taxpayer money to run for office.
Cities have similar policies.
Well, yeah,
Yes, my answer to your question is yes, Brian.
yes, and
I'm very comfortable
and
with
something doesn't feel right to me.
We are also the largest employer in the Jordan School District. And
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
And so our people, if they can't serve their community, it gives us a disadvantage to.
Well, don't say they can't.
They can't.
They can.
I can't. And they couldn't under the current policy. It'd be really hard.
Your wife could,
My wife could.
because she's not the breadwinner in
She
the
actually
family,
couldn't.
right?
That's
So-
the hard one.
She
there
she
are-
brings a lot of bread at home.
There are opportunities for families to serve in public office without their employer encouraging them with money to do it. It just, yeah, maybe if I have some time to think about it, I can kind of pinpoint or maybe I'll change my opinion, but it just feels kind of strange.
Brian, I understand where you're coming from, but I hate the thought of some of our employees who do put themselves out there to have to grovel for days to be able to do their duty.
Like I do.
And that's hard for me to recognize, you know. Nicole McDermott, a teacher, a band teacher, music teacher, I think.
Yeah.
And she has to find ways to go do her duty.
What does she do?
She's the president, Granite School Board.
Okay.
Okay, so, so this policy, we've made 2 changes to it. So in the directive and in the additional non-paid. Raise your hand if you're okay putting it on the agenda in 2 weeks.
Will we see
Okay.
it on study session, just so we can see the changes
Yes.
before we vote? Good point.
So study
That's what I
session and then business meeting.
We'll do that.
And hearing.
I just want to say.
Oh, no, sorry, this is not a hearing.
I love how this aligns with our Portrait of a Graduate. Our people who are employed by the Jordan School District can show examples of being engaged citizens. So.
High quality instruction. What a great model.
Okay, I will take a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and/or security.
Second? Nick, go ahead, Nikki.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George to go into closed session. Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
Yes.
Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so we will now go into closed session. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone who's still listening. Thank you, Erin, for being here with us all night.
At you,
Good.
I'm going.
That was super good, by the way.
Because we talked about cooking skills at the interviews, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like I had something to prove.
This might not.
I know you
Hey.
absolutely proved it.
Board members,
Yeah?
we have one closed session item that may be beneficial to have Erin listen in on.
Is it the one that has the piece attached to it?
Are you okay having Erin stay? We are allowed to invite whoever we want to into closed session.
Let her stay for the whole meeting. Yeah, I think she should.
She's like, but
I think she should.
He was
see
so
what I
excited.
just have my arm in my sights.